Chapter 953. When Li Wangyu saw the navigation map in Su Chongqing's mobile phone in Jiulong County, he secretly scolded himself for being stupid. In order to get a title for his beautiful boss, he had made it so complicated. In fact, as long as he copied the map in his phone, he would be able to dazzle Pai Lupi. What was so difficult about changing a title? Since ancient times, China's maps had always been drawn in a unique way. However, it had to be said that from a practical point of view, the map of Huaxia wasn't very detailed. Back in the Western Jin dynasty, the famous minister Pei Xiu had proposed the 6 directions of map-making, which explained the relationship between the scale of the map, the position, and the distance of the map. However, the ancient map of Huaxia lacked map projection and latitude measurement due to the method of surveying and drawing. This resulted in the map being inaccurate. In fact, it wasn't just China that was like this. The Western world was also like this. Even during the Wanli era, the Western missionary Ricky had drawn up the Kuan-Yu Wanu 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 Wan. UWAN 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 UWANU WAN UWAN 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 UWANU WANU. This was normal. After all, in an era without satellite remote sensing, it was too difficult to rely on manpower to measure the world at that time. As for the navigation map in Su Chongqing's mobile phone, although it was only a civilian map in the modern era, in terms of precision and accuracy, it was an incredible divine map in the Tang dynasty. After returning to Chang'an, Li Wangyu took some time to draw a new map of Huaxia and its surrounding areas. Because this map was prepared to be presented to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu made it quite large in order to shock everyone. Li Wangyu spent a lot of time transplanting the complete map of Asia onto a piece of white silk cloth that was more than 10 feet long and 5 feet wide. The reason why he did not draw a world map was because he was too lazy to explain so much to Pai Lupi. Otherwise, Pai Lupi and the others would inevitably become curious babies and keep asking him all kinds of questions, such as how far was North and South America, Europe, and Africa on the other side of the ocean, how to get there, and so on. As a lazy person, it was most important to not make trouble for himself. After drawing a huge map of Asia, Li Wangyu considerately asked Yang Liban to help draw mountains, rivers, cities, and other topography on it, according to the habits of the Tang people, so that this huge map would be more visually impactful. After seeing this map, Yang Liban immediately knelt down. He no longer had any doubts that Li Wangyu was the disciple of Dao Zhu. This kind of map could only be drawn by immortals looking down from the sky. How could other people draw it? After Yang Liban's drawing, the map of Asia became more three-dimensional and intuitive. When it slowly unfolded in front of the officials of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi and the others were suddenly shocked and froze on the spot. In the eyes of the officials of the Tang dynasty, this huge map unfolded in front of them was simply a miracle. Yang Liban had learned sketching from Li Wangyu, and he had also learned the focal perspective technique from Li Wangyu. Thus, the mountains and cities he drew were extremely three-dimensional. According to Li Wangyu's instructions, he drew colorful mountains, rivers, and cities with a very three-dimensional effect according to the direction of the mountains on the map. In the eyes of the people, this map was like looking down from the 9th heaven. This is my country. This is my Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi murmured. Fang Xianling, Zhongsun Wuji, Jiao Shilian, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others also looked at the huge map in front of them in a daze. Pai Lupi walked quickly to the huge map and pointed at a magnificent city in the middle of the map. He was very excited. Chang'an, this is Chang'an. Zio, did I say anything wrong? Li Wangyu bowed slightly. Uncle is wise. Yes, that is Chang'an. When he drew this map, he deliberately adjusted the position and drew Chang'an at the center of the map. Needless to say, this was to flatter Pai Lupi. Obviously, Li Wangyu's efforts were not in vain. Pai Lupi was very satisfied with this, and his fingers kept moving around on the map. This is Luoyang, this is Jiangju. This is Taiyuan Prefecture, and further up is Goguryeo. Zio, is this the terrain of Goguryeo? Yes, it is. Zio, what is the meaning of the scale marked on this map? Fang Xianling asked curiously. Master Fang, this scale refers to the ratio of the length of this line to the actual length. The scale of this map is 1 to 100,000. In other words, you can use a ruler to measure the distance between two places on the map, and multiply it by 100,000 to get the actual distance between the two places. Li Wangyo's map was quite large, so the scale was also very large. A centimeter of distance on the map was equivalent to 100,000 centimeters in reality, which was 1,000 meters. Li Wangyo's explanation made everyone more and more shocked. Zio, do you mean that this map is exactly the same as the world? You can calculate the distance between two places from the map. How is this possible? Gao Shilian immediately shook his head. Gao Shilian was not the only one who did not believe this. None of the emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty believed this. After all, the maps of Huaxia since ancient times were not so accurate. Li Wangyo's map was really shocking to everyone, as if there were thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in front of them. But to say that just by measuring with a ruler on the map, the distance between two places could be determined was a bit of a fantasy. If Master Gao doesn't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Li Wangyu smiled slyly. Gao Shilian had not been in Chang'an for a long time, so he did not know that Li Wangyu was now known as the god of gamblers in Chang'an. Even an old hoodlum like Cheng Yaojin would not dare to accept the bet when he heard Li Wangyu say something like make a bet. Who asked this guy to never lose a bet? No matter how unbelievable the bet was, no matter how optimistic it was, the final winner would always be Li Wangyu. Therefore, whether it was Pai Lupi or Cheng Yaojin, they would definitely not make any bets with him now. Gao Shilian was about to nod when he saw Pai Lupi glaring at Li Wangyu. Zio, are you even going to play with my uncle? Hurry up and tell me clearly. Is your map really so accurate? How is this possible? Li Wangyu saw that his evil plan did not succeed, so he could only smile and continue to explain. Uncle, all of you, this map is really accurate. Although I dare not say that it is exactly the same as the actual terrain, it is still very accurate. As long as you know how to use the scale, you will be able to easily measure the distance between different places. Although Cheng Yaojin did not dare to bet with Li Wangyu, he still did not believe his words. Bastard, I really don't believe it. Zio, use this map to calculate the distance between Chang'an and Taiyuan Prefecture for this old man. Let me see if your calculation is correct. Li Wangyu smiled as he took out a ruler and measured on the map. Uncle Cheng, the distance between Chang'an and Taiyuan Prefecture is 1,000 li in a straight line. The actual distance is about 1,400 li. Is my calculation correct? When Li Wangyu was drawing the map, he naturally did not know the actual direction of the official roads of the Tang dynasty. However, for thousands of years, the official roads and the main provincial roads of later generations were mostly the same. The roads in the map he drew were drawn according to the provincial roads and national roads of later generations. As for the highways, there was naturally no need to consider them. As long as the official roads of the Tang dynasty were not too different from the provincial roads and national roads of later generations, the distance was basically 80 to 90%. Sure enough, after he said this number, Cheng Yaojin, Pai Lupi, and the others were really a little dumbfounded. There is a reason why the recent updates are not good. A few days ago, after the royalties were sent out, I was shocked to find that last month's royalties were directly cut in half. Sigh, the winter of online literature is indeed true. Although Larolong doesn't rely on royalties to live, this insignificant amount of royalties really doesn't make one feel proud. But this book shouldn't be incomplete or incomplete. Larolong will continue to write seriously, just a little slower. Everyone, please don't blame me for this. Finally, I wish everyone good health during the Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 954. Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others naturally knew the distance from Chang'an to Taiyuan Prefecture, but they didn't expect Li Wangyu to be able to accurately estimate the distance just by measuring it with a ruler. Although Li Wangyu had made a simple measurement based on the provincial and national roads of the future, and it might not be very accurate, the distance that the great Tang sovereign and his subjects knew was only a vague number. It was around 1,400 li. After all, even the Tang dynasty couldn't measure the exact length of the official roads in detail. Damn it, such an accurate map, it's like looking down on the earth from the 9 heavens. Zio, was this map passed down by the Tao ancestor? I don't think anyone other than the gods and Buddhas in the heavens can draw such a map. Cheng Yaojin's words made Pai Lupi and the others nod in agreement. Li Wangyu inwardly laughed, but he nodded without hesitation. The old hoodlum's words weren't wrong. This map was drawn from the remote sensing satellites of later generations. Saying that gods looked down on the earth from the 9 heavens wasn't a lie. After learning that this map was passed down by the Tao ancestor, everyone gasped in amazement. Pai Lupi's eyes almost glowed as he looked at the map. After gasping in amazement, everyone became even more interested in this huge map. Pai Lupi and the others ordered someone to bring a ruler, and they imitated Li Wangyu's method, personally measuring the dimensions on the map. Hiss. Zio, is this map really correct? This old man measured that the distance from Chang'an to Pyongyang, the capital of Goguryeo, is actually more than 4,000 li? Gao Shilian's face was full of disbelief. He only knew that the distance to attack Goguryeo was very far, but he didn't expect it to be this far. Even if this map was passed down by the Tao ancestor, this number was enough to shock Gao Shilian and the others. When they thought about how the Tang army had to maintain the supply of food for the 4,000 li journey, the officials of the Tang dynasty felt their scalps go numb. After all, in an era where there were no planes, trains, or cars, just traveling 4,000 kilometers was an extremely long journey. Not to mention, there was also the need to maintain the rations of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Just the thought of people eating and horses eating was terrifying. Pai Lupi stared at the map in the direction of Pyongyang in silence. After a long while, he looked away and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, since you said that Goguryeo is nothing to fear, then in your opinion, what is the greatest threat to the Tang dynasty? Fang Xianling, Cheng Yaojin, and the others all looked at Li Wangyu, waiting for his answer. Li Wangyu walked up to the map and coughed softly. Uncle, gentlemen, you may not be aware of this, but there is only one opponent in the vicinity of the Tang dynasty that we need to be extra vigilant against, and that is, with Chang'an as the starting point. His finger kept moving westward until it reached the western part of Izhou. Then, he pointed twice at the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Tubo. That is the real threat to the Tang dynasty. On the map, Li Wangyu asked Yang Liban to draw the towering terrain of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau very conspicuously. The Yellow Plateau and the Sichuan Basin on the side formed a sharp contrast. Tubo. Where is that? Pai Lupi asked curiously. Fang Xianling, Cheng Yaojin, and the others were also puzzled. They did not understand what Li Wangyu meant. Obviously, they did not even know what Tubo was. Tubo was the first regime in the Qinghai Tibet Plateau that was clearly recorded in history, and Songtsen Gampo was the founder of Tubo. In history, the Tang dynasty did not know the existence of Tubo until the 9th year of Zhengguan, when Li Jing led the army to attack Tu Yuhun. Now that it was the 4th year of Zhengguan, it was normal that the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty did not know the existence of Tubo. Li Wangyu explained, Uncle, gentlemen, look. West of Izhou is the highest plateau in the world. Yes, Master called it the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Qinghai Tibet Plateau? Zio, what is a plateau? Can you explain it to me in detail? Li Wangyu pointed at the map. Uncle, the so-called plateau refers to this vast area. It is far higher than other places, like the stage in the theater of the Tang dynasty. He walked to the side of the table, picked up a teacup, and placed it on top of the table. Uncle, gentlemen, if the land under our feet is this table, then the Qinghai Tibet Plateau would be like this teacup, far higher than the land under our feet. Such an intuitive explanation made Pai Lupi and the others nod their heads. They were all amazed by nature's uncanny workmanship. Li Wangyu continued to explain, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, according to Master, has an average height of about 3,000 to 5,000 meters. If it is calculated by Huarin's Mount Hua, it is about 1.5 to 2 Mount Hua. His words immediately caused the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty to exclaim, "Zio, is there really such a high place in the world? Damn it, I have climbed Mount Hua, and I already felt that it was too high to reach. If it is to Mount Hua, isn't it almost to the sky? How is that possible? If it is so high, is it still in the mortal world?" Obviously, in everyone's eyes, this height was almost to the sky. This was also normal. According to Chinese legends, the Queen Mother lived on Mount Kunlun. And Mount Kunlun was at the edge of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Therefore, in the eyes of the ancient people, it was not surprising that it was the place where immortals lived. Li Wangyu smiled. Master told me that he called the Qinghai Tibet Plateau the roof of the world, the highest place in the world. According to Master, the tallest mountain is as tall as 4 Huashan mountains, stacked on top of each other. He was not exaggerating. Mount Everest was more than 8,800 meters high. 4 Mount Hua stacked together was about the same height. But these words were like a fairy tale in everyone's ears. It was unbelievable, and it caused another round of exclamations. Fortunately, everyone was now convinced that Dao Zhu was really Li Wangyu's master. Therefore, although these words were hard to accept, no one doubted its authenticity. "Zio, do you mean that the dynasty you called Tubo is on this plateau?" Pai Lupi asked. "Yes, that's right. Then what's so special about Tubo that it can become a thorn in the side of the Tang dynasty?" Pai Lupi asked, puzzled. The reason why Li Wangyu introduced Tubo to the Tang dynasty so seriously was because in history, the only opponent that the great Tang dynasty could not deal with was Tubo. Even someone as strong as Pai Lupi could only marry a princess to maintain a temporary peace. In history, even the Chang and of the Tang dynasty was captured by Tubo twice. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, Tubo captured the Tang dynasty's 18 prefectures in the western region, forcing the Tang dynasty to give up the 4 towns of Anxi. In the 3rd year of the Tang dynasty's reign, the famous general Xue Rengui suffered a defeat in the Battle of Dafei River. The Tang army was ambushed by Tubo and suffered heavy casualties. During the Enlushan rebellion, Tubo occupied Chang'an for half a month. Although they were later chased out of Chang and by Guizi, most of the southwest border of the Tang dynasty was occupied by Tubo. It could be said that Tubo was almost invincible against the Tang dynasty because of the geographical advantage of the plateau. The Tang dynasty could not do anything about it. Li Wangyu naturally did not want such a thing to happen again. Therefore, he used today's opportunity to introduce Tubo to Pai Lupi and the others. "Uncle, everyone, in my view, Tibet is a threat to Great Tang like a ferocious tiger by its side. Tubo is like a sharp blade on the back of the Tang dynasty. It can stab the Tang dynasty at any time." Pai Lupi frowned slightly when he heard this. Before he could reply, Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda beside him shouted, "How dare you? Do you think that the Tang dynasty is a pushover? What bullshit, Tufan? Could it be that they are stronger than the Turks? Zio, I don't believe your words. Don't worry, your majesty. If Tubo dares to offend the heavens, I will crush its balls." Li Wangyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuqi, if Tubo is so easy to deal with, I wouldn't say that it's a thorn in the side of the Tang dynasty." Chapter 955. Cheng Yaojin said with disdain, "How hard can it be to deal with Tubo? Can they be stronger than the Turks?" "Zio, don't lie to me. Uncle Cheng, in terms of fighting strength, Tubo is naturally weaker than the Turks, much less the cavalry of the Tang dynasty." Li Wangyu replied. Strictly speaking, Tubo's fighting strength was weaker than the Tang army. In history, the first war between Tubo and the Tang dynasty was in the autumn of the 12th year of Zhongguan. After Tubo annexed Tuyuhun, the Battle of Songju broke out in Songju. The main force of the Tang army, Hu Junji, had yet to make a move. As the vanguard of the Tang army, Niu Jindar had already defeated the Tubo army. Songtsen Gampo was afraid of the Tang army and led the Tubo army to retreat from Tuyuhun, Dongxiang, Beilanqiang and other places. After the war between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, the main problem for Tubo was that once they lost, they would immediately retreat to the plateau. The Tang army had attacked the Qinghai Tibet plateau 3 times, but they all failed due to altitude sickness and weather. As a result, Tubo could attack the Tang dynasty, and if they lost, they could only retreat to the plateau. On the other hand, the Tang dynasty couldn't attack Tubo. In history, there was only 1,000 days of being a thief, but not 1,000 days of guarding against a thief. Thus, it was normal for the Tang dynasty to suffer losses from Tubo. Pai Lupi and the others naturally didn't understand this situation. Cheng Yarojin asked in confusion, since that bullshit Tubo can't defeat the cavalry of the Tang dynasty, then why are you so worried? You said that Tubo is a threat to the Tang dynasty. Are you playing with us? Li Wangyu was speechless. He could only point at the plateau on the map and explain, Uncle Cheng, did you forget? I said before that the Qinghai Tibet Plateau where Tubo is located has a height of 3,000 meters. Yes, so what? Cheng Yarojin still didn't understand. Uncle Cheng, do you know about miasma? The miasma that Li Wangyu mentioned was actually altitude sickness. As early as the Han Dynasty, China had already realized the existence of altitude sickness and called it miasma or miasma. Due to the humid and hot environment of the southern jungles, the poisonous gases produced by the decay of plants and animals were also known as miasma. Although the names were the same, in the mouth of the medical school, the diseases corresponding to the miasma in different regions were different. Cheng Yarojin and the others were slightly taken aback. Zio, do you mean that there is miasma on the plateau? Li Wangyu nodded affirmatively. To be precise, it should be called altitude sickness. This is also the knowledge that Master taught me. Pai Lupi asked, Zio, tell me in detail. What does altitude sickness mean? Uncle, you've seen the Academy's hemispherical experiment that I did today. You should be able to understand what I said before. The air is not empty. Pai Lupi nodded, that's right. We now understand this point. I still remember that you said in the Taiji Palace that the air is mainly composed of oxygen and oxygen is the source of our life. Li Wangyu admired Pai Lupi's good memory. Previously, he had explained it in front of the officials. He was not in a hurry to answer Pai Lupi's question. Instead, he ordered the old butler, Li Heng, to bring a crystal cup. In the Hangzhou Museum of the later generations, there was an exhibit that many tourists thought that the museum had made a mistake and had used a modern glass cup as an exhibit. In fact, the cup that looked exactly like a modern glass cup was a crystal cup from the Warring States period. Since the Warring States period could artificially make crystal cups, the Tang dynasty could naturally do the same. The crystal cup in Li Wangyu's residence was made according to the shape of the glass cup in the later generations. He took out a match, lit a candle, and placed it on the table. Then, he turned the transparent crystal cup upside down. Uncle, everyone, the oxygen in the air is the source of our life. This candle also needs oxygen to burn. If the oxygen in the cup is used up, the candle will go out by itself. Following Li Wangyu's words, the candle flame in the crystal cup flickered a few times and then went out by itself. This was a very simple combustion experiment, but Pai Lupi and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Cheng Yarojin couldn't wait to pick up the crystal cup, relight the candle, and turn the crystal cup upside down again. Dozens of seconds later, the candle quietly went out again. Damn it, there's actually such a thing. Cheng Yarojin subconsciously opened his mouth and took a few deep breaths, afraid that he would die from lack of oxygen. He turned his head and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, this oxygen is really magical. But what does this have to do with the altitude sickness you mentioned just now? Li Wangyu said with a smile, Uncle Cheng, I'm afraid you don't know that the distribution of oxygen in the air is also different. The higher the altitude, the thinner the oxygen. When we reach an extremely high altitude, we can't even breathe with our mortal bodies, and we can lose our lives in a moment. The biggest problem of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, other than its high altitude, is that the oxygen is very thin. If ordinary people enter the plateau, they will suffer from headaches, fatigue, palpitations, shortness of breath, and other symptoms due to the thin oxygen. In serious cases, they might even lose their lives. He smiled and looked at Cheng Yarojin. If Uncle Cheng goes to the plateau, I'm afraid you will be short of breath and weak. You won't be able to use even 20% of your strength. How can you fight against the Tubo people in such a situation? Pai Lupi and the others couldn't help but look at each other when they heard such a strange story. Fang Xianling couldn't help but frown and ask, Zio, aren't those Tubo people afraid of altitude sickness? Li Wangyu nodded, Master Fang, the Tubo people have lived on the plateau since childhood and are already used to it. Although they will also be affected by altitude sickness, the effect is much smaller. Therefore, if Tubo and the Tang dynasty go to war, even if they lose, they can just retreat to the plateau. We can't do anything to them at all. In this way, Tubo is already in an invincible position. Pai Lupi's face was also very gloomy. Zio, if it's really as you said, then Tubo is really a big problem for me. Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, Zhongsun Wuji, and the other big shots also nodded. Just thinking about such a potential enemy made them feel very uncomfortable. Relying on their geographical advantage, only Tubo could attack the Tang dynasty, but the Tang dynasty couldn't attack Tubo's hinterland. In this way, wouldn't the Tubo army come and go as they please? Even if they couldn't win, they could retreat to the plateau to recuperate and lick their wounds. The Tang dynasty was passively attacked, so they could only invest a lot of manpower and resources to defend the border. Looking at the map, Pai Lupi and the others felt their hearts tighten. Next to Tubo was Izhou, where the Tang dynasty was rich. Once Tubo attacked the Tang dynasty, the first to suffer would be Izhou. After all, Gao Shilian had been the governor of Izhou for many years, so he was naturally anxious when he saw such a situation. Your Majesty, if it's really as Zio said, we must guard against Tubo. That's right, how can we allow others to sleep beside our bed? If we don't get rid of Tubo, wouldn't our Tang dynasty be like a fishbone stuck in our throat? Your Majesty, this is no small matter. The few big shots couldn't help but feel a little anxious, so they all advised Pai Lupi. However, Cheng Yaojin suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly, which attracted everyone's attention. They didn't understand why this old hoodlum went crazy again. Chapter 956. Cheng Yaojin's laughter surprised Pai Lupi and the rest. Wahahaha, Your Majesty, everyone, why are you all racking your brains? Since Zio knows so much about Tibet, are you afraid that he doesn't have a way to deal with altitude sickness? Zio, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us. Cheng Yaojin's words stunned Pai Lupi and the rest. They then nodded in agreement. Since Li Wangyou's teacher was a Dao ancestor, there was nothing to worry about. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Wangyou smiled and touched his nose. Uncle, everyone, actually there is no special medicine for altitude sickness. If the army wants to fight on the plateau, there is only one way, and that is to adapt. Although roseroot could prevent altitude sickness, for an army of hundreds of thousands, it was impossible to supply so much medicine. As such, the only solution was to build a training base on the plateau and let the Tang army slowly adapt to altitude sickness. Pai Lupi asked, Zio, tell us in detail how to adapt. Uncle, because of the geography of the plateau, the oxygen content in the air is low. This is something that even teacher can't change. Therefore, if the army wants to fight on the plateau, they can only slowly adapt to the climate. Normally speaking, after 3 months of adaptation, the army would be able to get used to the altitude sickness. Although they will still have shortness of breath and heart palpitations during intense exercise, compared to the Tibetans, the difference won't be too big. Pai Lupi frowned again. Zio, I understand your method, but where can the Tang dynasty find a plateau for the soldiers to adapt to? Li Wangyu smiled and pointed at the map. Uncle, Tuyuhun is the best place to train the soldiers. Tuyuhun is located at the edge of the Tibetan plateau, and many areas are already part of the plateau. In the future, when Uncle sends the army to attack Tuyuhun and take it into your territory, you can train the soldiers here. In the future, it will be easy for you to kill your way into the Tibetan plateau from Tuyuhun. In history, after Tuyuhun was defeated by the Tang dynasty, it was taken advantage of by Tibet, which allowed Tibet to annex Tuyuhun. Li Wangyu was well aware of history, so he naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the other leaders immediately gathered in front of the map and carefully studied the terrain of Tuyuhun. They had already begun to think about how to annex this land. Li Wangyu continued, Uncle, gentlemen, attacking the plateau, there are still 2 difficulties. One is the temperature, and the other is the difficulty in supplying the army. Zio, tell me in detail. Uncle, everyone, have you heard of the saying, it's lonely at the top? Pai Lupi and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Li Wangyou's question was, of course, nonsense. This question came from Su Dongpa's Shiraijiao Gatu. Li Wangyou hadn't had the time to copy this poem, so Pai Lupi and the others naturally hadn't heard of it. Uncle, all of you, have you ascended to a high place and looked into the distance? Do you feel cold at the top of the mountain? That's right, that's true. Everyone still didn't understand what Li Wangyou was trying to say. Actually, the higher the altitude, the colder it will be. Master said that if the altitude is 1,000 meters, it will be a lot colder. Li Wangyou said until here, but he didn't know how to explain. For every 1,000 meters above sea level, the temperature will drop by 6 degrees. The Qinghai Tibet Plateau was 3,000 to 5,000 meters above sea level, and the temperature was 10 to 20 degrees lower than Chang'an. However, since ancient times, China didn't have the concept of temperature. They only used cold, cool, warm, hot, and hot to express the difference in temperature. He wanted to introduce the temperature to everyone, but without a thermometer, it was too difficult to explain the temperature. And to make a thermometer, he needed glass. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyou still couldn't think of a way to express the temperature. He could only scratch his head and continue, let's put it this way. If it's summer in Chang'an, it will be like early spring on the plateau. If it's winter, the plateau will be abnormally cold, no different from the winter in Liaodong. Oh, there's such a thing. If that's the case, then it will be troublesome. Pai Lupi and the others heard this and frowned again. They had been on the battlefield for a long time, so they naturally knew how troublesome it was for an army to fight in winter. Especially in the beginning of the Tang dynasty, where methods to resist the cold were relatively lacking. Uncle, everyone, it's not difficult to solve the problem of resisting the cold. Just fill the clothes with cotton and make cotton-padded jackets. When Pai Lupi and the others heard this, they were once again dumbfounded. Gao Shulian couldn't help but shake his head. Zio, are you muddled? Jackets are so expensive, how can the army afford them? Pai Lupi and the others also nodded, feeling that Li Wangyou's words were truly ignorant and didn't know the cost of daily necessities. Everyone's reaction was naturally within Li Wangyou's expectations. In history, although cotton had appeared long ago, it wasn't popularized in China until the Ming dynasty. Even until the late Tang dynasty, cotton was still a rare flower in the gardens of many rich families in the north. Naturally, there was cotton in the beginning of the Tang dynasty, and it was even used as a tribute to the imperial court. However, because it was rare, it wasn't easy to weave, and the price of cotton was quite expensive. For example, when Su Changqing first met Empress Zhongsun in a clothing store and recommended cotton clothes, the price wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. If the Tang dynasty wore cotton-padded jackets, it would be much cooler than wearing mink. As such, Pai Lupi and the others felt that Li Wangyou's words were unreliable. Li Wangyou laughed and walked in front of the map again. He pointed in the direction of the western region and said, Uncle, although the Tang dynasty doesn't produce cotton, the western region is very suitable for cotton planting. As long as we take Gaochang, Chotzi, and the other countries into our pockets, we can promote cotton planting. After a few years, cotton won't be a rare thing anymore and can be used to supply the needs of the army. As long as the Tang army is equipped with enough cotton-padded jackets, whether Uncle wants to attack Liaodong or Tufan, the cold winter won't be a problem. This is why I dared to say that I can solve the problem of resisting the cold in winter. The more Li Wangyou spoke, the more excited he became. It felt like he was playing a strategy game in the future. Uncle, the strategy that I've set for the Tang dynasty is to take down the western region first. After taking down the countries in the western region, we'll use several years to manage the western region and plant cotton in large quantities. After that, we'll attack Tuyuhun and train the troops here to prepare for the attack. As for Goguryeo, there's even less to fear. As long as Uncle is willing, once we can equip the army with cotton-padded jackets, we can attack Liaodong at any time to avenge our China disciple. In addition, Uncle can send out spies to infiltrate Goguryeo, Tufan, and the other places. Understand the climate, geography, and cities of Tufan and the other places in detail. This will pave the way for the army to attack in the future. As for the problem of the army's supplies, I've also learned some methods to make military rations that can be eaten by the army. These rations can be preserved for a long time and are delicious. It's the most suitable to be used to satisfy hunger. Li Wangyu was so excited that he poured out everything that he knew and thought in his heart, like pouring beans out of a bucket. When this long speech landed in the ears of Pai Lupi and the others, it was deafening. It was like a series of explosions in their ears, making them feel dizzy. After a long while, Pai Lupi suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. Good. Good. Zio really has the ability to govern the country. This strategy is very much in line with my intentions. I'm really lucky to have Zio's help. Xianling, write an imperial edict. I'll give Li Wangyu the title of Duke of Fufeng. Chapter 957. Pai Lupi's words stunned everyone. Commandery Prince. Li Wangyu's face was filled with astonishment. Li this stingy guy, was so generous. He was going to make him a prince. Could he be a bachelor in the future? Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and others looked at each other and were surprised. Fang Xianling and the others did not doubt it. With Li Wangyu's ability and achievements, it was not surprising that he was conferred the title of duke. But the point was that only members of the imperial family could be granted the title of prince and commandery prince. After Li Wangyu was removed from the genealogy by the Li clan in Huxian, even the Zhongzheng temple removed the names of Li Wangyu and his father, Li Ju, from the genealogy of the imperial family. Of course, in the Middle and Late Tang dynasty, not only members of the imperial family could be granted the title of commandery prince, but also ministers and jidushi could be granted the title of commandery prince. In the Late Tang dynasty and the Five Dynasties, there were many commandery princes with different surnames. But now it was the beginning of the Tang dynasty. It was somewhat against the rules for non-members of the imperial family to be granted the title of commandery prince. As for Li Wangyu, there was a reason why Pai Lupi had not ordered the Zhongzheng temple to register him as a member of the imperial family. The main reason was that Li was still thinking about marrying his eldest daughter, Changle, to someone of a lower status. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu called him uncle, Pai Lupi did not order the Zhongzheng temple to restore Li Wangyu's status as a member of the imperial family. Fang Xianling was stunned and asked with a little hesitation, Your Majesty, should we inform the Zhongzheng temple to restore Zio and eunuch Li's status as members of the imperial family before granting the title? Pai Lupi was a little confused and did not seem to understand why Fang Xianling said so. Why should I restore Zio's status as a member of the imperial family when I grant him the title of founding commandery prince? Founding commandery prince? Everyone, including Li Wangyu, was dumbfounded. They looked at Pai Lupi speechlessly, trying to figure out what he was talking about. Fang Xianling was also at a loss. She could only take a deep breath and confirm with Pai Lupi, Your Majesty, did you just say that Zio was conferred the title of Duke of Fufeng? Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the strange expressions of Li Wangyu and the others and suddenly clapped his hands. Haha, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. I want to confer Zio the title of Prefectural Duke of Fufeng, not Prefectural King. His words made Fang Xianling and the others slightly relieved, but Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. F***ck, he was happy for nothing. He was just teasing him. Pai Lupi, aren't you embarrassed? Don't you know what it means to be a gentleman? How could it be called a slip of the tongue when he was directly promoted from commandery prince to commandery duke? Slip of the tongue, my ass. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't really care about the title of duke. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death by Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi was so happy that he blurted out the wrong thing and mistook a prefectural duke for a prefectural king. Now that he realized it, even if Pai Lupi was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush. He quickly coughed and tried to make up for it. Zio has worked hard and made great contributions. He will be conferred the title of Prefectural Duke of Fufeng and 2,000 household. The title of Prefectural Duke of the Tang dynasty and 2,000 households was just an empty title. Normally, the number of Prefectural Duke titles didn't exceed 800 households. Because of the slip of the tongue, Pai Lupi wanted to make it up to Li Wangyu, so he decided to convert all the empty titles into real ones. Li Wangyu's prefectural duke title, Fufeng, was from the Fufeng prefecture of the Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period. The title of prefectural duke naturally had to be given in the name of the prefecture. It couldn't be given in the name of the county like before. As such, Li Wangyu couldn't continue using the Hu County title that he had used since the founding of the country. The titles of duke and prefectural duke in the Tang dynasty all used the names of the prefectures before the Tang dynasty. Fufeng Prefecture was actually a part of the capital during the Han dynasty, and Hu County was under its jurisdiction. Needless to say, Pai Lupi wanted to give Hu County to Li Wangyu as his land. Hu County was a middle county, and 2,000 households was pretty much all the people under it. Pai Lupi gave Li Wangyu 2,000 households. In other words, Hu County was now Li Wangyu's land. Yang Quan, the former county magistrate of Hu County, had been promoted. He replaced Chang and County Magistrate Kui Zhuo and was given the title of Chang and County Magistrate by Pai Lupi. The county magistrate who took over his position had an easier time. He didn't have to do the most tedious work of collecting taxes. The taxes and labor of the people of Hu County would all belong to Li Wangyu. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't care about the taxes and labor of the people of Hu County. At the very least, after Dingju village became his land, he hadn't collected a single cent of taxes. For Li Wangyu, it was naturally a good thing that Pai Lupi gave him his title again. Not only did he get his title back, but he was also promoted, going from county magistrate to prefecture duke. At least he didn't have to feel like he had lost face. After all, his beautiful boss was a female marquis. If he was just a commoner, it wouldn't be nice. On the other hand, when the officials from the Ministry of Works found out about this, they would probably curse him in their hearts. The officials from the Ministry of Works would have to trouble them one more time to replace the county magistrate's gate with the prefecture duke's gate. Fang Xianling and the others all congratulated Li Wangyu. When Su Changqing found out about this, she was quite indifferent. She was the same as Li Wangyu, she didn't care about her title as much. When the old butler Li Heng and the others found out that their Longjuan's title was back and that he was promoted to prefecture duke, they were so happy that their mouths almost reached their ears. Your Majesty, everyone, what a coincidence today. A Jian ox accidentally fell to its death in the manor. The old slave has already ordered people to report it to the county magistrate of Hu County. Is there any dish that Your Majesty and everyone would like to eat? The old slave can go and prepare dinner. Li Wangyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he listened. This Li Heng was simply drawing legs on a snake. Who didn't know how the bull died? Did he even need to mention it? Wasn't he just burying his head in the sand? Everyone, including Pai Lupi, felt a bit uncomfortable with Li Heng's words. After all, not everyone was as thick-skinned as Cheng Yaojin. Cough, since that's the case, then everyone will have a sumptuous meal with me at Zio Manor. Li Heng, go and make the arrangements. Pai Lupi coughed lightly and sent Li Heng away. On the other hand, Cheng Yaojin didn't care about Firis and instructed the old butler Li Heng, don't forget the dish of stewed beef with potato. Also, marinate a dozen catties of beef and cut it to go with the wine. Yes, the old slave understands. Li Heng smiled and bowed to Cheng Yaojin before going to prepare the meal. Li Wangyu was also speechless at Cheng Yaojin's shamelessness, but he was already used to it. Even Pai Lupi and the others pretended not to hear Cheng Yaojin's words. Empress Zhongsun and the others were naturally received by Su Changqing, so there was no need for Li Wangyu to worry about it. After the meal was prepared, Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi and the others to the dining hall to eat. Due to Li Wangyu's ingenious strategy today, Pai Lupi and the others were all in a good mood. During the meal, there were many toasts, and the atmosphere was very lively. After 3 rounds of wine, Pai Lupi suddenly recalled that Li Wangyu had advised him not to use gunpowder for the time being after everyone had seen the power of the sky tremor grenades. Thus, he couldn't help but ask, Zio, why did you advise us not to use the sky tremor grenades for the time being? Only then did Li Wangyu recall that he was too engrossed in the conversation and forgot to explain this matter. Thus, he hurriedly said, Uncle, everyone, The reason why I brought up this matter is for Gugurio and Tufan. Chapter 958. Li Wangyu hoped that Pai Lupi would keep the explosives a secret. The reason was simple. He hoped that when they attacked Tibet and Gugurio in the future, the explosives could be used as a secret weapon to shock the enemy. Be it Gugurio or Tibet, they had no chance of winning in a field battle against the Tang army. In history, be it the Sui dynasty's 3 invasions of Gugurio or Pai Lupi's personal invasion of Gugurio in the 19th year of Zhengguan, they were all given a headache by the various cities of Gugurio. Tibet on the highlands was in the same situation. Due to geographical reasons, it was even harder to take down. In history, a small stone castle city had caused the Tang dynasty to suffer heavy casualties. However, if they relied on the explosives and the flying lightning cannons, they could blow up the city walls in an instant. Furthermore, Li Wangyu was sure that when faced with the explosives, no matter how fierce or fearless the Gugurio or Tibet soldiers were, they might not be much stronger than ordinary people. With that, the Tang army would be able to take down Gugurio and Tibet with the smallest price. Wouldn't that be perfect? Furthermore, in history, the Tang dynasty had wars with Tu Yuhan, East and West Turks, Gaochang, Kucha, Dongxiang, Huehe, Gugurio, Tibet, Beech, Silla, Khitan, Greater and Lesser Bela, Nanzhao, and the like. However, in Li Wangyu's eyes, only Tibet and Gugurio were worthy of the Tang dynasty using explosives. Hence, he decided to keep the explosives a secret for now. When they attacked Tibet and Gugurio, they would strike like lightning. The reason that Li Wangyu gave was something that Pai Lupi and the rest agreed with. Gao Shilian, in particular, had personally witnessed the power of explosives against the enemy. Zhong Feiying, who could hold back 10,000 men, was instantly taken down by the Tang dynasty's troops because of a dozen sky tremors grenades. Naturally, such a godly weapon could not be used easily. The strategy that Li Wangyu gave was something that Pai Lupi and the rest agreed with. As everyone toasted each other, they decided to first take down the western regions and Tu Yuhan before attacking Tubo and Gugurio. If everything went smoothly, Li Wangyu estimated that in 10 to 15 years, this world would have an unprecedentedly powerful empire. Its territory was so vast that probably only the Mongol Empire could compare to it. After talking about official business, Pai Lupi was so happy that he drank to his heart's content. In the end, he got drunk. Served by Empress Zhongsun, concubine Yang, and the others, he returned to Chang'an with a group of dukes who were also drunk. The conspiracy between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi was naturally not known to outsiders. However, a hemispherical experiment of the academy set off a storm in Chang'an. There were thousands of people who witnessed the hemispherical experiment, including many officials and famous scholars. Through their mouths, the contents of the hemispherical experiment naturally spread to every corner of Chang'an city at the speed of light. Although the people did not understand the significance of the hemispherical experiment, they understood that the air was not empty and the pressure was quite great. Whether they understood the atmospheric pressure or not had nothing to do with the lives of the people. Even if they knew about it, they would still live their lives as usual and would not be affected at all. However, this did not stop the burning desire of the millions of people in Chang'an city from gossiping. If there was a Weibo in the Tang dynasty, the recent trending list of the Tang dynasty would probably be like this. 1. The Daoist ancestor's personal disciple appears too. The hemispherical experiment of the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty 3. The atmospheric pressure really exists 4. His Majesty conferred the title of Prefectural Duke of Fufeng 5. A citizen of Chang and committed suicide out of fear of being killed by atmospheric pressure 6. Li Zio, Prefectural Duke of Fufeng. In short, Li Wangyu was now a phenomenal figure who dominated the list with absolute popularity. Naturally, these disturbances had no effect on Li Wangyu, who was hiding in Dingju village and living a leisurely life. The only small trouble was that several Taoist masters, for various purposes, had knelt down in front of Li Wangyu in public and called him Grandmaster. However, they had fooled the King of Medicine, Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao's heart toward Taoism was quite firm. Otherwise, he would not have flatly refused when Pai Lupi wanted to confer him the title of nobility. Knowing that his neighbor was the core disciple of the Taoist master in the mortal world, The old Taoist immediately came to him and respectfully greeted Li Wangyu, calling him Grandmaster. This naturally caused Li Wangyu's face to turn red from embarrassment. After much persuasion and Su Changqing's persuasion, the old Daoist finally stopped. But even so, at least dozens of Taoist temples in Chang'an City, big and small, really worshipped Li Wangyu as their grandmaster. In the future, they would cause him a lot of trouble. Let's not talk about this for now. Another small trouble was Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys. This group of gossipy men, taking the opportunity to congratulate Li Wangyu on his promotion to the Duke of the founding county, all came to Dingju village and pestered Li Wangyu, insisting that Li Wangyu teach them some knowledge that others did not understand. Li Wangyu naturally knew that this group of bastards were so diligent, of course, not because they loved learning. He was sure that this group of bastards wanted to learn something from him, so that when they went to the Ping Kang Square or the Hu People's wine shop to drink with prostitutes, they could brag and show off to those young ladies. Speaking of which, when he taught the playboys to mix vinegar and soda to produce carbon dioxide, it was an experiment that could show off. But even the most unreliable Cheng Chumo knew that this matter could not be taken as a joke. Otherwise, if this spread out, it was hard to guarantee that the people of the Zhon religion would not associate it with the holy fire of the Zhon temple altar that extinguished itself for no reason. Although everyone was sure that even if Zhon religion's Sabao Milaman knew that they were the ones who did it, he would not say anything. After all, now in the Zhon temple of Li Quan Square in Chang'an City, the purest holy fire of the sun was enshrined, so the Zhon religion did not suffer any losses. But this was related to the Zhon religion. If they could avoid this kind of trouble, why should they gamble? If any priest of the Zhon religion insisted on arguing with them, although they were not afraid, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, the playboys never told others about the glorious achievement that made them so proud. Even Fang Xianling and the others did not know about it. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at the playboys' pestering. Then, he reluctantly taught this group of bastards a few small experiments. Li Wangyu even taught the foppish young masters how to make muddy water clear and how to turn a cup upside down. He even taught the foppish young masters the colorful rope that Wen Zai had used to fool the elders of the Li family in Hu County. It was not easy to send the playboys away. Every few days, it was Li Wangyu's time to teach the students of the academy. But this day, before Li Wangyu left for the academy, he saw Xu Jingzong, who was sweating profusely, running into his mansion in a panic. "Duke, something happened." Chapter 959. Li Wangyu was taken aback by Xu Jingzong's sudden reaction and couldn't help but feel nervous. The academy was filled with 6 or 7-year-olds. If something happened to them, it would be disastrous. Furthermore, there were princes and princesses like Li Chengqian and Li Tai, as well as many children of officials and nobles in the court. It would not be a small matter if they were injured. Therefore, Li Wangyu had repeatedly told the professors and teaching assistants of the academy that safety was their top priority. For the safety of the academy, the guards outside the academy were elite soldiers that Li Wangyu had asked Pai Lupi to transfer from the Jinwu guards to be responsible for the safety of the academy. "Xu Jingzong, what happened?" Li Wangyu quickly asked. Xu Jingzong wiped his sweat and showed an excited and troubled expression. "Duke, many people came to the academy today. I do not know how to settle them down, so I came to ask for your advice." When Li Wangyu heard him say this, his heart, which had been in his throat due to nervousness, finally calmed down. He glared at Xu Jingzong in annoyance. Xu Jingzong can make arrangements for these things. As long as they do not disturb the order of the academy, they can visit as they wish. Do you have to make such a fuss? The academy was not open to the public, but it depended on who it was. Because there were many children of officials and nobles in the court, there were many students in the academy. Xu Jingzong naturally could not refuse these court colleagues. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu was unwilling, he could only turn a blind eye and allow the officials and nobles to visit the academy. Hearing that Xu Jingzong had rushed to his residence to talk about this, Li Wangyu became more and more unhappy. He could not help but complain that Xu Jingzong was an old bureaucrat and that his standards had dropped a lot recently. Hearing this, Xu Jingzong kept shaking his head. No, you have misunderstood me. However, there are nearly 1,000 people who came to the academy today. They are all famous scholars in Chang and high monks of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, as well as many court officials. That's why I'm worried about how to settle so many people. Li Wangyu asked curiously, what are they doing in the academy? Today isn't the day of recess, is it? Xu Jingzong smiled bitterly and said, My lord, everyone said that they came to the academy today to listen to my lord's lecture. If there were not many people, the class would be fine. After all, the Duke did not forbid outsiders from attending. However, Duke, you also know that the largest auditorium in the academy can only hold a little over 1,000 people. It is impossible to hold so many people. But I can't refuse them, nor can I ask the students of the academy to give up their seats for them. This lowly official is also in a dilemma, so I can only ask for your advice. When Li Wangyu heard Xu Jingzong's words, he was a little dumbfounded. More than 1,000 famous scholars, eminent monks, and government officials were coming to listen to him teach a group of children. Are they crazy? Li Wangyu thought that the so-called encyclopedia he taught was just a scientific lecture for the students of the academy to broaden their horizons. However, he did not know that since the Taoist and Buddhist sects failed to impeach him, and the Taoist eminent monks kowtowed and acknowledged him as their grandmaster, the news that Li Zio, the Duke of Fufeng, taught the knowledge of the Taoist ancestor in the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty immediately spread to Chang'an of Noda and the surrounding provinces and counties. A hemispheric experiment in the academy, coupled with the endorsement of several Taoist eminent monks, confirmed Li Wangyu's bragging that he was the core disciple of the Taoist ancestor. In this way, who would not want to listen to the knowledge of the world personally taught by the Taoist ancestor? Who would not want to learn? How could they miss such an opportunity to listen to the teachings of the Taoist ancestor's disciple? Therefore, as if they had discussed it beforehand, after inquiring about the time of Li Wangyu's lecture, they all rushed to the academy at the same time and asked Xu Jingzong to sit in on the lecture. Xu Jingzong was both happy and surprised. Unable to make a choice, he ran to Li Wangyu's mansion in a panic and asked Li Wangyu how to deal with this matter. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and said, Since you are willing to listen, then listen. But the auditorium of the academy can't accommodate so many people. Li Wangyu waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. I see that the aisle in the auditorium is quite spacious. Just order someone to move some futons in. It's not a big problem to squeeze in. When he said this, he thought of the catchphrase of the bus drivers in the future, Go back, squeeze in, it's still very spacious. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu could not help but laugh. Li Wangyu's words suddenly shocked Xu Jingzong so much that his eyeballs almost fell out. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. The auditorium of the academy was sketched by Li Wangyu himself and ordered the Ministry of Works to build it according to the drawings. The auditorium did not sit on the ground as was customary in the Tang dynasty. Instead, it was set up with more than 1,000 seats like the auditorium of the later generations. The front of the auditorium was low and the back high, similar to the lecture halls in the universities of the later generations. For the safety of the students, there were several arched aisles in the auditorium for people to enter and exit. They were all very spacious. If they really did as Li Wangyu said, they would be able to squeeze in another 1,000 people if they squeezed. However, the degree of crowding was not much different from the subway cars in the capital of Huaxia and Shanghai during the rush hour in the later generations. Not to mention the officials of the imperial court, even these famous scholars and eminent monks were treated as distinguished guests wherever they went. However, Li Wangyu was going to let all these people squeeze into a group and sit on the ground to listen to the lecture. It was the custom of the Tang dynasty to sit on the ground. This was normal. Even if the officials of the imperial court were in the Taiji Palace, they would still sit on the ground. However, the students of the academy were all sitting on the high back chairs. It was somewhat improper to let the officials sit on the ground. If this matter was spread out, the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty would really be famous. Xu Jingzong opened his mouth. He really wanted to persuade Li Wangyu to let the students of the academy sit on the ground and give their seats to the famous scholars. However, he did not dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, he would definitely be scolded by Li Wangyu. Moreover, the Crown Prince Li Chengqian and the others were also students of the academy. How could Xu Jingzong dare to let Li Chengqian and Li Tai sit on the ground? Anyway, Xu Jingzong did not have a way to solve this matter. Since Li Wangyu, the main character, had spoken, Xu Jingzong did not bother to argue anymore. He would just do as Li Wangyu said. Anyway, if the sky fell, the ground would catch it. He thought that the officials would not vent their anger on him, the vice dean of the academy. As for Li Wangyu, he did not care about the identities of those people. It did not matter if they were famous scholars or eminent monks. Since they were going to listen to the lecture, they would have to follow his rules. After all, his lecture was for the teachers and students of the academy. Naturally, there was no reason for them to give up their seats. Xu Jingzong followed Li Wangyu's instructions and went to make arrangements. Li Wangyu waited until it was almost time before he rode to the academy. However, when Li Wangyu stepped into the academy's auditorium, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Chapter 960. Looking at the dense crowd in the academy's auditorium, Li Wangyu, the initiator, was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that after more than 2,000 people squeezed into the academy's auditorium, it would be like this. It was as crowded as the train station during the spring festival. The originally spacious walkway was now filled with a dense mass of people. Xu Jingzong seriously carried out Li Wangyu's orders. Originally, Xu Jingzong was worried that these famous scholars and eminent monks would fly into a rage when they found out that the academy had arranged for them to sit on the aisle floor and cause a lot of trouble. But what Xu Jingzong did not expect was that more than 1,000 people did not object. They all obeyed the academy's arrangement and sat on the floor obediently without any complaints. In fact, Xu Jingzong was completely overthinking. These people were more worried that they would annoy Li Wangyu and not be able to listen to the knowledge passed down by the Taoist ancestor. Therefore, for them, even if they were to sit on the floor and listen to the lecture, it would be sweet as syrup. But the academy's students were a little surprised to see so many strangers suddenly appear. Fortunately, the academy's students had seen the world. Especially the second-year students, who had been with the Crown Prince Li Chengqian and others day and night. All of them had developed a big heart. A few days ago, the Academy's students had seen His Majesty with their own eyes during the Academy's hemispheric experiment. Even the best of the Academy's students had been cordially received by Pai Lupi, the Dean of the Academy. Therefore, in the face of these famous scholars, eminent monks, and many officials in Chang'an, the Academy's students did not show any fear. But after all, the Academy's students were only 6 or 7 years old. Even if the Academy's professors and teaching assistants had been maintaining order, they could not help but whisper to each other, making the Academy's auditorium unusually noisy. When Li Wangyu appeared on the podium of the Academy's auditorium, the noisy auditorium suddenly quieted down. Everyone stood up respectfully and bowed to Li Wangyu. Even those famous scholars and eminent monks with white hair and beards stood up respectfully like the teachers and students of the Academy. They bowed to Li Wangyu as a disciple, which made Li Wangyu feel a little uncomfortable. These great scholars, like the primary school students in the future, sat back on the futon on the floor very solemnly. They spread out pen and paper in front of them and listened carefully, ready to take notes at any time, which made Li Wangyu blush with shame. But to be honest, the feeling of being respected like this was actually quite satisfying. The man collected his thoughts, coughed lightly, and began today's lesson. The auditorium, which was filled with more than 2,000 people, suddenly became completely silent. Everyone was paying full attention and listening attentively. Students, in the previous lesson, we understood the composition of light. For this lesson, I'm going to teach you what temperature is, Li Wangyu said as he turned around and wrote the word temperature on the blackboard behind him. The reason why he was going to teach about temperature today was that a few days ago, he wanted to explain the temperature of the plateau to Pai Lupi, but he didn't know where to start. Since ancient times, the description of temperature in Huaxia was based on subjective words such as cold, cool, warm, hot, and scalding. It was too unscientific. He wanted to make a thermometer, but he couldn't cook without rice. Without glass, it was difficult to carve and polish a thermometer with crystals. Therefore, for Li Wangyu, a thermometer was just a resentment in his heart. Unexpectedly, the craftsman who he spent a lot of money to invite to bake glass brought great news a few days ago. According to Li Wangyu's instructions, they used quartz sand and added soda and lime to bake a transparent object, which looked like a crystal. After the craftsmen presented their results, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing were suddenly surprised. Glass. Li Wangyu dared to bet his head that if the fist-sized transparent irregular crystal in front of him wasn't glass, he would immediately bang his head against tofu and die. Su Changqing's face was also filled with excitement. He held the piece of glass that wasn't beautiful and had many bubbles mixed in it as he carefully sized it up. It was as if she was holding a valuable diamond in her hand. In fact, it wasn't wrong to call it a diamond. To be able to bake glass in the Tang dynasty, its value was even greater than that of a diamond mine. After Zhongqian emptied the western regions, glassware produced by the Roman Empire began to be introduced to the Central Plains in large quantities. It was a luxury item that the nobles scrambled for. Glassware that was introduced to the Central Plains through the Silk Road could be exchanged for the same weight of gold. But in this era, whether it was the Persians or the Roman Empire, the glass produced wasn't very pure and transparent. In Li Wangyu's residence, there were also imported glassware that had been given as gifts. In his and Su Changqing's picky eyes, this glass was still far from the glass of later generations. At most, it was between glass and colored glaze. Glass was difficult to bake in ancient times, mainly because the melting point of sand was too high. With today's technology, it was extremely difficult to achieve a melting point of 1600 degrees. But Li Wangyu knew that adding soda to the sand could lower the melting point to more than 800 degrees. However, the glass produced in this way was a one-off product and would dissolve in water. Therefore, lime had to be added to it. Only then would the glass produced be usable. Li Wangyu and Su Changqing had almost broken their heads and discussed with each other to dig out this knowledge from the various fragments of knowledge in their memories. Now that the craftsmen had really used this method to bake transparent and colorless glass, the two of them were naturally overjoyed. As for the glass-blowing technique, in fact, these craftsmen of the Tang dynasty knew how to bake colored glaze. There was no need for Li Wangyu to show off his shallow common sense. The glass-blowing technique was invented by the ancient Egyptians as early as 1000 BC. Later, the Romans learned this technique and spread it to the Central Plains along with Western glassware when it was introduced to China. Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed when he learned that the craftsmen even knew how to bake glass. He immediately ordered the craftsmen to bake some glass tubes for him to make a thermometer. There was a round sphere below the glass tubes. Mercury was poured into the glass tubes, and then the mouth of the tubes was sealed with liquid glass. The thermometer was then completed. As for measuring the temperature, it wasn't difficult to mark the temperature on the thermometer. The boiling water was 100 degrees, and the mixture of ice and water was 0 degrees. The middle was equally divided into 100 equal parts. A thermometer that wasn't standard, but was enough to measure the approximate temperature was completed. It was also because of the thermometer that Li Wangyu temporarily changed his plan and prepared to popularize the concept of temperature in advance in the Tang dynasty. Everyone, we all know that water has cold and heat, and the weather has hot and cold. But have you ever thought about why we can only use words like warm, hot, and cold to describe cold and heat when there are measurement units for length and weight? Everything should have a limit. Therefore, the Tao ancestor measured the degree of cold and heat and called it temperature. Today, what I want to teach you is temperature. Li Wangyu's words fell into the ears of the students of the academy, but they didn't think much of it. After all, they were still young and had shallow knowledge. They didn't understand the mystery. However, the famous scholars, Confucian scholars, high monks, and officials who were listening on the side trembled and couldn't help but straighten their backs even more. Chapter 961. Both the Rites of Ju and the Book of Rites had records of the system of measurement. When Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, he even used a single law to measure stones and feet, carriages on the same track, and books on the same language. Since ancient times, Chinese measurements included length, weight, volume, and so on. Now, Li Wangyu had mentioned a temperature that no one had ever heard of before. How could they not be excited? As for those Daoist and Buddhist monks, they were even more excited. This was the immortal Dharma passed down by the Daoist ancestor. Even though Buddhism and Taoism had different beliefs, it did not stop them from listening to the Daoist ancestors' teachings. After all, it was the Dharma of the heavens, and it was not much different from the Buddha's Dharma. After Li Wangyu attracted everyone's interest, he waved his hand downstairs. Immediately, some people brought up some items. Furnaces, ice cubes, water basins, and so on were not important. However, there was a huge thermometer among them that made everyone feel amazed. This thermometer was almost 1 meter tall. It was a teaching tool that Li Wangyu had asked the craftsman to blow and blow for him. Although no one knew what a thermometer was, they could tell that it was expensive. Of course, this was nonsense. These auditing students were not blind. In the eyes of the crowd, such a huge, crystal-like rod was made of crystal. With a single glance, one could tell that it was definitely not an ordinary object. Some people suspected that it was a colored glass produced by the Great Qin Empire. However, they had never seen such a clear colored glass in the Great Qin Empire. Some people secretly guessed that it was made of transparent and colorless crystal. However, no one had ever seen such a huge crystal before. Moreover, it was unimaginable that a crystal could be carved into such a shape. Whether it was crystal or colored glass, they were all treasures that were more valuable than gold. Even the Daoist Jiao Zhan and the eminent monks of the Buddhist League were guessing in their hearts that the glittering rod-shaped object was a treasure that the Daoist ancestor had given to County Duke Fufeng. They even guessed that the temperature that Li Wangyu mentioned earlier might have something to do with this treasure. Li Wangyu did not keep them in suspense. Soon, he solved the mystery. Everything in the world can be measured. Naturally, cold and heat can be measured as well. This item was passed down by the Tao ancestor. It is specially used to measure cold and heat. It is called a thermometer. The thermometer that Li Wangyu fiddled with was actually the simplest glass tube thermometer. It used the principle of thermal expansion and contraction to realize the measurement of temperature. Of course, with his knowledge, he could only make such a thermometer. As for other thermometers such as needle thermometers, resistance thermometers, gas thermometers, and so on, unless there was a Tao ancestor showing his divinity, he could not even think about it. You may ask, why do we need to measure heat and cold? Why do we need to measure temperature? Simply put, temperature is life. Li Wangyu's words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Everyone began to write furiously, recording his every word and action. Ma Ju and the others had also applied for leave today to attend their teacher's lecture. At this moment, not only were Ma Ju, Yang Liban, and the others taking notes seriously, they were even pondering if they should record all of their teacher's words into a book, then engrave it into a book and disseminate it to the world. Li Wangyu's lecture on the scientific knowledge of temperature lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Only his words echoed in the auditorium, and the sound of people taking notes was heard. The temperature in his mouth naturally referred to the Celsius scale of temperature that the Huaxia people in the future were accustomed to. As for the Fahrenheit scale, open scale, Levant scale, Rankine scale, and so on, Li Wangyu did not understand and was too lazy to think about it. In short, if he wanted to teach, he would teach himself to be used to it. Well, as I said just now, the human body temperature is about 36 degrees, boiling water is 100 degrees, and the mixture of ice and water is 0 degrees. You can measure the heat and cold of everything in the world. Next, let's do a few small experiments to measure the temperature of these objects, and see if it is the same as what I said. On the podium, Li Wangyu explained the concept of temperature and how to use the thermometer to the teachers and students of the academy, as well as a group of auditing students. Then he used the giant thermometer as a teaching aid to measure various objects in front of everyone, which made everyone very excited. After that, he ordered people to distribute many normal-sized thermometers to the teachers and students, so that they could test them by themselves. Li Wangyu did not expect that there would suddenly be more than 1,000 auditing students, so the number of thermometers that he ordered the craftsman to blow was limited. In order to satisfy the irrepressible curiosity of these auditing students, Li Wangyu could only ask the teachers and students of the academy to give up a few thermometers to these famous scholars to measure the temperature. The teachers and students of the academy were fine, but these famous scholars, eminent monks, and officials almost fought for the right to use these thermometers. Amitabha, This thermometer was obtained by poor monk first. Why do you want to compete with poor monk? This is something passed down by Tao ancestor. What qualifications do you Buddhists have to compete with me? Amitabha, what you said is wrong. In front of Tao ancestor and Buddha, we are all equal. What's the difference? Bah. Damn bald donkey. Cut the crap and hand over the thermometer. Poor monk doesn't want to compete with you. What are you going to do? Several eminent monks, whose ages added up to more than 1,000 years, spat on each other's faces in order to compete for the thermometer. Fortunately, they also knew that the academy was not a place for them to mess around, so even if they quarreled, they kept their voices very low, and there was no possibility of fighting. The other scholars, officials, and nobles weren't any better. They all lowered their voices and fought over the right to use the thermometer. There were more than 1,000 auditing students, but there was no lack of smart people. After a fierce competition, an old man suddenly stood up, bowed to Li Wangyu, and asked, "Sir, may I ask if you can sell this thermometer to me? I am willing to redeem it with 10 taels of gold." Li Wangyu could not help but be stunned when he heard this. Someone wanted to buy a thermometer with 10 taels of gold. Was he crazy? This thermometer was just glass. Even if glass was sold at a higher price in the Tang dynasty, its price was only the same as gold. How heavy could a thermometer be? It was probably not even 1 or 2 taels of gold, but this person was willing to buy it with 10 taels of gold. Was he stupid? Even if 1 tael of gold was only 37 grams in the Tang dynasty, 10 taels of gold was 370 grams. Calculating the price of gold in the future, it was more than 500 yuan per gram, which was more than 180,000 yuan. How was this selling the thermometer? This was robbing, okay? No, even if it was robbing, there was not that much profit margin. How could Li Wangyu refuse such a good thing? He was about to nod in agreement when he saw someone immediately stand up in the auditorium. "Sir, I am willing to pay 15 taels of gold, please fulfill my wish." Amitabha, poor monk is willing to pay 20 taels of gold. Grandmaster, please fulfill my wish. The eminent monk of Buddhism immediately stood up and shamelessly called Li Wangyu Grandmaster. Moreover, Buddhism had always been rich. A few taels of gold were not in the eyes of the eminent monks at all. How could the eminent monks of Taoism let Buddhism monopolize the limelight? Buddhism did not lack money, but did Taoism lack money? Several eminent monks immediately stood up. "Grandmaster, we are willing to pay 30 taels of gold. Please sell these thermometers to us, Grandmaster." Even though Li Wangyu was used to all kinds of big scenes, he did not know whether to laugh or cry at the scene in front of him. The life of these rich people in the Tang dynasty was really so simple and boring. Chapter 962. Li Wangyu ridiculed these rich people of the Tang dynasty in his heart, but he forgot that he was probably the richest of the rich people now. However, he didn't try to take advantage of the situation and sell these thermometers for 30 taels of gold or even higher. In any case, Li Wangyu pretended to be the personal disciple of the Taoist ancestor. He couldn't ruin his reputation for some small profits. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little proud. He was a poor white-collar worker in the future. It had only been more than 2 years since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, but he could still call 100 or 2 taels of gold small money without blushing. It was really cool. In the end, Li Wangyu was very generous and agreed to sell all the thermometers to the auditing students at the price of 10 taels of gold each after class. In this regard, everyone expressed their gratitude and praised Li Wangyu's noble character of not being tempted by money. At the same time, they began to compete privately for the right to buy the thermometers. There were more than 1,000 auditing students, but Li Wangyu took out less than 100 thermometers. In the case of too many wolves and too little meat, it naturally caused people to fight for them. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't want to make money. No one would complain about having too much money. He just had a flash of inspiration. From the subconscious bidding of the crowd, he thought of a profitable business that he had neglected before. Auction. Li Wangyu thought that he could set up an auction house in Chang'an City and sell all kinds of rare things in the auction house. Judging from the attitude of these rich people today, if Li Wangyu didn't stop them, they would probably fight to the death for a thermometer. If the Taoists and Buddhists really fought with each other, they would be willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold, let alone 30 taels of gold. His own low-production perfume, soap, mirrors, and other things were not suitable for public sale, but it couldn't be better to sell them in the auction house. Even glass could be sold in the auction house. For example, if he asked the craftsman to blow some exquisite glassware, he would have to worry that the aristocratic families in Chang'an would not rush to give him money. The bottle of perfume was replaced with a shiny glass bottle. How much do you think a bottle of perfume should be sold for? 100 taels of gold. That was the starting price. Don't think it's expensive. Those who can bid for this perfume don't care about gold and copper coins. If the Taoists, Buddhists, and even Zhaojuism were to make some glass statues of gods, how much do you think they would be worth? Using such a heavy amount of gold to redeem it was an insult to the gods. For Li Wangyu, this was like exchanging sand for gold. With the idea of opening an auction house, Li Wangyu was no longer in a hurry to market the glassware. Originally, after the craftsman made the glass, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing planned to immediately recruit people to expand production and sell the glassware in batches. According to the estimates of the two in-laws, once the glass industry was launched, it would be more profitable than any other industry. Even if the glassware was sold in large quantities, it would not be able to sell for a sky-high price of gold. However, it would be comparable to the price of the finest porcelain. In the entire world, there was no one else other than him, Li Wangyu, who was as transparent as glass. It was easy to imagine how much profit they could make from it. Crystal clear, and the price was not much different from porcelain. Its popularity was self-evident. Li Wangyu could even conclude that once the glassware was launched into the market, it would be highly sought after. The price would still be very expensive because of the supply and demand. But even so, compared to the glassware from the Roman Empire that was trafficked through the Silk Road, the glassware was one-sided in terms of quality and price. Li Wangyu even felt a little sad for the Persian merchants. It could be imagined that when those Persian merchants painstakingly and carefully transported fragile and expensive glassware from the distant Roman Empire to Chang'an, they would find that no one was interested in the goods that they had transported. That kind of scene was very tragic just thinking about it. Li Wangyu mourned for the foreseeable tragedy of the Persian merchants in his heart for 3 seconds. After class, Li Wangyu chatted with everyone for a while, then eagerly returned to his own mansion. He found his beautiful boss and discussed with her about the plan to open an auction house. This matter naturally received the support of Su Changqing. Su Changqing knew more about this than Li Wangyu. After all, Li Wangyu was only a white-collar loser in the future. His understanding of auctions was limited to film and television works. Su Changqing, on the other hand, had personally participated in several auctions and was very familiar with the process of the auction. The two in-laws discussed and decided on the big scheme of cheating money. Time flew by, and a few months passed in a flash. At the end of the 4th year of the Zhongguan era, on the first day of the Lunar New Year's Eve holiday, the gossipy people in Chang'an City found that there were many nobles on the streets today. Men rode horses and women rode luxuriously decorated four-wheeled carriages. Under the protection of their own troops, they majestically headed to Chujiang Lake in the south of the city. The people guessed that some nobles were holding a banquet at Chujiang Lake. Naturally, they would not have guessed that the reason why so many officials and aristocratic families were alarmed was because of the opening of an auction house called Sotheby's today. The person who sent the invitation to so many nobles in Chang'an City was naturally Li Wangyu, the Duke of Fufeng. Only Li Wangyu could come up with such a strange name for Sotheby's. This guy directly copied the famous Sotheby's and Christie's auction houses in the future. He took 2 words from each and came up with such a strange name. Su Changqing rolled his eyes at Li Wangyu's heaven-defying naming ability, but he was too lazy to care about this guy's bad taste and let him do as he pleased. None of the nobles in Chang'an City knew what an auction house was. Li Wangyu did not explain and only pretended to be mysterious. Even when the playboys and the old gangsters asked him about it, Li Wangyu just smiled and did not answer. He only told them that he would not let them down. Since the Duke of Fufeng had personally sent the invitation, these nobles naturally had to give face. In addition, they were curious, So early in the morning, all the families and manors received the invitation and set off to Chujiang Lake to find out what was going on. Li Wangyou's auction house was built in Chujiang Lake, a royal garden. It could be said that it was the only auction house in the world. The reason was needless to say. Of course, it was because Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun also owned 50% of this business. After Pai Lupi figured out what an auction house was, he expressed his support without hesitation. Pai Lupi, who had always been stingy, would not let go of such an opportunity to openly fleece the aristocratic families and rich merchants. Pai Lupi even ordered me to clean up the royal treasury and get a lot of valuable things for today's auction. When the invited guests came to a corner of Chujiang Lake and saw the building called Sotheby's Auction House with their own eyes, they were all shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 963. When the crowd of wealthy and respectable guests, under the guidance of the gentle and pleasant servant girls of the auction house, bypassed the lush trees within the crooked river pool and arrived in front of the auction house, everyone was shocked to the point of being speechless. The entire building was wrapped in a translucent, crystal-like material that emitted a dazzling golden light under the winter sun. Miracle. This is really a miracle. The Crystal Palace. Could this be the legendary Crystal Palace? Duke Fufeng is indeed the Daoist ancestor's direct disciple in the mortal world. Could this auction house be the immortal mansion that the Daoist ancestor bestowed upon Duke Fufeng? The guests that Li Wangyou invited were not only the noble families in Chang'an City, but also the famous merchants of the eastern and western cities, the Persian merchants, and the abbot of the Buddhist and Daoist sects. He had also sent out invitations and invited them over. When the Persian merchants saw the auction house, they knelt down without hesitation and kept kowtowing and praying toward the auction house. The other guests did not laugh at them because they were not much better than the Persian merchants. Some of the ladies let out ear-piercing screams, and some of them stared at the auction house and muttered to themselves. In the future, it was popular to build skyscrapers with large glass walls in major cities. The glass walls of these buildings would reflect all kinds of dazzling light spots under the sun, causing people to feel dizzy and uncomfortable. This was light pollution. Therefore, various laws and regulations were introduced in the future to control the phenomenon of light pollution. Li Wangyou's Sotheby's auction house was a typical example of light pollution in the eyes of the future generations. The three-story building was wrapped in golden glass, and under the direct sunlight, it was impossible to look directly at it. In order to show off, this guy actually ordered the craftsman to plate the glass with gold and then inlay it outside the building. Su Changqing was completely speechless about Li Wangyou's vulgar aesthetic. However, including Pai Lupi, Li Wangyou's vulgar aesthetic received unanimous praise and praise. Li Wangyou did not make this golden glass wall out of bad taste. Firstly, it was to advertise the glass, and secondly, it was to show the status of the auction house. In order to make the glass flat, Li Wangyou spent a lot of effort. In the future, it was not difficult to produce flat glass. But Li Wangyou was in the Tang dynasty. He couldn't let the craftsman roll the glass into flat plates with rolling pins, could he? Fortunately, Yang Liban, a top mechanical genius of the Tang dynasty, helped Li Wangyou figure out the production method of the flat glass. Using the hydraulic system to drive two huge copper cylinders, like squeezing noodles, the liquid glass was squeezed into flat plates and then cut into pieces. Although the yield rate was very low, Li Wangyou didn't care about the extra cost. After all, glass was a luxury item in this era. And the glass curtain wall that he had painstakingly built for the first time in the Tang dynasty shocked all the guests. It could be said that his efforts were not in vain. The maidservants of the auction house were not surprised by the reaction of the guests. After all, when they first saw the auction house, their performance was even worse. When the guests calmed down a little, the maidservants invited them to go in again. After being shocked by the appearance of the auction house, these rich and noble guests were very careful when they stepped into the auction house, for fear of missing out again. But when they stepped into the hall of the auction house, they couldn't help but gasp again. In the center of the hall, there was a huge crystal chandelier hanging. In order to show off, Li Wangyou ordered all the candles on the crystal chandelier to be lit even though it was broad daylight. Under the illumination of the lights, the crystal chandelier appeared even more indescribably luxurious and noble to the extreme. The Tangs had never seen a crystal chandelier before. Naturally, they were all shocked and speechless for a long time. The sparkling crystal chandelier made everyone's eyes turn red, and the sound of their breathing became a bit louder. Many noble women were so excited that they almost fainted. The production of the crystal chandelier was not complicated. Cut the glass into small pieces and then polish them. However, these transparent and sparkling glass pendants were nothing but shock in the eyes of the crowd. In the eyes of the Tangs, the crystal chandelier that Li Wangyu ordered the craftsman to make was comparable to a divine object and priceless. In fact, when the auction house was completed and Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi to inspect, even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. When he saw the crystal chandelier, he even almost ordered me to take it down and transport it back to Taiji Palace. Fortunately, Pai Lupi, as the major shareholder, knew that the glass was just made of sand. Excluding the craftsman's salary, it was actually worthless. Pai Lupi knew that the crystal chandelier was worthless, but the guests did not know that. After the surprise, the guests' impression of the auction house became unattainable. Even the way they walked became a little tipsy. At this time, in the auction house's box, Li Wangyu was chatting with Pai Lupi, Empress Zhongsun, concubine Yang, and the others, waiting for the auction to begin. Zio, I heard that you prepared a lot of good things for today's auction. You heartless man, why don't you send some to the palace? I'm worried about you for nothing. Empress Zhongsun pretended to blame him and complained. Li Wangyu did not dare to answer her. He could only show a sad look to express his innocence. What the hell? Which of the things produced in his house did not have in the palace? Of course, Li Wangyu also knew that Empress Zhongsun was making fun of him. He could only change the topic. Aunt, half of my estate's business is owned by the palace. Whether or not I can make money today depends on Aunt's help. Oh, how do you want me to help you? Empress Zhongsun asked curiously. Li Wangyu smiled very happily. Naturally, I want you to help me act as a shill. Shill? What does that mean? Empress Zhongsun asked puzzledly. The word shill naturally did not exist in the Tang dynasty. This was the imperial capital dialect of later generations. It referred to pretending to be a customer and making all kinds of gestures to lure real customers to buy products. Li Wangyu hoped that Empress Zhongsun would help him act as a shill to stimulate the noble ladies who came to participate in the auction. If it was in other dynasties, no one would dare to compete with the dignified empress for something she liked. But now it was the beginning of the Tang dynasty. The reverence of those aristocratic families for the royal family was quite indifferent. Even Pai Lupi could be dissed directly in the imperial court, not to mention Empress Zhongsun. To be able to snatch things from Empress Zhongsun's hands, the noble ladies of the 5 surnames and 7 generations of aristocratic families had a different kind of stimulation and excitement. Li Wangyu only saw through this point and thought of the idea of asking Empress Zhongsun to act as a shill for the auction house. After understanding Li Wangyu's meaning, Pai Lupi, Empress Zhongsun, and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zio, this is too much nonsense. Empress Zhongsun said angrily. Hey, auntie, how is this fooling around? Your nephew is helping auntie earn money. Empress Zhongsun was speechless. In the end, she nodded slightly and acquiesced to Li Wangyu's idea. Yesterday, my arm was sore, and I really didn't want to hit the keyboard. Sorry, everyone. One shoulder and biceps have been sore for a long time. Is it scapulohumeral periarthritis? Chapter 964. The group of guests was invited to the auction hall by the maids. Hot towels, drinks, fruits, and snacks were served. In order to make others pay, the service must be good. After a while, Li Wangyu saw that most of the guests he invited had arrived, so he ordered someone to pass the message that the auction could start. Cho Kuan, who was in a black uniform, walked to the auction stage with a smile on his face and bowed to the guests in the hall. Cho Kuan, the fat man, was the auctioneer of today's auction. Li Wangyu originally thought that being an auctioneer was a simple job. Wasn't it just holding a small wooden hammer and standing on the stage to host the bidding? In his opinion, Anyone could do it. But after Su Changqing told him about the work and responsibilities of an auctioneer, he was a little confused. According to Su Changqing, an auctioneer had to understand the potential buyers, grasp the speed and rhythm of the auction, and be able to see through the minds of the potential buyers. To put it bluntly, an auctioneer had to be able to arouse the enthusiasm of the bidders. He had to be observant and eloquent, so that the auction items could be sold at a higher price. It was not easy to find such a person. When Li Wangyu was worried about where to find a suitable auctioneer, the fat man, Cho Kuan, happened to visit his mansion, which made his eyes light up. This fat man was suitable. The Cho family in Chang'an and Li Wangyu's mansion had become closer in the past 2 years. Li Wangyu would not look down on merchants like the Cho family like the Tangs. Even if his title was getting higher and higher, which made Cho Yuanliang and Cho Kuan a little nervous, he still treated the Cho family as before. When he sold the pornographic pictures to the Cho family, he got food. Although he did not use it in the end, Li Wangyu did not forget the Cho family's kindness. Whenever Li Wangyu held a banquet or something like that, he would invite the Cho family. And because of Li Wangyu, the fat man, Cho Kuan, often hung out with the top playboys of the Tang dynasty like Cheng Chumo. It was also because of the relationship between the Cho family and Commandery Duke Fufeng that the Cho family had a special status in Chang'an City. Back then, Li Wangyu had accompanied Fatty Cho Kuan to Zhongliang's manor to present a painting. Just because Fatty was dressed in black, he had been ordered around by the steward of Zhongliang's manor, and had even been beaten because of it. Just how lowly was his status? Now, even though the Cho family was still a low-class merchant family and could only wear black clothes, Cho Yuanliang could drink and chat with those nobles and officials. When he went to those nobles' mansions, he could also be treated as a distinguished guest. All of this was naturally caused by the relationship between the Cho family and Li Wangyu. Because Cho Kuan had been hanging out with the rich playboys for a long time, he was very familiar with the situation in Chang'an's various families, nobles, officials, and aristocratic families. Moreover, Fatty had been helping Li Wangyu to manage the business of selling cooked water for the past 2 years, and had become more mature and tactful. Among the rich merchants in the east and west of Chang'an City, he was considered to be outstanding. Therefore, when Li Wangyu saw Fatty Cho Kuan appear, he immediately had an idea. He felt that letting Fatty Cho Kuan manage the auction seemed to be reliable. After pondering for a while, Li Wangyu made the decision to let Cho Kuan manage the auction. After pulling Fatty Cho over and explaining to him what an auction was, how to operate it, and how to make a profit, Fatty Cho's eyes began to shine. Although Cho Kuan had never heard of an auction, he had a business mind. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, he immediately saw the value of an auction. If Li Wangyu let him manage the auction, then the Cho family in Chang'an City would really be rich. The customers of the auction were either rich or noble. If Cho Kuan could manage the auction on behalf of Li Wangyu and build a good relationship with these people, the benefits were self-evident. It was even possible that his descendants would leave the business register and become officials. Zio, is what you said true? That auction, you really trust me and are willing to let me manage it? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Li Wangyu knew the value of an auction, but he didn't mind helping Fatty Cho Kuan. Fatty Cho was still not at ease. He showed a pitiful expression and pulled Li Wangyu's sleeve. Zio, don't play with me. You really want me to manage the auction? Get lost. Li Wangyu was disgusted by Fatty Cho's expression. He pushed his fat face to the side. If you look at me like that again, I'll go find someone else. Damn, this Fatty Cho is too disgusting. He's not a beauty, why is he acting cute? Cho Kuan didn't dare to continue playing around. He seriously discussed the auction with Li Wangyu. It had to be said that Fatty Cho Kuan was truly talented. In Sotheby's auction house, Li Wangyu was just a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Other than moving his mouth, everything else was done by Fatty Cho Kuan. Recruitment, training, various operations of the auction. Fatty Cho Kuan had lost a lot of weight in the past few months, but his results were still remarkable. Li Wangyu and Su Changqing had inspected the auction house and were very satisfied, so they set a time for the opening. Today was the day to verify the results of Fatty Cho Kuan's months of hard work. My thanks to Sirs for coming to Sotheby's auction. Sirs might not know, but what is an auction? What service can an auction provide to Sirs? Today, this lowly one will be so bold as to explain to Sirs. Fatty Cho Kuan was also extremely eloquent. In just a few words, he had clearly explained the purpose of an auction. Simply put, an auction house was a middleman. It was entrusted by customers to auction goods, and the highest bidder would get the goods. The auction house would then receive a commission from the customers. In fact, the Tang people were not unfamiliar with middlemen. Middlemen were people who acted as matchmakers between buyers and sellers in order to receive a commission. Middlemen solicit buyers and sellers and negotiate prices. When the government negotiates with the merchants, middlemen will sometimes be sent out. That was what it meant. However, for the aristocratic families and officials of Chang'an City, if they needed to sell some valuable things, it was not suitable for them to look for middlemen. After all, they were all people of status. It would be too embarrassing for them to look for middlemen just to sell some things. And this auction house was a pretty good choice. Since it wouldn't hurt their reputation, and there were many people bidding, the price would be higher than that of middlemen. The guests couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They felt that the auction house was quite interesting. Sirs, today is the first auction of Sotheby's auction. All the auction items will be provided by Commandery Duke Fufeng and His Majesty. As for the specific items, forgive me for keeping you guessing. You will know when you see them later. Anyway, I won't let you down. Before Cho Kuan could finish his words, Cheng Yaojin, the old man, became impatient. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Little Cho, don't talk nonsense. What good items are being auctioned today? Hurry up and take them out. Bastard, do you expect me to pay for Zio's things?" Li Wangyu was so angry at the old hooligan's words that he almost ordered someone to throw him out. He was too shameless. Pai Lupi, however, was laughing happily. Li Wangyu wanted to ask Pai Lupi if he had forgotten that he had half of the shares in the auction house. Cho Kuan was not angry. He smiled and bowed to Cheng Yaojin. "Since High Duke Lu said so, I will start the auction immediately. The first auction item today is..." Chapter 965. The first item to be auctioned today is a treasure personally crafted by Commandery Duke Fufeng. As for what it is, I don't need to say more. Everyone will know once you see it. Cho Kuan kept the crowd in suspense and waved at the maidservants below the stage. A huge object that was as tall as a person was carefully pushed to the front of the stage by a few maidservants. It was covered in red satin. Upon hearing that this object was personally crafted by Li Wangyu, the crowd's curiosity was piqued. Even though the aristocratic families and Li Wangyu had never been on good terms with each other, they were still looking forward to the good things that Li Wangyu had created. They all cast curious gazes toward the auction stage. "Cho Kuan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take off the red satin. Let me see what good things Ziyu has created this time." Cheng Yaojin shouted impatiently again. Cho Kuan originally wanted to keep the crowd in suspense, but after being mocked by the old hooligan, he could only helplessly smile bitterly and reach out to take off the red satin. When the object under the red satin revealed its true appearance, there was a burst of exclamations in the huge auction hall. In particular, the noble women directly let out ear-piercing screams. What appeared in front of everyone was a huge, shining mirror that was as bright as an ingot. Ever since he had invented glass, especially flat glass, Li Wangyu's first thought was to make mirrors. Back then, at Pai Lupi's birthday, Li Wangyu had given him a copper mirror that was plated with silver. All the civil and military officials were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The copper mirror was plated with silver, so it was clear, but compared to a mirror made of glass, there was a huge difference. To make an inappropriate comparison, if an ordinary copper mirror in the Tang dynasty had a 480p image, Li Wangyu's copper mirror had a 720p image. As for the glass mirror, it was a Blu-ray HD version. After Li Wangyu created the copper mirror, he partnered with Empress Zhongsun to manufacture and sell this kind of copper mirror. The copper and silver-plated mirrors sold on the market today were not large in size. They were about 1 square foot and sold for about 100 strings of coins. They were considered high-end luxury goods. Most of the guests who came to participate in the auction today had bought copper and silver-plated mirrors, which contributed a lot to Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi's little treasury. As for the mirror that was taller than a person, it was originally the only mirror in the world that Li Wangyu had given to Pai Lupi. The guests present were all knowledgeable people. With a single glance, they could tell that the mirror before them was even clearer and brighter than the one they had seen in Taiji Palace. As for the noblewomen, it was their first time seeing such a huge mirror. They were all so excited that they could not control themselves. Many of the noblewomen didn't even care about their manners. They lifted the corners of their dresses and ran to the front of the mirror, looking left and right. In order to compete for a position to look into the mirror, a few of the noblewomen even disregarded their dignity and started to quarrel. The auction hall became chaotic for a moment. It was as noisy as a market. In the box, Pai Lupi looked at the crazy crowd below, dumbfounded. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Ziyu, when did you fiddle with this mirror? Even I was moved when I saw it. Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang were even more reproachful. They glared at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. Ziyu, why did you take out such a good thing to auction? Are you afraid that auntie can't afford to give you copper coins? No, this mirror can't be sold. Auntie will buy it. Li Wangyu was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that a mere dressing mirror would make the mother of the world, Empress Zhongsun, and the always gentle and elegant concubine Yang lose their composure. He hurriedly explained, Aunts, what are you saying? This mirror is just an ordinary item. This nephew took it out to auction to fool those who don't know what it is. This nephew has already prepared a better mirror. When I return, I will have someone send it to the palace. I guarantee that aunties will be satisfied. How would this nephew dare to accept auntie's money? Wouldn't that be slapping this nephew's face? Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang nodded in satisfaction after hearing his explanation. The hall below was noisy for a while. Only then did Cho Kuan, who was sweating profusely, persuade those excited noblewomen to go back. After secretly wiping the sweat on his forehead, Cho Kuan picked up the auction mallet and shouted at the crowd, Ladies and gentlemen, today's first auction item is a glass mirror. This mirror has been named the Eternal Mirror of Qin by Duke Fufeng. It is a rare treasure. In today's auction, this mirror is also the only one. If you like it, please don't miss it. The Eternal Mirror of Qin is auctioned with no reserve price. The highest bidder wins. Please make your bids. The Eternal Mirror of Qin originated from the poem of the Tang dynasty poet Zhong Baiyuan. Li Wangyu stole the poem and named his mirror in order to trick the crowd into spending money to give the mirror a cultured and tasteful appearance. His efforts were not in vain. Other than the Persian merchants who didn't know much about poetry, the other guests were all knowledgeable people. After hearing the name of the mirror, they were full of praise. Even Pai Lupi nodded repeatedly. Ziyu, it seems like you have another masterpiece. What a good Eternal Mirror of Qin. Just as Cho Kuan finished speaking, before the other guests could speak, a noblewoman suddenly stood up in the auction hall. 100 taels of gold. 100 taels of gold. This Eternal Mirror of Qin, this madam will buy it. Li Wangyu looked up and couldn't help but laugh. He knew this boastful woman. She was one of the candidates for the Green Hat King of the Tang dynasty, Duke Changping. She was Zhong Liang's wife, Li Clan. Li Wangyu wasn't angry at Li Clan's boastful boasting. He was waiting to see how she would be slapped in the face. 100 taels of gold was naturally an astronomical figure to ordinary people. But to the guests present, what was 100 taels of gold? Sure enough, as soon as Li Shi finished speaking, another upper-class woman stood up. Hehe, Duke Changping's wife Shaw is diligent and thrifty. She wants to buy this eternal Qin-era mirror with just 100 taels of gold, but she's thinking too much. This madam will pay 1,000 taels of gold. Seeing this, Li Wangyu laughed so hard that his back teeth were about to show. This was also someone he knew. It was none other than the wife of the old scoundrel, Duke Lu, Lady Kui. Li Wangyu went in and out of Duke Lu's residence as if it was his own residence. Naturally, He was familiar with Lady Kui. When he saw Madame Kui raise the price for him like this, and she'd even raised it by an entire 10 times as soon as she spoke, Li Wangyu couldn't help but wonder if his memory was bad. Could it be that he had asked Cheng Yaojin to be his shill and he had forgotten? Lady Kui dissed Li Clan for 2 reasons. First, she really liked this mirror. Second, it was because Li Clan's reputation in Chang'an was extremely bad. The matter of Zhongliang being cuckolded by his fake son was probably known by all the noblewomen in Chang'an. Lady Kui was a descendant of such a prestigious family, so it was reasonable that she didn't like Li Clan. Li Clan also didn't expect that the moment he spoke, he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face. She wanted to retort, but her husband was only the founding duke while Cheng Yaojin was the founding duke. Furthermore, Lady Kui was from the influential Kui family of Qinghe. How could she offend them? Therefore, after being mocked, Li Clan's expression froze. He didn't dare to continue speaking. He could only grit his teeth and silently endure. However, even though Li Clan had shut up, it didn't mean that Lady Kui could buy this mirror for 1,000 taels of gold. I bid 1,500 taels of gold. Lady Kui, I'm sorry, but I also like this ancient Qin-era mirror. How about you give it to me? When Lady Kui saw the woman who spoke, she was so angry that her nose almost became crooked. Old Long, this clumsy old man, also tried to write using voice input. However, voice input is very convenient for chatting on WeChat or QQ. However, it's extremely difficult to write using it. There's a big difference between spoken and written language. The accuracy rate isn't high. Moreover, when I talk about the plot, I feel awkward and my train of thought stops. Helpless, I continue to write with my clumsy hands. Chapter 966. Cheng Yaojin's wife, Ms. Kui, was the eldest daughter of Kui Xin, the patriarch of the Kui family in Qinghe. The 5 families and 7 princes were of the same breadth and branch. They had intermarried for a long time and had a good relationship with each other. Therefore, the peers of the 5 families and 7 princes had a relatively close relationship. Ms. Kui and the daughters of the other families were naturally very familiar with each other. They called each other sisters in daily life. The one who bid was her best friend who had a close relationship with her in daily life. She was also a good sister of the daughters of the 5 families and 7 princes. Before Ms. Kui could speak, several noble ladies in the auction hall stood up to bid. 1,600 taels. Sisters, I'm sorry to offend you today. I really like this eternal time mirror of Qin. 1,800 taels. Sisters, why don't you let me have this mirror? 2,000 taels. Sister Lu, there is only one eternal time mirror of Qin. Don't blame me for being ruthless. A group of good sisters and close friends who were familiar with Ms. Kui and often gathered together in daily life all stood up to bid, which made her so angry that she had nothing to say. The temptation of the mirror in front of her was so great that no woman could resist its charm. In the past 2 years, her husband, Cheng Yaojin, had earned a lot of gold with Li Wangyu. If Duke Lu's mansion wanted to compete with others in financial resources, Ms. Kui was not afraid even if the opponent was the aristocratic families of the 5 families and 7 princes. Ms. Kui gritted her teeth and directly shouted a high price again, 5,000 taels of gold. Li Wangyu was in the box. Seeing this scene, he laughed very happily. If the mirror was bought by the old rogue's wife, it would be good. After all, the old rogue had robbed a lot of things from his mansion in daily life. Today was a good day for revenge. He could make the old rogue bleed. The bidding for this eternal Qin-era mirror was almost monopolized by the madams of the various manors. The male masters of the various manors did not seem to care at all. They chatted and laughed with each other, allowing their madams to do as they pleased. In fact, including the old rogue, Cheng Yaojin, everyone looked calm on the surface. In fact, they were secretly competing and cheering for their wives. Although the 5 clans and 7 hopes had lost tens of thousands of taels of gold in Xinghua Temple for no reason 2 years ago, it was not a serious loss for these aristocratic families with thousands of years of history. Although it was painful, with the wealth of the aristocratic families, it was not a big deal to spend tens of thousands of gold to buy this eternal Qin-era mirror. The mirror that Li Wangyu threw out not only caused the noble women of the aristocratic families to fight for it, but even the madams of the duke's mansion who were familiar with Li Wangyu were not lenient, and they all made offers. Just like that, the auction price of a glass mirror was raised to nearly 10,000 taels of gold by these crazy women. Only then did the atmosphere of the crazy bidding eased slightly. After Madame Kui quoted the price of 10,000 gold taels, many noble ladies revealed expressions of dissatisfaction, but they could only shake their heads helplessly. 10,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 60,000 strings of copper coins, which was more than 240 million yuan in the future. With such a large sum of money, even these aristocratic families and Duke's mansion had to think about whether it was worth it. If these aristocratic families, who were crazily bidding, knew that the cost of the mirror in front of them was only 1 or 2 strings of copper coins, and it was the worst one among the several big mirrors made by Li Wangyu, they would probably vomit blood in anger. If the mirror was really bought by Cheng Yaojin's wife, Li Wangyu would be happy to see the old rogue make a fool of himself. As for the money, he would definitely take it. Friendship was friendship, business was business. The old rogue had swindled so many good things from his mansion in the past 2 years. The 10,000 taels of gold could be regarded as the interest. Li Wangyu snickered in his heart. He estimated that this mirror would probably fall into the hands of the old rogue. When the noble ladies calmed down a little, they heard a slightly stiff Han language in the auction house. "I bid 11,000 taels of gold." Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look for the voice. It was a Persian businessman who stood up and made a bid. The sudden appearance of a troublemaker made these noble ladies a little unhappy, but they could not do anything about it. After all, Cho Kuan had already made the auction house's rules very clear. The highest bidder would win. Furthermore, the owner of this auction house was Li Wangyu, the Duke of Fufeng, so they could not mess around. However, if they competed with these Hu merchants in terms of wealth, even the aristocratic families would be wary. Hu merchants were always rich, and this was something that everyone in Chang'an City knew. In the Tang dynasty, there was a saying, "Poor Persians, sick doctors, thin sumo wrestlers, fat brides." It was a humorous sarcasm, meaning that these things were impossible. Persian merchants were rich, and this was what the Tang people knew. And these Persian merchants were indeed quite rich. In history, after Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, the Persian merchants in Luoyang alone donated 100 trillion taels of gold to repair the Dingding Gate in Luoyang. Of course, the 100 million in the Tang dynasty was not the concept of 100 million, but 100,000. But even so, the amount of copper coins donated by the Hu merchants in Luoyang was 100 billion coins. That was 100 million strings of copper coins, or 16 million taels of gold. One had to know that during the Great Tang Tianbao era, the annual revenue of the Tang dynasty was only 54 million taels of gold. Most of this was income from physical objects, such as corn, silk, and so on. The income from copper coins was only 2 million taels of gold. In other words, the copper coins donated by the Persian merchants in Luoyang to Wu Zetian to build the Dingding Gate were 2 years of national revenue during the Great Tang Tianbao era. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Persian merchants were rich enough to rival a country. Of course, when Li Wangyu read this history, he had some doubts in his heart. He doubted that the Hu merchants in Luoyang could take out so many copper coins, and there was no lack of possibility that the history books had exaggerated it. But no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that the Hu merchants were rich. Seeing that the Hu merchant suddenly bid, Quisha's expression turned ugly. The old hoodlum, Cheng Yaojin, had a ferocious look on his face as he glared at the Hu merchant with his bell-sized eyes. This dramatic turn of events made Li Wangyu laugh even more happily. It was not that the mirror could be auctioned for more gold, but that Cheng Yaojin had been interrupted by someone else. No matter how he looked at it, it was quite amusing. Cheng Yaojin did not wait for his wife to speak and directly slapped the table in front of him and suddenly stood up. "This daddy offers 15,000 taels of gold." 16,000 taels? Bastard. "This daddy offers 18,000 taels." Cheng Yaojin's eyes were about to spit fire. Although he was rich, using so much gold to buy a mirror was a bit crazy. The barbarian merchant, on the other hand, was completely unperturbed. He smiled and nodded towards Cheng Yarojin as he spat out a few words, 20,000 taels of gold. Cheng Yarojin opened his mouth, but in the end, he angrily sat back down and muttered, "Bastard, you really are a poor Persian. This daddy is not buying anymore. When this daddy returns, this daddy will kill my way to Ziyu's residence. If they don't give me money, I'll just rob them." His words immediately caused the auction hall to erupt into laughter. In the private room, Pai Lupi was rocking back and forth with laughter. Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang were also laughing with their sleeves covering their faces. Only Li Wangyu, who had been laughing at Cheng Yarojin, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 967. Li Wangyu was too lazy to comment on Cheng Yaojin's shamelessness. It was not worth it to get angry with such a troublemaker. He turned his head away and pretended that he did not hear Cheng Yaojin's shameless words. However, he swore to himself that when he returned to Dingju village, he would nail up a sign that read, "Lu Guogong and dogs are not allowed to enter." After Cheng Yaojin's ruckus, the auction for the Eternal Mirror of Qin was over. The barbarian merchant had bid 20,000 taels of gold. Naturally, no one dared to compete with him. The first item in today's auction had sold for such a high price. This was out of Cho Kuan's expectations. However, Cho Kuan was not happy at all. During the auction, he had not been of any use at all. He did not even need to bluff, much less stir up the crowd's emotions. The price of the Eternal Mirror of Qin was beyond his imagination. Cho Kuan had originally estimated that although the mirror was a treasure, it would be considered a success if it could sell for 5,000 taels of gold. However, he did not expect the final price to increase by 4 times. Cho Kuan raised the hammer in his hand helplessly. According to the rules of the auction house, after asking 3 times, he made the final decision and won the Eternal Mirror of Qin. After congratulating the barbarian merchant, Cho Kuan ordered someone to push the mirror off the stage. In the auction hall, the bright mirror was sent backstage, accompanied by the heartbroken voices of countless noble women. After the auction, these auction items would be delivered to each family's residence by the auction house. As for the money from the auction, Cho Kuan was not worried at all. Everyone present was a respected elder. They would not do anything to renege on their debts. The barbarian merchant who had won the mirror was also a famous tycoon in Chang'an's West City. There was no need to worry about him not paying. After the exciting auction battle just now, it had piqued the interest of all the guests. It was the first time they had come into contact with such a method of transaction. It was very novel, especially for the group of noblewomen. Although they had not won the mirror, the bidding just now had made them addicted. When had this group of noblewomen ever enjoyed the pleasure of shopping in the past? In addition to the excitement of the barbarian merchant throwing away 10,000 taels of gold, the rest of the auction proceeded smoothly. Today's auction items were all provided by Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi selected a lot of treasures from the royal treasury for the auction. Naturally, the items collected by the imperial family were of high quality. Coupled with the addition of the imperial family's collection, the aristocratic families, nobles, and officials all made a move. Many of the items provided by Pai Lupi were sold at a high price, which made Pai Lupi grin from his private room. He was actually not very interested in these treasures. Instead of guarding these inanimate objects, it would be more practical to turn them into dazzling gold. Moreover, Pai Lupi's wild ambition had been greatly stimulated by Li Wangyu's map. That original map was hung in Li Er's bedroom. Every day, he would look at the map and study it carefully. He hated that he could not bring all the territories on the map under the rule of the Tang dynasty. However, to achieve this goal, in addition to the strategies proposed by Li Wangyu, the more important point was to have money and food. The problem of food, because of the appearance of potatoes, did not worry Pai Lupi too much. However, money was a very practical problem. The Tang dynasty had not been established for long, and the treasury could not be said to be very rich. In fact, not to mention the 4th year of the Cai Zhenguan, even during the Tianbao period, the annual tax income of the Tang dynasty's imperial court was only 2 million strings of copper coins. The copper coins and gold in the Tang dynasty's treasury were not enough to support Pai Lupi's vigorous ambition. Therefore, Pai Lupi also wanted to take out the useless but expensive treasures in the royal treasury to auction. Money is a man's courage. This saying was also true for Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. More than a dozen auction items were sold in one breath, which made Cho Kuan more and more excited. After bidding for the last item, Cho Kuan took a sip of tea to moisten his sore throat and picked up the auction mallet again. Gentlemen, the next treasure is amazing. If you believe in Buddhism, don't miss it. Cho Kuan waved to the maidservants under the stage again, motioning them to push the auction item forward. When a glass Buddha statue as big as a person was presented in front of everyone, the auction hall was once again in high spirits. Although most of the Tangs believed in Taoism, they did not reject Buddhism. In Chang'an, the number of Taoist temples was not much different. Many people even believed in Taoism and Buddhism, and they would burn incense on both sides. Therefore, in the mansions of these aristocratic families and officials, most of them worshipped the statues of Tao ancestor, as well as Buddha. However, the Buddha statue in front of them was a little too shocking. It was transparent and the size was no different from that of an ordinary person. Who had ever seen such a Buddha statue? The expression of the Buddha statue was quite lifelike. It was dignified and compassionate. The pure and flawless glass Buddha statue was untainted by even a speck of dust. Many Buddhist believers immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Since ancient times, there had been Buddha statues carved with crystal in Huaxia. Who had ever seen such a huge crystal Buddha statue? Not to mention that it was sculpted to such an extraordinary degree, and it revealed a pure and divine aura of the Buddhist sect from the inside out. Even in the future, the largest natural crystal Buddha statue was only 50 or 60 centimeters high. However, the Buddha statue that Li Wangyu ordered the craftsman to make of glass was as tall as a person, which could be called huge. Several eminent monks of Buddhism who were invited to attend the auction today could not maintain their calm expressions at this moment. Several eminent monks of 70 years old immediately stood up, recited the name of Buddha, and bowed down to the glass Buddha statue. Amitabha. Gentlemen, this is the most precious treasure of Buddhism. Please do us a favor and give the Buddha statue to poor monk, okay? This penniless monk and the others will naturally be endlessly grateful and pray for all of you. Some eminent monks of Buddhism immediately spoke, hoping that the gentlemen attending the auction would not compete with them for the Buddha statue. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips, thinking that these monks were really thick-skinned. The reason why he ordered the craftsman to make this glass Buddha statue was that he wanted to get a layer of oil from Buddhism. If the aristocratic families and officials did not compete with Buddhism, wouldn't he be a blind man lighting a lamp in vain? However, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. Firstly, he did not believe that these aristocratic families would give up this Buddha statue because of the words of a few eminent monks. Obviously, if this Buddha statue was brought back to their mansions, it would be the best treasure for the Tangs to guard their mansions. Secondly, Li Wangyu was also very black-bellied. Among the guests below, there were also actors he had arranged. If others were really willing to give up the glass Buddha statue, then Li Wangyu might have to ask the actors to do it. However, when Pai Lupi saw this Buddha statue, he snorted coldly and turned to look at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. Zio, why did you make the Buddha statue? Where is the statue of Dao Zhu? Li Wangyu quickly explained with a smile, Uncle, Dao Zhu is my master. How can I make his statue and send it to be auctioned for profit? Wouldn't my master send down the 9 heavens divine thunder and strike me to death? He, I have already finished making the statue of Dao Zhu. After that, I ordered people to send it to the palace. Uncle, please choose a suitable Taoist temple and send it to receive the incense of thousands of people. His explanation made Pai Lupi nod with satisfaction. He continued to turn his head to watch the excitement below. In the auction hall, as Li Wangyu expected, the words of the Buddhist monk were immediately rebutted by others. Master, you are wrong. What is the difference whether the Buddha statue is enshrined in the Buddhist sect or in our mansions? Praying to Buddha is precious and pure. How can the Buddha statue be the only exception? Masters, you are thinking too much. Several Buddhist monks were refuted by these big shots. Even if they wanted to refute, they still had scruples about the status of these big shots. They looked at each other and chanted the name of Buddha again. They did not speak anymore, but their meaning was very clear. Since no one was willing to give in, then they would just bid. In terms of wealth, would they, the Buddhist sect, lose to these aristocratic families? Previously, the eternal mirror of Qin was only sold for 20,000 taels of gold. However, if they wanted to get this Buddha statue, what was 20,000 taels of gold? Chapter 968. It had to be said that the Buddhists were really rich. As soon as Cho Kuan announced the start of the bidding, an eminent monk of the Buddhists stood up and called out a sky-high price without hesitation. 30,000 taels of gold. This price made the hearts of all the bigwigs race, although everyone knew that the glazed Buddha statue in front of them was definitely worth more than this. The Buddhists' momentum showed that they were determined to get it. Before anyone could say anything, Cho Kuan smiled and bowed slightly to everyone on the auction stage. Everyone, I forgot to mention something just now. This Vairocana Buddha statue was made entirely of colored glass and weighed more than 20 stones. Even if we don't consider its preciousness, just the weight of this glazed glass alone is worth more than 40,000 taels of gold. The units of measurement in the Tang dynasty were more complicated, unlike the decimal system of later generations. 1 stone was equal to 4 jun, 1 jun was equal to 30 jin, and 1 jin was equal to 16 taels of gold. In other words, 1 stone was equal to 1,920 taels of gold. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the Roman glass that was trafficked through the Silk Road was worth the same amount of gold. The glass Buddha statue that Li Wangyu ordered the craftsman to make was about a ton. If it was calculated according to the weight of gold, it was really worth more than 40,000 taels of gold. Cho Kuan's words stunned all the guests. The several eminent monks of the Buddhists also looked at each other and silently calculated in their hearts. They were sure that the price they had just offered was really too low. In fact, the price of glass couldn't be calculated like Cho Kuan. The barbarian merchants traveled tens of thousands of miles through the Silk Road to transport fragile glassware to the Tang dynasty. The cost was very high, so the price was set to be the same as the weight of gold. No one would be so foolish as to travel thousands of miles to transport glassware that weighed more than a ton to the east. But no matter what, Cho Kuan's words made everyone recalculate in their hearts how much the glazed Buddha statue in front of them was worth. I bid 40,000 taels of gold. Before the eminent monks of the Buddhists finished their discussion, they heard the Persian merchant who had bid for the eternal Qin-era mirror stand up and bid again. The guests were even more dumbfounded. They didn't understand why the Persian merchant suddenly bid. The eminent monks of the Buddhists were even more furious. You barbarian, you're so unreasonable. You're a Zoroastrian, why are you bidding for our Buddhist treasure? What are your intentions? Was he trying to humiliate Buddha? If you can't give us a reason today, our Buddhist sect will definitely not let this matter rest. The barbarian merchant didn't expect that his bid would anger these Buddhist monks, so he hurriedly tried to explain himself. Masters, I have no intention of humiliating Buddha. It's just that I'm familiar with the king of the Gaochang kingdom, who has always been a believer of Buddhism. When His Majesty came to Chang'an this year, he entrusted all Wei to find an exquisite Buddha statue in the Tang dynasty and bring it back to Gaochang to worship. In my opinion, this Vairocana Buddha statue should be to the king's liking, which is why I bid for it. The Hu merchant's explanation left the Buddhist monks speechless. Finding the Buddha statue for Gaochang's monarch was a reasonable excuse. The Gaochang nation believed in Buddhism and these eminent Buddhist monks were well aware of this. Gaochang nation was located at the transportation hub of the western regions and was a rare Buddhist nation in the western regions. As the craftsmen of the Central Plains were highly skilled, it was normal for Gaochang's monarch to entrust these Persian merchants to find Buddha statues in the Central Plains. The Tang dynasty had indeed exported many Buddha statues to Gaochang. Be it bronze Buddha statues or jade Buddha statues, they were all very popular in Gaochang. This was why this Hu merchant had bid for the Vairocana Buddha statue after seeing it. Knowing that they had misunderstood this Hu merchant, the eminent monks felt even more stifled. They naturally weren't afraid of competing with the aristocratic families and nobles in terms of wealth. However, Competing with these Hu merchants who were so poor that they only had money left, even Buddhists felt a little apprehensive. However, that Hu merchant's words were reasonable. Even if they were displeased, they couldn't stop the Hu merchant from bidding. For a moment, the eminent monks' faces turned even uglier. Not only did the eminent monks' faces turn ugly, but the guests who were interested in bidding for the Buddha statue were also extremely frustrated. With the Hu merchant's wealth, this extremely rare Vairocana Buddha statue would most likely be won by him again. Just as everyone was in a dilemma, they heard Li Wangyo's voice from the box, which attracted everyone's attention. Li Wangyu stood up with a face full of smiles and said loudly to the guests, "Gentlemen, Gaochang's monarch believes in Buddhism and our Tang dynasty has always been on good terms with Gaochang nation. Since Gaochang's monarch wants to find a Buddha statue, how can we let you, Harkok, pay for it? Just now, His Majesty has instructed me to specially make a Vairocana Buddha statue for Gaochang's monarch as a national gift. Therefore, Harkok, you don't have to bid for today's auction." Harkok was the name of that Hu merchant. This person was quite famous in Chang'an's West City, so Li Wangyu also knew him. Hearing Li Wangyo's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Hu merchant didn't participate in the auction, it was a good thing. Harkok was very regretful, but he had nothing to say. He could only place one hand on his chest and bow to Li Wangyu to express his gratitude. Although Harkok was auctioning this Buddha statue on behalf of Gaochang's monarch, it wasn't for free. If he had won the auction and shipped it to Gaochang nation, Gaochang's monarch would have been willing to pay 100,000 taels of gold or even more. With such a large amount of expected profits flying out of thin air, one could imagine the regret in Harkok's heart. In the box, Pai Lupi was very surprised after hearing Li Wangyo's words. What did he mean by ordering Li Wangyu to specially make a Buddha statue for Gaochang's monarch? How could there be such a thing? Wasn't this a fake imperial edict right in front of his face? However, since Li Wangyu had said so in front of everyone, Pai Lupi knew that his nephew must have his reasons, even though he didn't understand. Therefore, Pai Lupi, who had been called a fake imperial edict, didn't say a word and didn't refute. Instead, he waited for Li Wangyo's explanation. After Li Wangyu spoke up to stop the Hu merchant from continuing to bid, the auction below could continue. He turned his head and bowed slightly to Pai Lupi. After making an apologetic expression, he smiled and said, "Uncle, please forgive me. Just now, this nephew didn't ask for your permission and acted on my own accord. Using your name, I proposed to gift Gaochang's monarch a Buddha statue. Sigh. Don't worry about it. Zio, why don't you tell me why you did this?" Pai Lupi waved his hand. "Hehe, uncle, this nephew is making preparations for uncle's conquest of the western regions." "Oh, tell me about it in detail." Li Er's interest was piqued and he quickly asked. Li Wangyu didn't keep him in suspense and explained, "Uncle, with the military strength of the Tang dynasty, it's easy to destroy the western regions. However, as the saying goes, we don't have a good reason. Uncle, you must be having a headache. What excuse should we use to conquer the western regions? Especially the wife of Gaochang's monarch, who has just been conferred the title of Princess Changle by uncle. Without a suitable excuse, the Tang dynasty can't rashly use our weapons. Since ancient times, when Huaxia wanted to launch a crusade, they always needed to find an excuse and a good reason. Whether it was to restore the Han dynasty or to pacify Nandan, there had to be an explanation. Even in the later generations, when the Americans wanted to beat Shodamu, they had to carry a bag of detergent and say that it was a weapon of mass destruction. In short, there had to be a reason to launch an attack. Otherwise, it would be an unjust army that won't win the hearts of the people. In history, the Tang dynasty had been eyeing the western regions for a long time. However, it wasn't until the 13th year of Zhengguan that the Tang dynasty found an excuse, saying that Gaochang's alliance with the Western Turks had violated the prestige of the Tang dynasty. Thus, they launched an attack. In the 14th year of Zhengguan, Gaochang was destroyed by Hu Junji. Ever since Li Wangyu presented the map and strategic objectives, the Tang dynasty's big shots, including Pai Lupi, had been thinking about what excuse to use to attack Gaochang. Currently, the relationship between the two countries was good. Just before Li Wangyo's suggestion, the monarch of Gaochang, Chu Wentai, came to Chang'an with his wife to visit Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi even gave his wife the surname Li and conferred the title of Princess Changle. Under such circumstances, no matter how eager Pai Lupi was, he couldn't touch Gaochang for a while. When Pai Lupi heard Li Wangyo's words, he naturally knew that his nephew had another idea. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Zio, quickly tell me, do you have a plan? Chapter 969. Faced with Pai Lupi's inquiry, Li Wangyu smiled mischievously and whispered a few words into his ear. Pai Lupi's face immediately revealed an expression of surprise, joy, and confusion. Ziyu, is what you said true? But how could this Liuli? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, of course it's true. Later, I'll get the craftsman to make a Buddha statue. Uncle will know if it's true or not when you try it. Good, good. If it's true, then you'll be the main contributor in the battle of destroying Gaochang. This nephew doesn't dare to claim credit. However, if Uncle sends troops to attack Gaochang, this nephew would like to recommend someone to be the commander. Pai Lupi glanced at him and replied with a faint smile, Oh? Ziyu, who do you want to recommend? Ji Jie or Jingda? Li Wangyu shook his head repeatedly, No, no. If Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuqi were to attack Gaochang, wouldn't it be overkill? Then could it be Xu Bao? That won't do. Xu Bao's body isn't good. He can't be worn out by the journey. Of course not. If this nephew dares to recommend Duke Qin to Uncle Cheng, that old scoundrel, Uncle Cheng will definitely smack this nephew's butt. Li Wangyu almost said the words old scoundrel in front of Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi also understood the meaning behind his words. Not only did he not reprimand him, he even nodded his head in sympathy. Clearly, the fact that a certain person was an old scoundrel had long been recognized by the entire court. Then Ziyu, who exactly do you want to recommend to be the commander? Li Wangyu smiled and said a name, but it stunned Pai Lupi. Duke Lu. Who? Pai Lupi thought he was hearing things and asked in disbelief. This nephew recommends Duke Lu to be the commander and conquer Gaochang. Li Wangyo's answer took Pai Lupi by surprise. After a long while, Pai Lupi turned to Li Wangyu with a complicated expression. Ziyu, you actually recommended Junji? We truly did not expect this. Tell me, why do you recommend Junji to be the commander? Everyone in Chang'an knew of the conflict between Li Wangyu and Hu Junji, and Pai Lupi naturally knew this as well. He wanted to resolve the conflict between the two. After all, Hu Junji was his beloved general, and Junji was a capable nephew who had given him countless pleasant surprises. Pai Lupi naturally didn't want to see Junji's relationship with Hu Junji's opinion. And Junji's grandfather. Pai Lupi had always doted on Hu Junji. In history, not only had Pai Lupi sent Hu Junji to lead armies, he had also promoted him to Minister of Imperial Revenue, promoted him to Minister of Personnel, and even listed him as one of the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. Even though Hu Junji had rebelled, Pai Lupi had still wanted to pardon him before his execution. From this, one could see just how much Pai Lupi loved Hu Junji. Li Wangyu naturally understood this, so in the face of Pai Lupi's question, he casually shrugged. This nephew truly doesn't like Duke Lu's character, but I do acknowledge his abilities. Thus, this nephew's recommendation of Duke Lu is merely a matter of fact. Duke Lu is the most suitable commander for conquering Gaochang. Pai Lupi thought for a few moments before nodding. We understand. We will consider this matter. Li Wangyu felt that he had achieved his goal, so he said no more and continued to watch the auction. The reason he had suddenly recommended Hu Junji to Pai Lupi was to ensure that when the Tang army conquered Gaochang, it would still be Hu Junji leading the army. In truth, even if Li Wangyu hadn't mentioned this matter to Pai Lupi, there was still a very high chance that Pai Lupi would have chosen Hu Junji to lead the army. In history, it was Hu Junji who had led the army to destroy Gaochang. Although that was 13 years after Zhengguan's death, it was now 8 years ahead of schedule, but that didn't necessarily change. Li Wangyu had suggested this to Pai Lupi in order to add another layer of insurance. As for why he insisted on having Hu Junji lead the army to conquer Gaochang, he naturally had his reasons. After the Hu merchant withdrew from the bidding, the eminent monks of the Buddhist sect engaged in a heated battle with the other guests. In the end, the Buddhist sect won, bidding 68,000 taels of gold to buy the Vairocana Buddha. Li Wangyu was naturally satisfied with this result. Only a fool would be dissatisfied. After all, the cost of a ton of glass, including the wages of the craftsman, only amounted to a few hundred strings of coins. Half a month of baking time had been exchanged for 68,000 taels of gold. Even robbing people wouldn't be able to do this. But not even Li Wangyu had expected that the most profitable item in today's auction would not be the Buddha, but the perfume. Speaking of which, these perfume were not being managed by Li Wangyu, but by his beautiful superior and her army of women. Su Changqing had collected 12 different kinds of flowers and made 12 different types of perfume. Moreover, the perfume's manufacturing process had been improved by the army of women, making the perfume even stronger and last longer. It was very close to the perfumes of the modern era. The rather business-minded Su Changqing had ordered the craftsman to meticulously carve and blow the perfume bottles into 12 different shapes, naming them the 12 flower deities. Because Su Changqing, an elite woman in the modern era, was used to using Dior's perfume, she actually did the same as Li Wangyu and unceremoniously named their perfume the Dior's 12 flower deities perfume. His beautiful superior, who had always criticized Li Wangyu for plagiarism, didn't hold back at all when plagiarizing, even copying the Dior perfume's advertising slogan. When Li Wangyu heard Fatty Cho Kuan recite with deep affection, "At this time, gold seems cold, jewelry lacks vitality, and colored glass is not attractive enough. Don't pretend, feel the real luxury, and only the Dior 12 flower goddess perfume." After hearing this advertising slogan, he almost spat out the wine in his mouth onto Lia's face. When Cho Kuan showed these fragrant and enchanting perfume to the group of noblewomen, the entire auction hall fell into a frenzy. The fragrant fragrance, the glittering glass perfume bottles. At this moment, in the eyes of the top noblewomen of the Tang dynasty, they were simply emitting a dazzling light. Even the stingiest man, in the face of his wife's murderous gaze, could only reluctantly pay for it. Su Changqing had prepared a total of 10 sets of 12 bottles of perfume for the auction. As a result, even Empress Zhongsun, this shill, was useless. The price of each set of perfume was raised to about 30,000 taels of gold by these crazy noblewomen. Just the perfume alone was sold for more than 300,000 taels of gold, making Li Wangyu speechless. Pai Lupi was even more dumbfounded. As for Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang, the way they looked at Li Wangyu made him shudder, as if he was being stared at by two ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Li Wangyu was sensible and immediately patted his chest as a guarantee. He turned around and ordered people to send the perfume to the palace. Only then did he avoid the fate of being stabbed to death by Pai Lupi's wife's gaze. Li Wangyu could only shake his head speechlessly. Sure enough, no matter what era it was, women's money was the easiest to earn. The auction, which opened the eyes of the country bumpkins of the Tang dynasty, made Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi a lot of money. In fact, the amount of money they earned didn't have any special meaning to Li Wangyu. No matter how much money they had, it was just a number. What he enjoyed was the pleasure of easily making money from the country bumpkins of the Tang dynasty. To borrow a famous saying from Father Ma, "I'm really not interested in money, but I'm interested in spending money." Chapter 970. In the 6th month of the 5th year of Zhengguan's reign, Gaochang city was bustling with activity. Countless people poured out of the city gates, singing and dancing as they welcomed the diplomatic group from the Tang dynasty. The king of Gaochang, Chu Wentai, led a group of civil and military officials 30 miles out of the city to welcome the Tang dynasty's diplomatic group. The reason why everyone in Gaochang came out in full force to welcome the Tang dynasty's diplomatic group was that the Tang dynasty's emperor, the great and upright Pai Lupi, had gifted the glazed Buddha statue to Gaochang. It would arrive with the diplomatic group today. Gaochang City, the capital of Gaochang, was located in Turpan City in the future. It was more than 5,000 miles away from Chang'an City. With the current traffic situation of the Tang dynasty, it would take more than a month to complete the 5,000 miles journey on horseback. If it were a caravan transporting goods, it would take at least 3 months to complete the journey. It was not easy to transport a glass Buddha statue that weighed more than a ton and traveled more than 5,000 miles. The Tang dynasty spent a lot of effort to transport this Buddha statue. First, it was transported to Dunhuang County by four-wheeled carriages, and then to Gaochang by camel caravans. However, no camel could carry a 1-ton Buddha statue. Therefore, a specialized craftsman made a kind of bracket to connect the 4 camels. The Buddha statue was placed on the bracket and carried by the 4 camels. Under the careful care of countless people, it took more than a month to cross the Gobi Desert and transport the Buddha statue from Dunhuang County to Gaochang City through Hami. As a Buddhist country, all the civil and military officials, including Chu Wentai, and the people of Gaochang were extremely excited when they learned that the Tang dynasty had gifted them this national gift. What kind of treasure was a glass Buddha statue that weighed more than a ton? Even though Gaochang City was far from Chang'an City, there were still caravans coming in and out every day, bringing all kinds of news from Chang'an City. Half a year ago, the shocking auction in Chang'an City was the most talked about event of these caravans. Half a year ago, a similar Vairocana Buddha statue was bought by a Buddhist sect in Chang'an for 68,000 taels of gold. The Buddha statue was bought by the Buddhist sect, but it became a problem as to which temple would worship this glass Buddha statue. Several eminent monks of the Buddhist sect argued and finally decided that the 10 temples in Chang'an City would take turns to worship the statue. Each temple would worship the statue for 3 months. The Great Mercy Temple was the luckiest and got the first chance to worship the Buddha statue. In order to show this glass Buddha statue to its believers, the Great Buddha statue was placed on the square in front of the Great Hall. The base of the Buddha statue was built with white marble, and the colorful glazed Buddha statue was placed on top of it. Because it was an open-air environment, the glass Buddha statue emitted a dazzling radiance under the sunlight every day. It was exceptionally sacred. Because of the statue was the Buddha statue was the Buddha statue was the Buddha statue of the great Buddhist sect. Countless believers flocked to the Great Mercy Temple just to see the Buddha statue. There were even all kinds of miracles and rumors. Some said that the Buddha statue showed up and healed the sick after praying. Some said that the Buddha statue shone colorful light and bathed the believers in the Buddha's light. In short, all kinds of rumors about the glass Buddha statue in Chang'an City had been the talk of the town for the past half a year. It made the people of Gao Changhua restless. After several months of travel, the Vairocana Buddha statue that the great Tang Emperor had given to Gaochang as a national gift was finally going to arrive in Gaochang City. How could the entire court of Gaochang not be excited? Therefore, the king of Gao Changhua, Chu Wentai, had already led the civil and military officials 30 miles out of the city to wait for the arrival of the Buddha statue. When the figures of the great Tang diplomatic mission finally appeared on the official road under the expectant gazes of the people of Gaochang, the surrounding citizens couldn't help but burst into cheers. The musicians played cheerful music and the dancers started singing and dancing. It was a scene of jubilation. It was even livelier than the biggest festival in Gao Changhua. The Buddha statue that was firmly fixed on the back of a hunchback was wrapped in thick straw and other things. The king of Gao Changhua, Chu Wentai, and the others who came to greet them felt a little regretful. After a series of complicated ceremonies, the Tang dynasty delegation and the emperor of Gao Changhua set off for Gao Changhua City again. After learning from the successful experience of the Great Mercy Temple, the ruler of Gaochang, Chu Wentai, didn't hesitate. He ordered people to build an open-air Buddha platform in the largest temple in the city, preparing to use it to consecrate the Buddha statue. In order to show his sincerity, the king of Gao Changhua, Chu Wentai, even ordered people to make the Buddha platform out of pure gold. Just the gold alone cost nearly 20 tons, which was about 800,000 taels of gold. Gao Changhua was located in the center of the Silk Road in the western region. It was an indispensable transportation hub and a commercial hub for the east-west traffic. Therefore, it was very rich. Even though the Tang dynasty delegation was well aware of this, they were still shocked speechless when they saw the Buddha platform made of gold. After arriving at the temple, the Vairocana Buddha statue was slowly and carefully lifted up by a group of craftsmen and placed firmly on the golden Buddha platform. When the Buddha statue was placed properly and the straw and other things that were used to protect it were removed, its true appearance was revealed. Everyone present was immediately stunned. Under the dazzling sunlight, the sparkling and translucent Buddha statue and the dazzling golden Buddha platform complemented each other. It was so solemn and compassionate that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. The abbot of the temple immediately chanted the name of Buddha silently and led all the monks in the temple to kneel down. He loudly recited the profound scriptures. The solemn atmosphere of Buddhism made everyone present immediately kneel down and kowtow to the Buddha statue and pray. The Buddha statue that Pai Lupi had gifted to Gao Changwa was immediately declared as the national treasure of Gao Changwa by the king of Gao Changwa, Chu Wentai. The temple where this Vairocana Buddha statue was enshrined was not only strictly guarded by the king of Gao Changwa, but all the men and women who came to offer incense were also not allowed to come within 30 meters of the Vairocana Buddha statue. Apart from the monks, anyone who dared to come close to the Vairocana Buddha statue would be killed without mercy. Chu Wentai was even more pious and would go to the temple to offer incense and pray every day. As for the Tang dynasty delegation, they temporarily stayed in Gao Changwa to witness the friendship between the two countries. The Turpan Basin where Gao Changwa was located was extremely dry and had very little rain. However, during the Tang dynasty, the Turpan Basin was an important place to farm. Although it was still considered a region with little rain compared to the Central Plains, it was still considered abundant compared to other places in the western region. However, after summer this year, there was no rain in Gao Changwa and the land was dry. Everyone in Gao Changwa was worried about this. In order to pray for rain, the king of Gao Changwa, Chu Wentai, simply ordered the temple that enshrined the Vairocana Buddha statue to hold a Dharma assembly. He led all the civil and military officials to the temple to participate in the Dharma assembly. It was unknown whether it was the Buddha's spirit, but on the third day after the Dharma assembly, it finally rained in Gao Changwa, which had been dry for a long time. Once it rained for an entire day and night. Everyone in Gao Changwa was overjoyed and felt that this was the result of the Buddha's blessing. The king of Gao Changwa, Chu Wentai, slept soundly amidst the pattering rain. The next morning, he ordered the palace maids to help him get up and change his clothes. He wanted to go to the temple to fulfill his vow. However, before Chu Wentai could finish washing up, he saw a few people stumbling in from outside the palace. "Your Majesty, it's not good. Something big has happened. The Buddha statue, something has happened to the Buddha statue." Chapter 971. Hearing this, Chu Wentai's expression stiffened as he glared at the informant. "Don't talk nonsense. How could something happen to the Buddha statue? Quickly tell me." The messenger's face was also pale. His body was trembling like a sieve, and his tongue was tied. He could not speak clearly for a long time. "Reporting to your Majesty, the Tathagata Buddha statue, it melted." "What?" Chu Wentai angrily stepped forward and grabbed the informant's collar. "What nonsense are you talking about? That glazed Buddha statue isn't made of ice. How could it melt? Why, Your Majesty, this servant doesn't dare to lie. Your Majesty, please go to the temple and take a look. This servant isn't lying." Chu Wentai couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the informant anymore. He angrily kicked the informant and hurriedly ran out of the palace. When Chu Wentai hurriedly rode a horse to the temple under the escort of a group of palace guards, there was already a crowd gathered there. They were all kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to the temple. When the heavy rain fell yesterday, these believers of Gaochang were like Chu Wentai and attributed all the credit to Buddha's blessings. Therefore, many people rushed to the temple early in the morning, wanting to burn incense in front of the glazed Buddha statue and restore it. However, they didn't expect that the originally sparkling and translucent Buddha statue on the golden altar in front of the temple's Mahavira hall would melt like a piece of ice that had been drenched in water. This strange scene frightened countless believers and caused them to scream. Fear was written all over their faces. Before Chu Wentai arrived, many civil and military officials of Gaochang had also rushed to the temple after receiving the news. Even the Tang dynasty's diplomatic mission that was still in Gaochang City rushed over after receiving the news. Chu Wentai jumped off his horse and was welcomed into the temple by a group of officials and monks with ashen faces. When the king of Gaochang saw the remains of the Buddha statue on the golden altar with his own eyes, his vision suddenly turned black. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. What the hell is going on? Why did the Buddha statue become like this? Chu Wentai was supported by the guards beside him. He suddenly exploded and roared at the people around him. There was silence all around. No one could answer his question. Only a ghost would know what was going on. How could a perfectly fine glazed Buddha statue melt like ice? If the glazed Buddha statue had cracked or shattered, everyone could still understand it. However, the fact that the glazed Buddha statue had melted for no reason was simply inconceivable. As for the monks in the temple, they were all kneeling on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. The glazed Buddha statue was so precious, yet it was destroyed in their temple for no reason. Who could bear such a responsibility? Seeing that no one spoke, Chu Wentai became even angrier. Go and find the abbot for this monarch. This monarch wants to ask him what is going on with this Buddha statue. After receiving the order, a monk immediately ran to find the abbot. But not long after, the monk stumbled back and said, My king, the abbot, he hanged himself. What? When Chu Wentai heard this, his blood pressure shot up, and his temples throbbed. Obviously, because the glazed Buddha statue had melted for no reason, the abbot of the temple felt that he had committed a grave sin and was too ashamed to face everyone, so he simply chose to commit suicide. The death of the abbot of the temple made the atmosphere even more oppressive. Just when everyone was speechless, someone suddenly sneered and said, Suicide for fear of punishment. My king, is this the attitude of your Gaochang state towards our Tang dynasty's emperor as a gift? The sage ordered us to transport the glazed Buddha statue from thousands of miles away to Gaochang state so that you can wantonly destroy it like this. Chu Wentai's eyelids suddenly twitched. He looked up and saw that the one who spoke was the Tang dynasty's envoy to Gaochang state. Only then did he realize that compared to the destruction of the Buddha statue, this Buddha statue was a gift from the Tang dynasty to Gaochang state. Now that the Buddha statue had been destroyed for no reason, this matter was serious. To put it lightly, it was Gaochang state's improper safekeeping. To put it seriously, it was damaging the prestige of the Tang dynasty and disgracing the face of the Tang dynasty's emperor, Lord Tang. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. How would I dare to destroy the Buddha statue? This Buddha statue, it. Chu Wentai couldn't finish his words. What exactly happened to the Buddha statue? He was still in a state of confusion. The Lord Tang that Chu Wentai mentioned was Tang Jian's eldest son, Tang Songling. Tang Jian was promoted to the Minister of Civil Affairs by Pai Lupi because he said that he would surrender to the Turks and cooperate with General Li Jing's army to capture Xie Khan alive. However, his eldest son, Tang Songling, had inherited Tang Jian's legacy of being a diplomat and was now an assistant minister in the Ministry of Rights. He was the envoy to Gaochang state this time. Tang Songling snorted and said, Misunderstanding? Then I'd like to ask my king, why did the glazed Buddha statue become like this? This, maybe the weather is hot. Chu Wentai couldn't finish his words. How would he know why the Buddha statue became like this? No matter how hot the weather was, the glazed Buddha statue wouldn't melt. Even if it was caused by the heat, the glazed Buddha statue had been exposed to the sun every day and hadn't melted. Moreover, it had rained for an entire day and night yesterday. It was even less likely that it had melted because of the heat. Thinking of the rain, Chu Wentai couldn't help but look up at the Buddha statue that was already in a terrible state. He couldn't help but have an absurd thought. Could it have been melted by the rain? Immediately, Chu Wentai denied this conjecture in his heart. The Buddha statue was made of glazed glaze. There was no mistake about that. Including him, all the civil and military officials of Gaochang state had seen this Buddha statue with their own eyes and had even carefully examined it. As the transportation hub that connected the east and west, glassware shipped from the west was not rare at all. Even Pai Lupi's Taiji Palace didn't have as many glassware as Chu Wentai's palace. Chu Wentai and the Gaochang officials were all too familiar with glass, which was also known as glazed glaze. Therefore, They didn't have the slightest doubt about the material of the glazed Buddha statue. Glazed glaze was naturally not afraid of water. This was something that everyone knew. If he were to tell Tang Songling that the Buddha statue had been melted by the rain, it would be an insult to Tang Songling's intelligence. For a moment, Chu Wentai was at a loss for words. Seeing that Chu Wentai was at a loss for words, Tang Songling sneered again. Good, good. Since Gaochang State treats my Tang dynasty like this, then I won't keep you company. Men, take down the Buddha statue and take it away. The diplomatic mission will depart today and return to Chang'an. My Tang dynasty won't let this matter rest. If Gaochang State can't give me an explanation, then don't blame my Tang dynasty. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Farewell, Your Majesty. After Tang Songling finished speaking, he turned around and left, not giving Gaochang any chance to explain. The craftsmen of the Tang dynasty who came with the diplomatic mission immediately ran up to the golden Buddha altar and began to dismantle the melted and damaged Buddha statue. Chu Wentai opened his mouth. He wanted to stop them, but he couldn't say a word. The glazed Buddha statue had been damaged in the temple of Gaochang State, so it was reasonable for the Tang dynasty's diplomatic mission to be furious. What reason did he have to stop them? Chu Wentai let out a long sigh, shook his head, and summoned the officials back to the palace. Today's matter would obviously cause a lot of trouble in the future. He needed to have a good discussion with the civil and military officials on how to calm the anger of the Tang dynasty. However, Chu Wentai would never have thought that his preposterous guess was actually the truth. Chapter 972. Half a year ago, Li Wangyu moved closer to Pai Lupi's ear in the private room of Sotheby Chu River Lake and whispered, "Uncle, I just thought that since the Tang dynasty lacks an excuse to attack Gaochang, this Buddha statue in front of us is an opportunity. The reason why I asked Uncle to gift Gaochang a glazed Buddha statue as a national gift is because I want to do something about it. After the Buddha statue is sent to Gaochang, I have a way to make the glazed Buddha statue dissolve on its own. At that time, the Tang dynasty can use Gaochang as an excuse for destroying the national gift and insulting the prestige of the Tang dynasty to send troops to attack Gaochang. Moreover, Gaochang is a Buddhist country. If the glazed Buddha statue melts for no reason, it will be a great blow to Gaochang. This will be more beneficial for the Tang army to quickly attack Gaochang." Pai Lupi was surprised and happy. "Zio, are you serious? But how can this glazed Buddha statue dissolve on its own?" Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders casually to express his affirmation. Glass was difficult to fire in ancient times mainly because the melting point of sand was too high. It was too difficult to reach the melting point of 1600 degrees Celsius. After all, the melting point of copper was only about 1000 degrees Celsius. Therefore, when firing glass, it was necessary to add baking soda, which was also alkali, into the quartz sand. In this way, the melting point could be lowered to more than 800 degrees Celsius. However, there was a disadvantage to firing glass in this way, which was that the glass would dissolve with water. Therefore, when firing glass, it was necessary to add lime and use the reaction between limestone and silicic acid to obtain calcium silicate. In fact, Li Wangyu had already forgotten all of this high school chemistry knowledge and had returned it all to his teacher. He only had a vague impression that he seemed to have read a similar article somewhere. However, this was indeed the case. When Li Wangyu ordered the craftsman to fire the glass used for the experiment and continuously sprinkle it with water, the glass really began to melt like ice cubes. After confirming that Li Wangyu's plan was indeed feasible, Pai Lupi was naturally overjoyed. He immediately followed Li Wangyu's plan and began a series of plans. The glazed Buddha statue that was painstakingly transported to Gaochang was a Buddha statue that was afraid of water. Gaochang's climate was dry, so it was naturally fine without rain. No one could see any flaws. However, once it was drenched by rain, it would slowly melt like ice. In order to trick Gao Changhua, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu deliberately built the open-air Buddha platform in Chang'an, including the Great Mercy Temple and the enshrining of the Buddha statue. They wanted to give Gao Changhua a psychological hint. Moreover, the glass-fired Buddha statue emitted all kinds of light under the sunlight in an open-air environment. It was indeed quite eye-catching. Therefore, Gaochang's king, Chu Wentai, jumped into the trap without realizing it. After being drenched by rain for a day and a night, the open-air Buddha statue silently melted and was destroyed. From the moment Chu Wentai followed the trend and built the open-air Buddha platform, Gaochang was destined to be destroyed by the Tang dynasty. In fact, whether or not he built the open-air Buddha platform did not make much of a difference to Gao Changhua's fate. Even if he did not put the glazed Buddha statue out in the open and carefully enshrined it in the main hall, Pai Lupi would not be able to catch Gaochang's weakness. At most, it would be delayed by a few years. In the 13th year of Zhengguan, Gaochang would still seek death by forming an alliance with the Western Turks. At that time, the destruction of the country would still be inevitable. As for Assistant Minister of Rights Tang Songling's reaction, it was naturally premeditated. As for why he moved the remains of the Buddha statue away, it was naturally to destroy the evidence and not give the people of Gaochang the chance to discover anything fishy. After the envoys left Gao Changhua angrily with the remains of the Buddha statue, Tang Songling immediately ordered his men to smash the remains of the Buddha statue and bury it in a random desert. After that, the entire envoys set off for Dunhuang County as fast as they could. 1 month later, Pai Lupi, in front of the envoys and officials of the various countries, announced the denouncing Chu Wentai edict in Taiji Palace, listing out Chu Wentai's crimes. Just like in history, Pai Lupi appointed Hu Junji as the Grand Marshal of the army and Niu Jindar and Xue Wanjuan as the vice marshals to lead an army of 150,000 soldiers to attack Gaochang. In truth, attacking a puny Gaochang naturally did not require 150,000 soldiers. After all, Gaochang only had a population of 30,000. 150,000 soldiers was enough to scare them to death. Li Wangyu had forgotten that in history, Gaochang's king, Chu Wentai, had been scared to death by the Tang army. Pai Lupi's goal in dispatching an army of 150,000 soldiers was naturally not just Gaochang. With Li Wangyu's advice, Pai Lupi was planning to swallow up all the kingdoms of the western regions. Lulan, Yuqiang, Chotzi, Shiye, Wuzhen, and Yutian were all treated by Pai Lupi as meat on the chopping board. The benefits of controlling the western regions were self-evident. Fang Xianling, Zhongsun Wuji, Gao Shilian, and all the other bigwigs of the imperial court supported Pai Lupi's enormous appetite. As for the generals, they raised both hands in agreement. After the autumn harvest of the 5th year of Zhengguan, Hu Junji, Niu Jindar, and Xue Wanjuan swore an oath in Chang'an, and an army of 150,000 soldiers set out for the western regions. In the lie-hot of Dingju village, Li Wangyu held a cup of wine as he stood on the top floor of his castle and looked to the west, an almost imperceptible sneer on his lips. Just as he had expected, Pai Lupi had chosen his beloved general, Hu Junji, to be his commander. Lord Marquis, have a safe journey. Li Wangyu raised the wine glass in his hand and shook it toward the west. Then, he spilled the wine on the ground. If Hu Junji had seen this, he would probably have fought Li Wangyu to the death. But for Li Wangyu, Hu Junji's expedition to Gaochang was the end of the road. In truth, Li Wangyu didn't have much of a bad impression of Hu Junji at the start. Although Hu Junji had been known to be arrogant and greedy, what did that have to do with him? As for Hu Junji's rebellion, it had even less to do with him. He was not Pai Lupi, and it was not his place to worry about such trifling matters. But ever since Hu Junji coveted his estate and forced Niu Wu and Niu Yong into a life-and-death battle with his troops, the cynical man had blacklisted Hu Junji. They were absolutely irreconcilable. As a result, Li Wangyu was getting bolder and bolder, no longer the cautious white-collar worker he had once been. He even wanted to kill Hu Junji. But Hu Junji was Pai Lupi's beloved general and a major figure of the imperial court. No matter how much Li Wangyu hated him, he couldn't just assassinate him like he had done with Yun Geiseman. Pai Lupi's 100 Horsemen division wasn't incompetent, and there was no guarantee that they wouldn't reveal some clues. If Pai Lupi learned that he, Li Wangyu, had assassinated a duke of the court for a personal grudge, no matter how much Pai Lupi trusted and doted on him, Li Wangyu would have a hard time. Thus, even though Li Wangyu hated Hu Junji to the core, there was nothing he could do. But Li Wangyu had suddenly taken action and added fuel to the fire from behind the scenes because he had coincidentally discovered a few things. Thus, he had hidden this matter from Pai Lupi. This matter had to be recounted from his encounter with Luo Hui at Fenglingdu with those wastrels. It's normal to complain about this old dragon's slow, bad, and sloppy writing. This old dragon welcomes all sorts of complaints. But what's with cursing this old dragon for being slow? Did this old man eat your rice? Chapter 973. Back at Fenglingdu, when Li Wangyu and the other wastrels discovered Luo Hui's whereabouts, he had left behind a few capable soldiers in the residence and ordered them to monitor Luo Hui's every move. However, Li Wangyu had rushed to Zuzhu for disaster relief, and for the matter of Su Chongqing's knighthood, he had run away. After spending several months away, he had completely forgotten about Luo Hui. When he returned to Chang'an and took care of Du Ruhui's funeral, Niu Wu had reported this matter to him, and only then did Li Wangyu remember. Niu Wu, is Luo Hui still at Fenglingdu? Li Wangyu asked curiously. When Niu Wu reported this matter to him, more than half a year had passed since he had met Luo Hui at Fenglingdu. Niu Wu smiled. Lang Jun, the soldiers in the residence have sent back several messages, but Lang Jun was already in Shu at that time, so you naturally don't know that he has already left Fenglingdu. Lang Jun, guess where Luo Hui has run off to? How could Li Wangyu guess? Naturally, he could only shake his head. Jingju. Jingju? What did he run there for? Li Wangyu asked in confusion. The Jingju that Niu Wu spoke of was in the Jingchuan county of Gansu, more than 500 li away from Chang'an. However, Luo Hui running to Jingju left Li Wangyu rather confused. Based on his conjecture, this man called Luo Hui was in charge of helping that bastard Hu Junji accumulate wealth. Whether it was monopolizing the excrement industry in Chang'an or running off to Fenglingdu, it should have been for the sake of wealth. But why did he run off to Jingju? Jingzhou's location was rather important. It was equivalent to the northern gate of Chang'an, and it was an important pass to defend against the Turks. However, Jingzhou could not be considered rich. Running to such a place, where could one earn money? Niu Wu smiled. Lang Jun, you definitely won't be able to guess Luo Hui's true identity. Oh, let's hear it. From Niu Wu's words, it was clear that his soldiers had made a major discovery while tracking this person. This had piqued Li Wangyu's interest. Niu Wu kept him in suspense. Instead of answering, he asked, Lang Jun, do you know the King of Yang? Prince Yang? Li Wangyu was stunned by Niu Wu's question. It took him a while to realize who the King of Yang that Niu Wu was talking about was. Prince Yang Li Yi, whose original name was Luo Yi, was a famous general at the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty. This person was ferocious and cunning, and he was familiar with military affairs. At the end of the Sui dynasty, he repeatedly performed meritorious deeds in battle, and was appointed as a general by Huban. In the third year of Wuda, Luo Yi pledged allegiance to the Tang dynasty and was granted the surname Li by Li Yuan. He was inducted into the imperial family and was given the title of Prince of Yang. After Li Yi returned to the Tang Empire, he made friends with Crown Prince Li Jianchao and offended Pai Lupi because of this. After the incident at the Black Tortoise Gate, Pai Lupi ascended the throne. In order to appease Li Yi, he even acknowledged Li Yi as the head of ceremonies and officials of the three prefectures. In the end, this guy was narrow-minded. He felt that he had offended Pai Lupi and was afraid that Pai Lupi would seek revenge, so he decided to rebel. However, Li Yi was not a rebel material. His subordinates had already rebelled before the Tang army arrived. Li Yi fled in panic and tried to escape to the Tujue. But he was killed by his subordinates on the way. His head was sent back to Chang'an and displayed to the public. His original surname was Luo. Luo Yi's brother Luo Shou, who was the governor of Lizhu, was also killed because of this. Li Wangyu recalled the history he had read in the history books. He suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked, could it be that Luo Hui is related to Luo Yi? Luo Yi, Luo Hui. Since Niu Wu asked, Li Wangyu could vaguely guess the relationship between the two. Niu Wu smiled and nodded, you are right. The brothers of the central prefectures secretly reported that they accidentally found out that Luo Hui was actually the son of the Prince of Yang who had been killed long ago. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was shocked by the news. What? Is this true? How did the central prefectures know about such a secret? It was a coincidence that they found out about this. They had been watching Luo Hui in Fenglingdu for several months but did not find anything. Just as they were feeling depressed, Luo Hui secretly left Fenglingdu. They followed behind him and followed him all the way to Jingju. Li Wangyu recalled that because of Luo Yi's fame, Li Yuan had ordered him to guard Jingju to scare the Tujue people. If that was the case, then it made sense for Luo Hui to run to Jingju. Maybe Luo Yi had left some legacy in Jingju. As his son, it was normal for Luo Hui to run to Jingju. Li Wangyu did not interrupt and waited for Niu Wu to reveal the answer. Lang Jun, you definitely did not expect that Luo Hui was a filial son. After he ran to Jingju, he went to pay respects to his father. The Prince of Yang's rebellion failed and fled to the Wuji relay station in Ningzhou near Jingju. He was killed by his subordinates. This Luo Hui ran to the Wuji relay station to pay respects to the Prince of Yang. Only then did the brothers discover his true identity. Are you sure? Could there have been a mistake? Li Wangyu worriedly asked as this matter was of great importance. Niu Wu nodded. The troops in the residence saw it clearly. When Luo Hui secretly paid respects to the Prince of Yang, he carried the Prince of Yang's memorial tablet with him. This is interesting. Li Wangyu rubbed his chin and lowered his head in thought. The secret that his troops had discovered was truly a landmine that could explode at any time. If Luo Hui was Luo Yi's son, then what was the relationship between him and Hu Junji? Did Hu Junji know Luo Hui's true identity? Had Luo Hui deliberately sided with Hu Junji, or were the two working together to rebel? But regardless of the situation, as long as Li Wangyu reported this matter to Pai Lupi, Hu Junji would be in trouble. Even if he did not know, he would still be punished by Pai Lupi. But the cynical man had no intention of letting this matter rest. Since he wanted to trap Hu Junji, he naturally wanted to trap him to death. He was in no rush to report this matter to Pai Lupi. Instead, he sent several dozen troops to Jingju to keep a close eye on Luo Hui so that he could figure out what he was up to. Fortunately, Jingju was not very far from Chang'an. It was a 500-some li journey, and if one changed horses at the relay stations, it would only take one day. Although Li Wangyu had lost his noble title, Su Chongqing had still been conferred the title of Marquis. Given her status, she could still use the courier horses to pass on messages. After monitoring Luo Hui for a month or two, Li Wangyu finally had a rough idea of what Luo Hui was up to. One had to admit that Luo Hui was truly a man of endurance. Just from the fact that he had gone from being the son of the first wife of the King of Yang to the chief of excrement removal in Chang'an, one could see that he was rather formidable. But in this unexpected situation, coupled with the fact that Li Wangyu's troops were all old soldiers of the Golden Guard, he had managed to unearth Luo Hui's secret. Li Wangyu had never imagined that Luo Hui would be so ambitious and greedy. Chapter 974. Li Wangyu never expected that Luo Hui's guts would actually be so great. Perhaps it was because he had inherited Luo Yi's hidden assets or because he had embezzled money while helping Hu Junji, but in any case, this fellow had run to Jingju and begun to secretly recruit people. But he had not been able to hide his actions from the Lai Hot's troops. After consulting with Li Wangyu, he found a random excuse and pretended to get close to Luo Hui. Then, he was recruited into the team. The process of getting close to Luo Hui was very simple. It was nothing more than a self-directed act by the Lai Hot's troops. Several of the troops had pretended to be drunk and had gotten into a conflict with Luo Hui. Then, a spy had stepped forward to fight for justice and save Luo Hui. Luo Hui had never imagined that someone would be interested in him, and he had fallen into the trap without realizing it. After all, Luo Hui had believed that he had been hiding in Chang'an for many years, and not even Hu Junji had been able to see through his disguise. If he hadn't been so greedy for the profits from those toilets, he wouldn't have been forced to flee by Li Wangyu and his group of wastrels. With Hu Junji covering for Luo Hui didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed, so he had never imagined that someone would try to spy on him. Once Luo Hui got to know the spy and witnessed his bravery, he tried to recruit him in the hopes that the spy would lend him a hand. Once the spy reached Luo Hui's side, It didn't take him very long to figure out the man's true goal, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, the troops of the Li manor thought that Luo Hui was preparing to directly recruit troops and buy horses in Jingju to raise the flag of rebellion. However, they did not expect this fellow to be even more daring and even more whimsical. Luo Hui was actually planning to recruit some capable men, train them, and bring them back to Chang'an. There, he would find a chance to control Hu Junji and the right guard of the Imperial Army. The left and right guards of the Imperial Army controlled the Imperial Palace, so this fellow's ultimate goal was to kill his way into Taiji Palace and kill Pai Lupi to avenge his father. When the Lai Hot's troops discovered this absurd plan, even Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. This absurd plan made even Li Wangyu wonder if Luo Hui's head had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Luo Hui was the legitimate son of Li Yi, Prince of Yang, and had been doing business in Chang'an for many years. He could be regarded as a local tyrant in Chang'an. How could he have such a childish idea? Forget whether he could control over Hu Junji, even if he could, how could he use Junji's name to order the right guard to rebel? Not even Hu Junji himself could do such a thing. Otherwise, Hu Junji and Li Chengqian's rebellion wouldn't have failed while still in the planning stage. The coup of the Xuanwu Gate simply could not be replicated. In truth, Li Wangyu had misunderstood Luo Hui. Although he was the legitimate son of Li Yi, he did not understand the workings of the imperial court. Moreover, for the sake of revenge, he had concealed his identity in Chang'an and made a living out of excrement. How could he truly understand the affairs of those important figures in the imperial court? Luo Hui naturally believed that by controlling Hu Junji, he could control the right guard. Thus, while helping Hu Junji accumulate wealth, he was secretly accumulating wealth so that he could recruit suicide soldiers. Li Wangyu was too lazy to care whether Luo Hui had lost his mind or not. After figuring out Luo Hui's goal, the cynical man was prepared to add fuel to the fire and help Luo Hui. It just so happened that the auction house was opening at this time, and Li Wangyu saw an opportunity when the crowd was fighting over the glass Buddha statue. Thus, he recommended Pai Lupi that Hu Junji should be the commander of the expedition to the western regions. Li Wangyu's reason for doing this was very simple. The expedition to the western regions required the army to pass through Jingju no matter what. Half a year later, just as Li Wangyu had predicted, Pai Lupi appointed Hu Junji as the Grand Marshal of the expedition to the western regions with an army of 150,000 soldiers. A fast horse could travel from Chang'an to Jingju in one day, but an army could not travel so quickly. 7 or 8 days later, the army of 150,000 soldiers had marched several dozen li into Jingju to rest and reorganize. Once the army set up camp in Jingju, Hu Junji took a seat in his tent when a subordinate came to report that Luo Hui had requested an audience. Hu Junji couldn't help but frown, not understanding why Luo Hui would appear here. He still believed that Luo Hui was at Fenglingdu, gathering wealth for him. But Hu Junji didn't care, and he had his subordinate bring Luo Hui into the tent. The moment Luo Hui entered the tent, he respectfully bowed to Hu Junji and said, "This lowly one pays respects to the Duke." Hu Junji curiously asked, "No need for formalities. Luo Hui, what are you doing here in Jingju instead of Fenglingdu?" Luo Hui looked around, seemingly wanting to say something, but hesitated. Hu Junji could tell from the expression on his face that he had something to say to him in private, so he waved his hand, indicating that everyone in the tent should withdraw. "Okay, you can speak now. Do you have something important to discuss with this Duke?" Now that Hu Junji was the only one left in the tent, Luo Hui's submissive expression instantly vanished. "Your Highness, this one has come to seek you out for a small matter. I hope that Your Highness can fulfill it." Hu Junji was no fool, and when he saw the change in Luo Hui's tone, he immediately sensed that something was wrong and placed a hand on the barrier saber at his waist. "Speak. What do you need from this Duke?" "Haha, a small matter. I just want to ask Your Highness to lend me an army of 150,000 soldiers." "What?" Hu Junji thought that he was hearing things, and he asked in disbelief, "Luo Hui, what did you just say?" Luo Hui confidently said, "Your Highness did not mishear. This one wishes to borrow an army from Your Highness." "What do you want?" "Haha, Your Highness probably doesn't know who this one is, right?" At this point, this one will not hide it from your highness. My father is actually King Yang. This one is King Yang's son. Hu Junji was so frightened by these words that he stood up and knocked over several tables in front of him. What? You're actually that traitor's son? When Hu Junji thought about how the traitor Luo Yi's son had actually been taken under his wing to amass wealth, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If this matter was known by others, it would be a terrible matter. At the very least, this was an oversight, but at the very least, it was an act of treason. Hu Junji had no thoughts of rebellion, so when he learned of Luo Hui's true identity, his first thought was to kill Luo Hui to silence him. But before Hu Junji could take out his saber, Luo Hui threw his head back and laughed. "Haha, your highness wants to silence this one? Your highness, why don't you think about it? Since I dared to come here today, how could I not have a backup plan?" As he spoke, he took out several fist-sized black porcelain bottles from his belt. "Your highness presumably doesn't recognize these things in this one's hands. Haha, they're not simple. They're called Fire Phoenix Heavenly Flames. Once they explode, everything in a radius of 1 jong will be burned to ash. Moreover, not even water can extinguish this fire. Even the slightest contact with it can burn a person to ash. If you force me into a corner, then be careful that I don't fight to the death and perish together with you." Hu Junji's hand paused as he prepared to take out his saber. He stared in disbelief at Luo Hui, thinking that his words were complete nonsense. Chapter 975. What Fire Phoenix Flame? Hu Junji had served in the army for many years, but he had never heard of such a thing as Luo Hui, so he didn't really believe him. But Luo Hui's confident appearance made Hu Junji rather hesitant. What if Luo Hui was telling the truth? Luo Hui raised his head and laughed. "Your highness presumably doesn't believe this one's words, but that's understandable. This one will show it to your highness and you'll know if it's real or fake. But your highness must not act recklessly, or else this one's hand might slip." Hu Junji gave a slight nod in agreement. The two of them walked out of Hu Junji's tent, 2 steps apart. "Your highness, let's find an open area so that this one can demonstrate the power of this Fire Phoenix flame. But have your soldiers keep their distance. This one fears that they might be impulsive and end up taking your highness's life," Luo Hui cautiously said, his hand tightly gripping the bottle for fear that Hu Junji would suddenly attack. Hu Junji did not object, indicating that there was no need for his soldiers to follow him. He led Luo Hui to an open area in the camp and then had the Imperial Army soldiers disperse. Luo Hui took out a black bottle and waved it at Hu Junji. "Your highness, watch carefully. This Fire Phoenix flame is a rare killing weapon." After Luo Hui finished speaking, she waved her hand and threw the porcelain bottle toward the center of the open space. Boom! An explosion sound was heard. The porcelain bottle exploded the moment it landed on the ground. Countless black viscous liquid splashed out. Soon after, it started to burn violently. The flames burned with such ferocity that even Hu Junji and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back. His brow creased as he ordered the Imperial Army soldiers to extinguish the flames. In ancient times, the first thing an army needed to guard against when setting up camp was fire, so the camp was filled with wooden buckets and bags of water. But to Hu Junji's surprise, in a situation where there was no wood to fuel the fire, it was not extinguished by the soldiers' efforts to extinguish it. On the contrary, as more and more water was poured over the fire, it began to burn even more fiercely. What is this thing? Hu Junji couldn't help but look at the unremarkable black porcelain bottles in Luo Hui's hands. Luo Hui was very satisfied with the scene in front of him. Although he had seen it before, he still felt a lingering fear in the face of such scorching flames. He gestured to Hu Junji and said, "Lord Duke, why don't we return to the main tent and have a chat? You don't have to worry about the fire here. It will extinguish itself after a while." Hu Junji finally realized the threat he faced. If Luo Hui threw that Fire Phoenix heavenly flame at him, not even someone as skilled as Hu Junji would be able to dodge this strange flame. Hu Junji couldn't help but worry, but he could only silently nod and return to the tent with Luo Hui. Luo Hui didn't dare to take a single step away from Hu Junji. Success would depend entirely on whether he could use the item in his hand to control Hu Junji. Upon entering the tent, Hu Junji expressionlessly said, "Luo Hui, if you throw out that fire phoenix heavenly flame, given the distance between the two of us, even you will be burned to death, right?" Luo Hui threw his head back and laughed. "Lord Duke, ever since my father was killed and my uncle executed, this one's family has been ruined. This one's worthless life is nothing, so why should I fear death? Do you really think that by controlling this duke, you can command this army of 150,000 soldiers? Luo Hui, you're too naive." Hu Junji had a rough idea of what Luo Hui was up to. Haha, whether this matter succeeds or not is not up to Lord Duke to worry about. If Lord Duke doesn't want to die, then obediently follow my orders. Luo Hui continued, "Lord Duke, in truth, you and I are both grasshoppers on the same rope. If my identity is exposed, does Lord Duke think that you can remain unscathed? Although this one will undoubtedly die, how much stronger can Lord Duke be than this one? If Lord Duke is willing to cooperate with this one and lead an army of 150,000 soldiers back to Chang'an, once Li Shimin is killed, this one will naturally treat Lord Duke well." Hu Junji inwardly sneered at Luo Hui's words, thinking that Luo Hui had gone completely insane. Even if he wanted to rebel, it was simply wishful thinking for a measly army of 150,000 soldiers to charge into Chang'an and usurp the throne. Moreover, if Hu Junji tried to rebel, someone might immediately cut off his head and send it back to Chang'an to be rewarded for his deeds. Just like Luo Hui's damned father, he had failed in his rebellion and lost his life for nothing. Moreover, this army of 150,000 soldiers was not under his control alone. Did he really think that Niu Jindar and Shui Wanjuan were pushovers? Of course, Hu Junji would not tell Luo Hui any of this. He only wanted to stabilize Luo Hui for now and then find a way to escape. Hu Junji did not comment on Luo Hui's words, nor did he try to refute them. Luo Hui had taken control of the situation and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He had used himself as a stake, risked his life, and used the porcelain bottles in his hands to threaten Hu Junji. In the end, he had managed to complete the first step of his plan without any mishap. In truth, Luo Hui had also gambled that Hu Junji would not dare to take him down with him. As a duke of the court, Hu Junji was naturally unwilling to clash with Luo Hui's broken jar. Thus, he had been caught off guard and fallen for Luo Hui's trap. "Duke, I still have a few subordinates waiting outside the camp. Duke, please do me a favor and have someone bring them in." Hu Junji fell silent for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. He summoned his subordinate and had him bring the man in. Not long after, the troops of the Marquis Fu led a few people into the large tent. Those people also carried an enormous black clay jar and carefully placed it in the center of the large tent. Hu Junji looked at the black jar and then at the small porcelain bottle in Luo Hui's hand, and sweat began to seep out of his forehead. "Haha, Lord Duke, don't blame this one for being careful. Lord Duke is simply too awe-inspiring, and this one was worried that Lord Duke would take things too hard and do something foolish. You're right. This jar is also made of fire phoenix heavenly flame, but it's not on the same level as the one in this one's hand. If it were to explode, no one in a radius of 100 feet would be able to survive." Hu Junji silently returned to his tent and silently stared at Luo Hui. "Enough, Lord Duke, at this stage, there's no need for Lord Duke to act like a woman. Lord Duke, please make a decision quickly. This one's patience is limited." Before Luo Hui could finish his words, the large black clay jar placed in the middle of the tent exploded without any warning. Hu Junji, Luo Hui, and Luo Hui's subordinates in the tent only had time to scream before they were swallowed up by the endless flames. Chapter 976. When Li Wangyu heard the grievous news of the assassination of the founding Duke of Lu, Hu Junji, back in Chang'an, he laughed and drank for several days. There was no doubt that Li Wangyu was the one who planned all of this. Being able to get rid of Hu Junji made the cynical man feel refreshed. Li Wangyu had no qualms about secretly killing Hu Junji. On the contrary, he felt that he had done a good deed. If Hu Junji's spirit was still alive, he should be thanking him. After all, according to history, Hu Junji would have died sooner or later, and his family would have been exiled to Lingnan along with him. Although Hu Junji had died several years ago, at least his wife and children could still enjoy glory and wealth. The title of Duke of Lu would also be inherited by his son of the first wife. In this way, Li Wangyu did not believe that he had done anything wrong to Hu Junji. As for Luo Hui, he was just a fellow with great ambition but little talent. In history, Luo Hui was just a wealthy citizen of Chang who dug out dung for a living. In all likelihood, he had never been able to cause much of a stir in his life. Since Luo Hui had tried to rebel, he would be buried together with Hu Junji in a sea of fire. The thing that had killed Hu Junji and Luo Hui was actually very simple. It was a mixture of oil, white phosphorus, and sugar to create a homemade incendiary bomb. Oil was something that China had existed since ancient times. Gaonu had water that could be ignited. This was a passage recorded in the Book of Han. Gaonu lived in the vicinity of Sharangssi in the future. Using oil for illumination was something that had already been done in the northern and southern dynasties. Thus, it was far too easy for Li Wangyu to get some oil. This homemade incendiary bomb was simple to make, but its power was astonishing. That Chunibya name, Fire Phoenix Heavenly Flame, had come from Li Wangyu's wicked taste. In a situation where the Tang did not know how to extinguish it, it was not at all excessive to call it a heavenly flame. As for the person who provided the incendiary bomb to Luo Hui and gave Luo Hui such a bad idea, it was naturally the work of that spy. When Li Wangyu learned of Luo Hui's goal, he took advantage of the situation and secretly helped him kidnap Hu Junji, allowing the wicked son of heaven to control the 150,000 soldiers on the western expedition. Then, he would return to Chang'an and kill his way into Chang'an at lightning speed. It was such an unreliable plan, but after the spy presented it to Luo Hui actually regarded it as a treasure. After he demonstrated the power of the incendiary bomb to Luo Hui as a spy, Luo Hui became even more confident. She felt that it was only a matter of time before she could kill her way into Chang'an City's Taiji Palace. How could this fellow have thought that the Fire Phoenix Heavenly Flame, which he regarded as a divine weapon, was actually a time bomb that could take his life? The jar that Luo Hui's subordinates had moved into Hu Junji's tent was a time bomb. One had to realize that the world's first time bomb was only created nearly 1,000 years later. In 1584 AD, the Spanish weapon designer Jambelli, in order to take revenge on the Spaniards, placed explosives on 2 siege ships and set them to explode at a time, thus creating the first time bomb. Luo Hui could never have imagined that his capable and loyal subordinate would give him such a pleasant surprise. Thus, before the tragic Luo Hui could continue his beautiful dream, he was sent to the Western Paradise by that massive incendiary bomb and reunited with his father, Luo Yi. As for Hu Junji, this famous figure of Zhongguan and one of the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion, he also set the end of his life in the autumn of the 5th year of Zhongguan. The spy in Lai Hot and the other subordinates who had cooperated with him were each rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold by Li Wangyu. These old veterans naturally understood the stakes involved. They and Li Wangyu were bound together for good or ill. No matter what, it was impossible for them to betray their master. Naturally, Li Wangyu did not have to worry about the news being leaked. In truth, using gunpowder as a time bomb would have been a little safer. But if gunpowder was used, Pai Lupi didn't even need to guess to know who the mastermind was. He had gone to great lengths to create this incendiary bomb so that he could wash away any suspicions. Li Wangyu had believed that his plan had been flawless and that no one would notice. But he had never expected that shady Death Marquis Junji would lift a rock and smash it on his own foot, creating such a huge problem for himself. The Duke of Lu, Hu Junji, had led an army on an expedition, but he had been assassinated on the road, and his body had been burned to ash without even being found. This matter had naturally caused an earthquake in the imperial court. In his fury, Pai Lupi had sent Mi Tuor to Jingju to lead the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate the matter. Putting aside how Mi Tuor had led the 100 Cavalry Division to investigate, the 150,000 soldiers of the Western Expedition had been forced to remain in Jingju because of Hu Junji's death. They had to wait for Li to appoint a new Grand Marshal before they could set out again. The generals and dukes of the court had originally envied Hu Junji for being able to lead an army on an expedition. The old hoodlums Cheng Yarojin and Yuchi Jingda had even cursed Hu Junji countless times in their residences, feeling that His Majesty was far too protective of Hu Junji. After all of them knew that leading an army of 150,000 on the western expedition against Gaochang was simply taking advantage of the situation. With the combat effectiveness of the Tang army, to put it bluntly, even if a pig sat in the position of general manager, it would make no difference for the Tang army to conquer the countries in the western region. If nothing had happened to Hu Junji and Pai Lupi wanted to replace him midway, these old hoodlums would have snatched the job. But the loss of their commander before the army had even entered the battlefield was an extremely inauspicious matter in the eyes of the Tang. Those dukes and generals who had been rubbing their hands in glee immediately quieted down. Even the old hoodlum Cheng Yarojin and the others were unwilling to touch this hot potato. The experts of Chang even began to earnestly divine the fortunes of the Western Expedition Army, saying that it was inauspicious. There were even people who wrote petitions requesting Pai Lupi to withdraw the army. Pai Lupi, who was determined to conquer the western regions, would not listen to such pleas. Pai Lupi, who had already been furious over the death of his favorite general, saw that no one was volunteering, and he even began to consider personally leading the expedition. Fortunately, Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and Zhongsun Wuji managed to dissuade Pai Lupi and dispel the idea of personally leading the expedition to the western regions. But as a result, the question of who to choose as the commander was now a problem. During the morning assembly, Pai Lupi began to discuss this matter with the officials. A person stepped out from the ranks of the officials and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject has someone to recommend as the Grand Marshal of the Western Expedition Army." The one who stepped out was Grand Chamberlain Wang Ying. "Official Wang, who do you want to recommend? Let's hear it." Pai Lupi did not think too much about it and indicated for Wang Ying to continue. However, the old man's next words almost caused the eyes of the officials and Li in the Taiji Palace to pop out. "This old subject recommends the prefectural Duke of Fufeng, Li Zio, as the Grand Marshal of the Western Region." Chapter 977. During the Tang dynasty, the general manager of the marching army was equivalent to a war zone commander in the future. When communication was not convenient, the general manager of the marching army could do whatever he wanted and had more power. For the general manager of the marching army of the West, the 150,000 soldiers were under his control. Furthermore, after conquering Gaochang and the other countries in the western region, the Governor-General House was set up in the imperial court. Before the officials were sent over, the conquered countries in the western region were also under his control. As such, the general manager of the marching army was someone that Pai Lupi trusted the most. Originally, Pai Lupi and the other officials had considered Duke Yarojin, Yuchi Jingda, Li Jing, and the other Duke Yarojin. Even Zhongsun Wuji, Gao Shilian, and the other civil officials were within Pai Lupi's consideration. After all, the difference between civil and military officials in the Tang dynasty was not that obvious. Even Zhongsun Wuji and the others had led troops on the battlefield before. However, because Hu Junji's death was very unlucky, they were not willing to accept the position. As for Li Wangyu, no one had considered him. Wang Ying's words shocked the entire hall. After recovering from his shock, Pai Lupi said unhappily, "Wang Ying, what kind of rotten idea is this? My son is still young and has never fought a war. How can he be given such an important task?" "Haha, Your Majesty, this old subject is not speaking nonsense. This old subject naturally has his reasons for recommending Prefecture Duke Fufeng. Let's hear them." "Your Majesty, Prefecture Duke Fufeng may be young, but he's a smart man. Moreover, he is the only disciple of the Dao ancestor. How can Your Majesty treat him as an ordinary person?" Wang Ying's words made all the officials nod silently, feeling that he was right. If Li did not mention it, who in the court would see Li Wangyu as a young man who had not yet reached the age of 20? Secondly, this old subject recommends Prefecture Duke Fufeng because Prefecture Duke Fufeng knows the key to the matter of the western region. "Your Majesty, if someone else were to go, I'm afraid they might not be able to achieve the effect Your Majesty wants." As Tai Changqing, Wang Ying naturally knew the attitude of the Tang dynasty towards the countries in the western region. She also knew that Li Wangyu had advised Pai Lupi. Therefore, his words moved Pai Lupi. Wang Ying continued, "As for your Majesty's concern that Prefectural Duke Fufeng has no experience in battle formations, that's a small matter. With the help of the Langyi County Duke and the left garrison general, presumably those countries in the western region are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of our Tang dynasty's iron cavalry. Why should your Majesty worry about this?" After he finished speaking, the Taiji palace fell silent. There were actually two reasons why Wang Ying, the old man, would suddenly stand up and recommend Li Wangyu to be the general manager of the marching army. One was to disgust Li Wangyu. After all, Hu Junji had been assassinated for no reason. In the eyes of the Tang, this matter was extremely unlucky and inauspicious. Letting Li Wangyu do something that no one else was willing to do was naturally not a bad thing for the great clans. The second reason was that the great clans had suffered far too much at the hands of Li Wangyu in recent years. If they could send him to the western region and let him stay there for a few years, the great clans would feel much more relaxed. This was why Wang Ying had suddenly stood up and recommended Li Wangyu today. But although Wang Ying had his own selfish motives, his words were not without reason. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Zhongsun Wuji, and the others exchanged glances. They could all see the agreement in each other's eyes. In terms of understanding of the situation in the western region, who could compare to Li Wangyu? Conquering the western region was easy, but making the western region continuously provide blood to the Tang dynasty required a great deal of effort. In history, although the Tang dynasty had destroyed the kingdoms of the western regions and brought them under the jurisdiction of the Anxi Protectorate, it had not obtained many tangible benefits. On the other hand, because the western regions were too remote and covered in deserts, when the Enlushan rebellion began, the western regions were immediately cut off from Chang'an. The lonely Anxi army of the western regions had held out for 53 years, but it was still abandoned by Chang'an. Protector General Guoxin had led a group of white-haired soldiers to fight to the last soldier in the western regions. The entire army had died heroically for the country. Pai Lupi and the others naturally did not know of this tragic scene in history, but they were well aware that governing the western regions was not easy. At the very least, the officials of the imperial court were not confident that they could turn the western regions into the back garden of the Tang dynasty, as Li Wangyu had described. But although Pai Lupi was tempted, he did not immediately make up his mind. "We understand what beloved official Wang is thinking. We will discuss this matter with Zio and see what he thinks. Today's matter will end here. Court dismiss." Pai Lupi was not in the mood to continue with the court session. After hastily announcing the dismissal of the court session, he immediately ordered an eunuch to rush to Dingju village and summon Li Wangyu into the Taiji palace. Li Wangyu was completely confused. When he was brought into the Sweet Dew Hall, he still did not understand what was going on. He felt a little guilty, afraid that the Pai Lupi had found out about what he had done in Jingju and wanted to settle the score with him today. But when he entered the Sweet Nectar Hall, he snuck a glance and saw that although Pai Lupi's face was dark and his mood was not good, he did not seem to be furious. This allowed Li Wangyu to relax, thinking that the incident in Jingju should not have happened. "Zio, we summoned you here because we have a matter to discuss with you." Pai Lupi pointed at the sofa in the hall, indicating that Li Wangyu should sit down and talk. Ever since Li Wangyu had created this type of furniture, Pai Lupi and the other officials had become very fond of it. Things like sofas had also slowly become popular in Chang'an. But sofas required a large amount of cotton, so they were still considered a luxury item that the common people would not be able to see. Li Wangyu was rather confused as he waited for Pai Lupi to continue. After a moment of silence, Pai Lupi awkwardly said, "Zio, I presume that you also know about Junji's death. In the last few days, the officials of the imperial court have been discussing who should take over Junji's post as Grand Marshal of the army." Li Wangyu had been enjoying himself in his residence these last few days, so he had no idea what had happened in the imperial court. He had never expected that his bombing of Hu Junji would bring trouble upon himself, nor had he expected that Wang clan of Taiyuan would recommend him for the post of Grand Marshal of the army. Thus, Li Wangyu didn't care about Pai Lupi's words. He simply took them that Pai Lupi was in a bad mood and had come to complain to him. He lazily leaned back on the sofa, pretending to be listening attentively, but in reality, he wasn't paying attention to Pai Lupi's words. Li Wangyu was still pondering in his heart whether or not he should look for those silk pants to have some fun after leaving the Taiji Palace. We were also having a headache over this matter, but in today's court session, official Wang recommended a person that moved us. Therefore, we ordered someone to summon Zio into the palace to ask for your opinion. Me. Li Wangyu was truly rather absent-minded, so he was rather taken aback by Pai Lupi's words. He didn't understand why Pai Lupi was asking for his opinion on this matter in the imperial court. Uncle, this little nephew doesn't understand what you mean. In today's court session, official Wang recommended you to us for the post of Grand Marshal of the Western Expedition Army. Clang. The teacup in Li Wangyu's hand fell to the ground and shattered. He no longer cared about the expensive imperial teacup as he stared in shock at Pai Lupi. Was it because he hadn't slept well last night that he was hallucinating, or was Pai Lupi joking with him? Oh my God! Had they all gone crazy? Recommending him as Grand Marshal of the army? What the hell was going on? Chapter 978. Li Wangyu didn't care about being the general manager of the army, and he didn't want to go to the western region to eat sand. He was so tired that it was crazy to ask him to abandon his beautiful wife and concubines at home and run thousands of miles away to suffer. Li Wangyu immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Uncle, please don't joke with me. I can't carry anything on my shoulders, lift anything with my hands, and I can't even tell the difference between food and water. How can I be the general manager of an army and shoulder the safety of 150,000 soldiers? This is not appropriate. You really don't want to go? Uncle, I'm really not cut out for this. Uncle, don't force me. Oh right, I heard that Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi were complaining that they were bored in Chang'an and that their bones were about to rust. Uncle, why don't you send them to the western region? With Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi's abilities, the Gaochang king would be scared to death before the army even arrives. Li Wangyu sold out Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda without hesitation. Pai Lupi glanced at him with a faint smile. He wasn't in a hurry to speak and just ordered his servants to send over a few rolls of yellow paper. Today at the Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi only felt that Wang Ying's words were absurd when he heard them. But after thinking about it carefully, he had to admit that Wang Ying's words made sense. Even if he sent Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda to attack the western region, would they be able to achieve the strategic goal that everyone had discussed before? Pai Lupi wasn't just satisfied with the western region becoming part of the Tang dynasty's territory. Ever since Li Wangyu gave him the map, he had been carefully studying the various powers every day. The more he studied, the more Pai Lupi felt that the western region was very important and must be completely included under his rule. Li Wangyu only thought that the cotton produced in the western region could be used to make cotton-padded clothes for the Tang dynasty's soldiers. But what kind of person was Pai Lupi? As an emperor of ancient times and an emperor on horseback with illustrious military achievements, after Pai Lupi studied the map, he immediately realized that whether it was attacking Tibet or resisting the Turks in the north, the location of the western regions was extremely important. Moreover, the western regions was a place one had to pass through on the Silk Road, and the wealth it contained was self-evident. How could Pai Lupi not be tempted? After the meeting, Pai Lupi thought about it carefully and felt that Wang Ying's bad idea was actually very appropriate. Based on his nephew Li Wangyu's shrewdness, sending him to the western regions would be a brilliant move. The situation in the western regions was complicated. Various ethnic groups, religions, and countries intertwined. In order to integrate the western regions into one, they needed a capable person like Li Wangyu, who did not play by the rules. The officials of the imperial court had been unable to find an excuse to send troops to Gaochang, but Li Wangyu had managed to settle the matter with a single Buddha statue. From this, one could see how extraordinary he was. Moreover, Li Wangyu, who had never been an official and had never interacted with government affairs, had been able to take up the post of commissioner of the Henan circuit. Not only had he handled the flood in Zhuzhou beautifully, he had even been able to control and cure the bighead plague that made people pale at the mere mention of it. From this, One could see that Li Wangyou's ability in government affairs was extraordinary. He was capable and also his most trusted nephew. Pai Lupi even felt that Li Wangyou was more suited than Hu Junji to be the chief steward of the Western expedition. But Pai Lupi also understood his nephew's personality. If he wanted this fellow to willingly go to the western regions to eat sand, he would have to use some tricks. Pai Lupi had naturally expected Li Wangyou's refusal, and he had already made preparations. He was not afraid that Li Wangyou would refuse. Pai Lupi took the yellow scroll from the eunuch and handed it to Li Wangyou. "Zio, since you're not willing to go, then forget it. We naturally won't force you. Right, take a look at this imperial edict. We have just finished drafting it and have yet to give it to the palace secretariat and the palace secretariat for their seal. I wonder if this imperial edict is to your liking?" An imperial edict without the seal of the palace secretariat and the palace secretariat was naturally useless, even if this imperial edict had been personally written by Pai Lupi. Li Wangyou suspiciously took the imperial edict, but when he opened it, he was pleasantly surprised. On the draft of the imperial edict, it was written that Pai Lupi had conferred the title of Princess Yangling to Su Changqing and had appointed her to be married to Li Wangyou, the Duke of Fufeng. The marriage between Li Wangyou and Su Changqing had almost become his sore point. Although with the feelings between the two of them, there was not much difference whether they were married or not. But they were now living in the Tang dynasty and not the modern era. It was hard to say whether a man and a woman living together without knowing what was going on. Even the foppish young masters and those old ruffians would often tease Li Wangyou about the relationship between Su Changqing and Li Wangyou, making him feel very awkward. However, it was not that Li Wangyou was unwilling to marry Su Changqing, but it was because the two in-laws, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, stood between the two of them. In this regard, Li Wangyou was full of resentment. He did not understand why he could not make the decision about his own marriage. Now it was the 5th year of Zhongguan. It had been more than 3 years since he and Su Changqing had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Su Changqing was different from him. Her body had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, but now she was almost 30 years old. In the modern era, a woman in her 30s could still be called an elder sister and ride the wind and waves. But in the Tang dynasty, many women in their 30s had become grandmothers, even if Su Changqing did not say it. In fact, Li Wangyou could feel the dissatisfaction in the heart of the person sleeping next to him. Because of this, Li Wangyou secretly pondered. If Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun did not relent in the next 1 or 2 years, perhaps he and Su Changqing would have to elope. Now, the draft of the imperial edict in his hand clearly stated that Pai Lupi had conferred Su Changqing the title of princess and had also granted her marriage to Li Wangyou. How could he not be overjoyed? "Uncle, is this true? Don't deceive your nephew." Li Wangyou's hand, which was holding the imperial edict, was trembling slightly. Pai Lupi nodded and then shook his head. He replied non-committally, "Ari, it's just that I have no time to take care of this matter right now. Zio, you also know that as long as the position of General Manager of the Western Expedition Army is not confirmed, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. How can I be in the mood to take care of these trivial matters? This matter is also not urgent. Since I have written this imperial edict, I will naturally hand it over to the Hall of Secretaries and Menxia provinces for verification. Zio, you do not need to worry." When Li Wangyou heard this, his nose was about to become crooked from anger. Wasn't this a blatant threat? Pai Lupi was clearly using his marriage with Su Changqing to threaten him. If he was not willing to take the position of General Manager of the Western Expedition Army, Pai Lupi would not issue this imperial edict. For a moment, Li Wangyou hesitated. The balance in his heart began to sway back and forth. Should he succumb to the threats and temptations of the evil forces, or should he resist the evil forces to the end? Without waiting for Li Wangyou to make a decision, Pai Lupi threw another imperial edict at him. That's right, there is also an imperial edict. The Hall of Secretaries and Menxia provinces have already verified it. Since Zio is here, you can go and announce this imperial edict on my behalf. Li Wangyou received the imperial edict and opened it to read. He was so angry that he almost threw the imperial edict back at Pai Lupi's face. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, could he not have a bit of face? Chapter 979. The second imperial edict that Pai Lupi gave to Li Wangyu was an imperial edict to promote him. Logically speaking, this should be a good thing, but the key point was that the names on the imperial edict made Li Wangyu immediately understand Pai Lupi's purpose. Cheng Chumo, rank 4 General of Loyal Marshal, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Cheng Chuliang, rank 4 General of Iwei, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Cheng Chubi, rank 4 General of Mingwei, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Du He, rank 4 Official Physician, transferred to the Western Expedition Army. Wei Shuyu, Yuchi Baolin, Yuchi Baochi, Chai Lingwu, none of the playboys ran away, all of them were on this imperial edict. Except for Du Mo, who was the eldest son of Du Ruhui, who was conferred the title of Duke of Lai by Pai Lupi, and Niu Zhengping, who was unable to go to war because of his foot injury. Li Wangyu's playboy brothers were all stuffed into the Western Expedition Army by Pai Lupi. After Li Wangyu finished reading the imperial edict, he was dumbfounded. There were only 2 words in his mind. Total annihilation. Pai Lupi's move was too vicious. Stuffing all of Li Wangyu's playboys into the Western Expedition Army, how could Li Wangyu not go? This was simply a kidnapping, and the hostages were this group of playboys from the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu glared at Pai Lupi angrily. He really wanted to ask him, how did he come up with such a wicked idea? Pai Lupi was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's reaction and couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't copy Journey to the West. Otherwise, Pai Lupi would definitely sigh and say, no matter how capable you are, you can't escape from my grasp. Stuffing this group of playboys into the Western Expedition Army, Pai Lupi had already communicated with Fang Xianling, Cheng Yaojin, and the others, and obtained the unanimous agreement of all the big shots. Li Wangyu didn't want to go to the western regions to eat sand, but it didn't mean that these big shots thought the same. His legitimate son would follow the Western Punitive Expedition Army to hone himself and gild himself. Fang Xianling, Cheng Yaojin, and the others had long been annoyed by the fact that these second-generation officials of the Tang Empire were now hiding in Chang'an and waiting for death. Now that Li had actually proposed to send them to the western regions, how could Cheng Yaojin and the rest still be unwilling? Each and every one of them was smiling so widely that their teeth were almost showing. The only ones who were kept in the dark were Li Wangyu and those foppish young masters. Li Lupi could resist Li Lupi's Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi gave the order and their lord nodded. In any case, they couldn't avoid going to the western regions to eat sand. Li Wangyu could even imagine how mournful the Silk Pants would be when they learned of this shocking news. For this group of playboys, leaving the flourishing Chang'an, leaving the Peace Square, the Hu People's wine shops, and running to the Gobi Desert for a few years. It was a life worse than death. Thinking of the depression of the playboys, Li Wangyu's mood improved a lot. Since Pai Lupi even used the trick of kidnapping the playboys, plus the temptation of marrying Su Changqing, Li Wangyu had already raised his hands and surrendered in his heart. Damn, isn't it just going to the Gobi Desert? Let's go. It's just a trip at public expense. It's no big deal. However, even if Li Wangyu had decided to compromise, he wasn't ready to raise his hands and surrender. Even a dead fish has to jump 3 times. He had to take this opportunity to fight for some benefits for himself. Uncle is indeed wise. Cheng Chumo and his group of bastards should have been thrown into the army long ago to train, so that they won't be eating and waiting to die in Chang'an every day. Li Wangyu had an empathetic expression and almost applauded. Pai Lupi glanced at him. Is that so? Does Zio think so too? Yes, uncle is wise. Well, that's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be willing to part with them. Since that's the case, Zio, you can go out of the palace and announce the order to Cheng Chumo and his group. Tell them to hurry to the Western Expedition Army in Jingju. Pai Lupi had already seen through Li Wangyu's idea. He didn't accept it and directly wanted to drive him out of the palace. This made Li Wangyu's balls hurt. Pai Lupi didn't play by the rules, so how could he negotiate? If he went to announce the order to the playboys, Cheng Chumo and his group would definitely know the reason why they were thrown to the western regions to eat sand. If Li Wangyu also went to the western regions, Everyone would share the burden and it wouldn't be a big deal. As the saying goes, don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. The playboys were implicated by Li Wangyu and were driven to the western regions to eat sand by Pai Lupi and his lord. If Li Wangyu, the main culprit, was still in Chang'an, thinking of how Cheng Chumo and his group would fly into a rage and fight him to the death, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. The consequences were too terrible. Pai Lupi knew this and threw all the playboys into the Western Expedition Army. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi wasn't willing to accept it, so he had no choice but to surrender. He said dejectedly, "Uncle, I'll be the general manager of the marching army, but I also have a condition. Before I leave, I want to marry Changqing first." A trip to the western regions would take at least 1 or 2 years. Li Wangyu didn't want to wait until he came back to get married. A long night was fraught with dreams. He didn't want Empress Zhongsun and Pai Lupi to come up with any more trouble. Pai Lupi didn't even think about the condition proposed by Li Wangyu and nodded in agreement. Okay. He reached out and took an imperial edict from the chamberlain and handed it to Li Wangyu. Opening it, he saw that the content was the same as the previous imperial edict. The difference was that this imperial edict had the seals of the Secretariat and the Menxia provinces, as well as the signatures of the prime ministers of the Secretariat and the Menxia provinces. In other words, Li Wangyu had been played by Pai Lupi again. Li Wangyu wanted to cry, but he had no tears. Today, he had been completely controlled by Pai Lupi. He didn't have any room to struggle. Now that things had come to this, Li Wangyu didn't want to say anything more. The imperial edict that he had been looking forward to suddenly didn't smell good in his hands. "Zio, go back and make some preparations. I've had someone calculate that 3 days from now will be an auspicious day for you to marry Princess Yangling. However, I have another request that you must agree to." Li Wangyu didn't want to struggle. "Uncle, just say it. When you return from the western regions, Chang'e should be 15 years old. At that time, you must also marry Chang'e as your wife. I promise you that both Chang'e and Princess Yangling will be your official wife. Are you willing?" This. Li Wangyu didn't expect that Pai Lupi was actually waiting for him here. For a moment, he couldn't help but hesitate. However, when he looked up and saw Pai Lupi's expression that said, "If you don't agree, don't even think about walking out of the palace today," Li Wangyu didn't hesitate anymore. He directly nodded and agreed. Anyway, when there were too many lice, they wouldn't bite. When there were too many debts, there was no need to worry. So be it if he married Chang'e. After a few years, when Chang'e turned 15 years old, his psychological guilt wouldn't be so strong. In fact, Li Wangyu also knew that Pai Lupi's request to let him marry 2 wives would inevitably lead to a lot of trouble. Since ancient times, Huaxia had a system of 1 husband and 1 wife and many concubines. The so-called 3 wives and 4 concubines actually included, other than the official wife, the so-called extraterritorial wife, side wife, concubine wife, and so on. They all belonged to the category of concubines. Pai Lupi had specially allowed him to marry Su Changqing and Chang'e as his official wives. This was an exception and breaking the ancestral law. When he married Chang'e, there would probably be many old masters jumping out to make irresponsible remarks. In any case, that was a matter of a few years later. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to worry about it now. Seeing Li Wangyu happily nod and agree, Pai Lupi couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. "Haha, good, good. Since Zio has agreed to this matter, then you can leave the palace. Tomorrow, send Princess Yangling to the palace. 3 days later, you can come to the palace to marry the bride." "Yes." Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed and agreed. Holding the 2 edicts and leaving the Taiji palace, Li Wangyu still felt a little absent-minded. Today's matter was really somewhat magical and unreal. Chapter 980. Because he was going to marry Su Changqing in 3 days, Li Wangyu was not in the mood to continue staying in Chang'an City. With the imperial edict in hand, he hastily made a round to each of the High Duke's public houses and read the shocking news to the debauchees. He did not even have the mood to laugh at the debauchees as he directly brought Niu Wu and the others back to Dingju village. After receiving this sudden good news from the heavens, both the Li residents and the entire Dingju village were in a state of chaos. His Lang Jun was finally going to get married, causing the old housekeeper Li Heng to burst into tears. He immediately ordered people to prepare all kinds of offerings and insisted on dragging Li Wangyu to Li Ju's grave to pay his respects. Li Wangyu could not persuade the excited old housekeeper and could only follow Li Heng to Li Ju's grave to announce his marriage to Li Ju. As for one of the parties involved in the wedding, the beautiful boss Su Changqing, when she heard about this, she blushed and pulled Afro and Perrin back to her boudoir. Not long after, the palace sent many eunuchs and palace maids again to deliver the Zhai robes. Eunuchs and palace maids were the treatment that Su Changqing deserved after being conferred the title of Commandery Princess. They would be responsible for serving Su Changqing, the Commandery Princess. The Zhai robes were the highest grade of formal attire for women in Huaxia since ancient times. The robes were made of green material and decorated with 9 lines of 5-colored Zhai patterns on a green background. The collar was decorated with Zhai patterns, and the knee cover was the same color as the lower garment. This was Su Changqing's formal attire after being conferred the title of Commandery Princess by Pai Lupi. It was also the wedding attire that she would be wearing 3 days later. Because Pai Lupi had conferred Su Changqing the title of Princess of Yangling Commandery, Li Wangyu's marriage was said to be a surrender. The surrender of a princess meant that the princess was getting married. In fact, with the etiquette and customs of the Tang dynasty, this wedding would be quite long and tedious. Registering a princess, accepting a gift, asking for her name, Naji, Naozheng, asking for a date, welcoming in person, being in the same cell, meeting an aunt, giving a gift to an aunt, getting married, giving a gift to an aunt, giving a gift to an aunt, giving a gift to an aunt. It could be said that this marriage could not be completed without more than half a year of torment. However, Pai Lupi was now in a hurry to urge Li Wangyu to rush to Jingju to take over the Western Expedition Army, so that the kingdoms of the western regions could be incorporated into his territory as soon as possible. How could he have the leisure to do so many formalities? Therefore, everything was simple and fast, and the wedding was set for 3 days later. Li Wangyu originally wanted to see his woman's dainty appearance in the Zhai robe. He went to knock on the door of Su Changqing's boudoir, but he was refused entry. No matter how he shouted, the door did not open. Afro and Perrin's charming laughter could be heard from inside. Lang Jun, leave quickly. As a man, how can you barge into the princess's boudoir before the wedding? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Damn it, the two of them had already clapped and rolled in the sheets for love. Now, it was just a matter of spending 9 yuan to get a red booklet. Was it necessary? In fact, how could he understand Su Changqing's thoughts, but he also understood what pre-wedding phobia was. Over the past 3 years, although Su Changqing had interacted with her day and night, and the relationship between the two of them was negative, it was still different from marriage. Even though Su Changqing was a professional woman in the future and was extremely independent, she was still unable to avoid convention. Marriage was a major event in life, so she still felt incomparably nervous. The news came so suddenly that she was not mentally prepared at all. Under such circumstances, even someone as strong as Su Changqing felt embarrassed and was unwilling to show her face in front of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was also helpless when Su Changqing refused to open the door. In fact, apart from wanting to see how stunning Su Changqing looked in the Zhai robe, more importantly, he wanted to discuss with Su Changqing about his trip to the western regions. In the end, Su Changqing, who had always been calm and composed, actually hid like a little girl after hearing the news of the wedding 3 days later. He didn't know at all that Li Wangyu was going to the western regions to eat sand. Fortunately, this matter was not urgent. Pai Lupi had already told him that he and the other playboys could set off from Chang'an and rush to Jingju within half a month. As for the matter of going to the western regions, he would slowly discuss it with his beautiful boss after the wedding. Early the next morning, Su Changqing was taken to Chang'an City by someone from the palace. In Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi officially conferred Su Changqing as Princess Yangling in front of hundreds of officials and officials. He also betrothed her to Li Wangyu, Prefectural Duke of Fufeng, officially announcing this matter to the world. After the conferment, Su Changqing was directly sent to live in the harem by Empress Zhongsun. They only had to wait for the wedding 2 days later, when Li Wangyu would come to marry the new bride. During these 2 days, the prefectural duke of Fufeng's mansion, Dingju village, and even the county government of Hu County were all busy. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, commanded the hundreds of servant girls in the mansion, and all of them got busy. Cleaning the mansion, decorating it with colored silk, decorating it with lanterns and streamers. Even the entire Dingju village was busy under the leadership of the old village chief. With Li Wangyu's status, countless guests would attend the wedding banquet. A conservative estimate was no less than thousands of people. It was not an easy task to prepare enough food and wine to entertain so many guests within 3 days. In order to accommodate Li Wangyu's wedding, even the daily lives of the people in Chang'an City were affected in these 2 days. The reason was simple. The public carriages that used to be all over Chang'an City disappeared almost overnight. This made the people of Chang'an City, who had long been used to traveling by public carriages, complain incessantly. But no matter how much they complained, it was of no use. After all, the drivers of the public carriages in Chang'an City were almost all farmers of Dingju village. Who would want to go to Chang'an City to make money when their master was about to get married? Even the four-wheeled carriages of Shunfeng Carriage Company were mostly conscripted by the old housekeeper Li Heng. They began to transport all kinds of goods from Chang'an City to Dingju village like ants moving house. The new county magistrate of Hu County eagerly led a group of scribes and runners of the county government to Dingju village to make arrangements. After hearing the news that Li Wangyu was about to get married, all the public and county governments in Chang'an City sent their stewards and servants to Dingju village to help with all kinds of necessities. The sudden wedding stirred up the entire city of Chang'an. While everyone was busy in full swing, Li Wangyu, the person involved in the wedding, was free. It was not that he wanted to be lazy, but there was really nothing for him to do. After all, there was the old housekeeper Li Heng at home, a group of female stewards trained by his beautiful boss, and the stewards sent by the public houses to help. Even if he, the groom, wanted to intervene, he had no place to do so. Instead, he was despised everywhere. "Langjun, please make way. I have to lead people to tie up the colored silk here. Langjun, can you go somewhere else? I have to lead people to move these sofas away." Li Wangyu was at a loss. He was chased away by a group of female soldiers and had nowhere to go. He could not stay in this house any longer. Just as he was feeling depressed, he heard Li Heng's voice again. "Langjun, Li Heng, you want to chase me away too?" Li Wangyu could not afford to offend this group of female soldiers. Seeing that Li Heng was also dissing him, he was furious. However, Li Heng stood behind him with a smile. "Langjun, the old slave is here to remind you that you have not found a bridegroom for your wedding." Li Wangyu could not help but feel embarrassed, but he also felt relieved. "Oh, right, I will go to Chang'an City to find Cheng Chumo and the others." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly ran out without looking back. This house was too scary. It was better to go to Chang'an City to drink and chat with the rich playboys. Another chapter of Water, Awesome. Chapter 981. Li Heng was referring to the groomsmen by the groomsmen. Of course, the role of groomsmen in the Tang dynasty was not as relaxed as the groomsmen in the future. Not only did they have to accompany the groom to pick up the bride, but they also had to compose poems and take beatings. Li Wangyu was going to get married, so there was no need to talk about his groomsmen. Other than Cheng Chumo and the other fops, there was no other suitable candidate. In fact, he had no other choice. After all, with his current status, the only young people who were of similar age and status were the fops. It was not that there were no other nobles in Chang'an, but Li Wangyu was not familiar with them. He couldn't possibly let the troops or disciples in the mansion be his bridesmaids. That wouldn't be proper. Therefore, when the old housekeeper Li Heng mentioned the groomsmen, he knew that it was time for him to find the fops. Li Wangyu was naturally very attentive when he had a request. He threw out a large amount of copper coins and booked the best brothel in Pingkang Square. He ordered good wine and dishes to be served, and he generously spent money to invite the best courtesans in Pingkang Square to drink with him to liven things up. Li Wangyu's status was high enough, and his poems were the favorite of these young prostitutes. Otherwise, It would not have been easy to invite so many courtesans. Rich and famous, that was how extravagant. However, Li Wangyu had never expected that after 3 rounds of drinking, when he took advantage of the fact that everyone was in a good mood to propose his wedding in 2 days and invite the debauchees to be his bridesmaids, the debauchees' reactions were completely different from what he had expected. Li Wangyu thought that with his relationship with the fops, wouldn't it be a simple matter to ask them to be his groomsmen? Who would have thought that when he said this, Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Don't talk about this. Yes. Ziyu, don't even think about asking your brothers to be your groomsmen. Don't even think about it. I won't go. Brother has no time. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what this group of silk pants meant. Chai Lingwu raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Zio, it's all your fault that all of us have to go to the western regions with you to eat sand. You still want us to be your bridesmaids? In your dreams? Yes. It's this bastard brat. Just talking about it makes me angry. Brothers, today, we will avenge our grievances. If that bastard Ziyu walks out of Peace Square, I'll take it as my loss. Drink this bastard to death. As the group of silk pants said this, they raised their wine glasses and rushed towards Li Wangyu with ill intentions. This scene scared Li Wangyu so much that he immediately hid behind those girls. Damn it, if these bastards really forced him to drink, he would die. Brothers, let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. No matter what, it's all my fault. Brothers, whatever compensation you want, just say it. I won't hesitate. Now that things had come to this, Li Wangyu could only raise his hands in surrender. These silk pants were obviously using this as a pretext to make trouble for him. Actually, Li Wangyu also felt that he had been wronged. It was clearly Pai Lupi and these silk pants' fathers who had thrown them to the western regions to eat sand. What did it have to do with him? However, Li Wangyu didn't dare to say this in front of these silk pants. Otherwise, he would definitely be tortured to death by this group of bastards. Li Wangyu tactfully raised his hands in surrender, which made the silk pants very satisfied. Fang Yi patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and laughed. Ziyu, did you say that yourself? Don't go back on your word. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Why did it seem like he had fallen into a trap? Without waiting for him to react, he heard Fang Yi continue. Brothers don't have any other requests. As long as you can bring us delicious food that we have never eaten before, fine wine that we have never drunk before, and beautiful women that we have never seen before, we will be your bridesmaids. If you can't do it, Humph, you can go to Taiji Palace to pick up the bride yourself. Yes, just these 3 small things. Ziyu, if you can do it, we will forgive you. Wahahaha, that's the truth. Cheng Chumo and the other silk pants laughed heartily. Du Go and Niu Zhengping didn't have to go to the western regions to suffer, but at this moment, they also clapped and cheered. This made Li Wangyu so angry that he clenched his teeth. What the hell were these 3 requests? Delicious food that they had never eaten before? This group of silk pants almost treated his residence as their own home. In these past few years, what kind of good things had they not eaten? The delicacies that he and Su Changqing knew how to make in the future were more or less finished. But if he had to think carefully, it wasn't that Li Wangyu couldn't think of something. Fine wine that they had never tasted before was also simple. Recently, Li Wangyu had nothing to do, so he just happened to brew a kind of wine that could be used to send off the silk pants. But what the hell was a beauty that they had never seen before? Don't look at how Li Wangyu had a beautiful superior as his wife and a European beauty like Aphrodite as his concubine. But when it came to the matters of men and women, compared to this group of silk pants, he was simply a model of a clean and honest man. This group of scoundrels, each one of them was a lecherous talent. Who knew how many women they had defiled? Where would he go to find them a beauty that they had never seen before? Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and very helplessly began to bargain. Brothers, you won't be so cruel, right? Are you really willing to let this little brother go to Taiji Palace alone to pick up the bride the day after tomorrow? The silk pants looked at each other and laughed loudly, replying in unison, we are willing. Damn it. Li Wangyu resisted the urge to give them the middle finger. Can we lower the conditions? For example, This little brother will find fine wine that you have never tasted before, how about it? No. The silk pants once again replied in unison. Damn it. Li Wangyu was now 100% sure that this group of scoundrels was doing it on purpose. They clearly wanted to embarrass him. This was a blatant retaliation. The silk pants winked at each other, very pleased with their success in teasing Li Wangyu. Even the courtesans in the surroundings were covering their mouths and secretly laughing. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this group of shameless silk pants, but he suddenly thought of something. All right, since these silk pants were willing to die, then he was willing to bury them. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brothers, you have to keep your word. If this little brother can do these 3 things, when this little brother gets married the day after tomorrow, you will have to be this little brother's bridesmaids, and you can't be sneaky, you have to fulfill your duties as bridesmaids. Li Wangyu's sudden words made the silk pants suspicious. The tragic experience of making a bet with him was still vivid in their minds. Who knew what kind of trouble this little brat would come up with? If they failed to take revenge and were instead played by Li Wangyu, that would be too shameful. Chai Lingwu chuckled and whispered into everyone's ears, just agree with him. When we finish eating and drinking, we can just say that we have eaten and drunk this thing, right? Besides, even if we haven't eaten and drunk it, where would he find a beauty that he hasn't seen before? If we say that we have seen it, what can he do to us? Haha, Brother Lingwu's words are reasonable. The silk pants laughed and nodded, agreeing one after another. Cheng Chumo laughed heartily and said, Ziyu, we've already discussed it and we'll do as you say. If you can do these 3 things, when you get married the day after tomorrow, we will be at your beck and call, with no complaint. Good, then let's high-five as an oath. Li Wangyu didn't hesitate, stood up, and high-fived the silk pants. Brothers, please come to my residence tomorrow evening. I'll show you the delicious food you've never eaten before, the fine wine you've never drunk before, and the beauties you've never seen before. What do you think? Good. Yesterday, I shamelessly stopped updating because something happened that made me unable to write. Ari, it's a long story. Today, I accompanied a brother to deal with a traffic accident, and only had time to write at night. It's now 10:30, and I just finished writing and uploaded it for review. Everyone, please don't blame me, even if you blame me, it's useless, I'm just this arrogant. Chapter 982. The next day, when the sun was setting in the west, a group of playboys happily rushed to the Lai-hot of Dingju village, ready to eat and drink to their heart's content and teach Li Wangyu a lesson while they were at it. The few of them had already come to an agreement. Eating and drinking did not matter. If Li Wangyu really came up with something new, they would just admit it openly. The only thing they had not seen before was beauties. No matter what kind of stunning beauty Li Wangyu brought, they would not admit it. Cheng Chumo and the others had a good plan, but how could Li Wangyu not know what they were thinking? Naturally, he was prepared. In the end, who would be tricking who today, they would have to wait and see. Ziyu, your brothers are here. If there's anything we haven't seen before, just bring it up. Yes, our brothers came with empty stomachs. Don't try to fool us. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Brothers, don't worry. Today's delicious food, wine, and beauties are all things you haven't seen before. Haha, that's good. Then order someone to bring it up. Cheng Chumo and the group of playboys spoke as they prepared to walk into Li Wangyu's castle. They were more familiar with the Lai-hot than their own residence, so they naturally knew where the dining hall was. They did not need anyone to lead the way. Li Wangyu called out to everyone, Brothers, you've gone the wrong way. We won't be eating in the dining hall today. Oh. Then where are we going? Ziyu, what are you planning to do this time? Fang Yi Ari asked curiously. Li Wangyu smiled and did not answer. Haha, I promise I won't let you down. Everyone, please follow me. After he finished speaking, he led the group of playboys to the balcony on the top floor of his castle. At this time, on the balcony, a cool breeze blew, making people feel very comfortable. Li Wangyu's castle was originally built on a hillside, and the castle was built very high. Standing on the balcony, the view was very wide, and it was like looking at Chu Tianshu from afar. Looking down at Dingju village from afar, under the setting sun, faint smoke rose from kitchen chimneys, creating a beautiful rural scene. Chai Lingwu clapped his hands and cheered, "Wonderful, wonderful. Ziyu is indeed interesting, drinking and making merry here. It's quite wonderful." The group of silk pants were also very satisfied with this, and they all praised Li Wangyu for his good intentions. Everyone sat down on the floor of the balcony. Immediately, the mansion's servant girls brought over a few long charcoal stoves. Cheng Chumo was puzzled and asked, "Zio, what are you doing? What was the meaning of this furnace? Could it be that the delicacies you prepared for your brothers need to be made on the spot?" "Of course." Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Today, I'll treat you all to barbecue." "Barbecue? What kind of food is that we haven't seen before?" "Ziyu, don't try to fool your brothers," Fang Yi Ari shouted in dissatisfaction. The group of silk pants nodded their heads in agreement. In the Tang people's recipes, the most common food was barbecue. In the history of the Tang dynasty, the famous dish Mun Yang Bu, who was made by stuffing the meat of goose with diced meat, mushrooms, and winter bamboo shoots. Placing the meat into the belly of a lamb, the lamb was sewn up and roasted. After roasting, the lamb was discarded and only the goose was eaten. Other than roast chicken, roast duck, and roast whole lamb, the Tang people also liked to use the Korean-style barbecue of the later generations. They cut the meat into thin slices and roasted it on a bronze plate. It was called Bu. This method of eating had been passed down since the Han dynasty. Therefore, when the silk pants heard that Li Wangyu was treating them to ordinary barbecue, they were immediately dissatisfied and made a fuss. Li Wangyu chuckled, "Brothers, don't be anxious. How could the food that I'm treating you all be as simple as ordinary barbecue?" After he finished speaking, he called for the servant girls to bring over the prepared ingredients. Looking at the various ingredients that the servant girls brought over, placed on plates and skewered with bamboo sticks, the silk pants were dumbfounded. Although they often ate all kinds of barbecue, when had they ever seen ingredients prepared in such a way? Li Wangyu laughed inwardly. What he had prepared was naturally the barbecue skewers that were found all over the streets of the later generations. Strictly speaking, the method of eating barbecue skewers had also existed in China since ancient times. The so-called Bu, who in the Han dynasty was to cut the meat into small pieces, skewer them, and roast them on the stove. However, this method of eating was not popular in the Tang dynasty. Later generations of barbecue skewers used more seasoning, so the taste was naturally poles apart from that of ancient times. Li Wangyu did not explain to the silk pants doubts. He took a handful of meat skewers and placed them on the stove in front of him. Then, he skillfully brushed oil on them and sprinkled the seasoning. Not long after, under the licking of the fire, the fat in the meat skewers began to seep out and drip down. The meat skewers made a soft squeaking sound, and a strong barbecue smell began to spread on the balcony. Li Wangyu grabbed a handful of cumin powder and sprinkled it evenly on the skewers of meat. The unique aroma of the roasted meat with cumin aroused the crowd's appetite and caused their Adam's apple to move. "Hiss, this smell is so unique. Zio's barbecue is so unique. Haha, we're in for a treat today. Zio, what spice did you sprinkle just now? The taste is very unique." Fang Yi was the most gluttonous, and his saliva was about to overflow. He was even more curious about the cumin powder that Li Wangyu had sprinkled just now. Cumin was a spice that was spread from the western regions to the central plains through the Silk Road during the Tang dynasty. The Tang people called it fennel, but they did not develop the method of using cumin powder to barbecue meat. Li Wangyu had only managed to obtain some cumin through Hu merchants after much difficulty. Li Wangyu did not answer Fang Yi's question. He only brought the barbecued meat skewers to his nose and sniffed them before taking a big bite. He had not eaten barbecue for a few years since he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. At this moment, his appetite was aroused. With a bite of the skewer, the tender, crispy, salty, and spicy taste exploded in his mouth. Li Wangyu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of satisfaction. "Zio, let your brothers have a taste. How does it taste?" Yes, don't try to eat it all by yourself," Fang Yi said as he reached out to snatch the barbecue skewers from Li Wangyu's hands. Li Wangyu dodged and looked at the group of playboys with a smile. "Brothers, let's talk about it first. Have you seen this barbecue skewers before? If you have, Then don't eat it. I'll eat it myself. Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other and nodded. That's right. We have never seen this barbecue skewers before. Is this okay? Quickly, let your brothers have a taste. The playboys had a good idea. They would eat and drink as they pleased. In the end, no matter what woman Li Wangyu slept with, they would not admit it. Therefore, they agreed to Li Wangyu's question very quickly. Seeing that the playboys had agreed, Li Wangyu distributed the barbecue skewers in his hands with a smile. The fragrant barbecue naturally attracted the praise of the playboys. Li Wangyu taught the playboys how to barbecue skewers. A group of the top officials of the Tang dynasty began to try out the barbecue skewers excitedly. Everyone ate barbecue on the terrace. It was very lively. Cheng Chumo bit off all the mutton on the skewers in one bite. After chewing a few times, he asked, Zio, this food is really good. You pass. Where is the wine? Where is the wine that we have never tasted before? Chapter 983. In the future, Li Wangyu's favorite thing to do the most was to go to a barbecue restaurant with a few friends to eat skewers and a few bottles of iced beer. Everyone would drink and chat, and it would be very lively. After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he regretted not having iced beer every summer. It was a great lack of fun. He only knew how to brew sorghum wine, but he didn't know how to brew beer. During the autumn harvest of the third year of Zhengguan, the farmers harvested a lot of edamame, so they sent some to Li Wangyu's residence for him to try. Su Changqing knew that Li Wangyu liked to eat boiled edamame, so she ordered the cook to cook a big pot of edamame wine for him with pepper, aniseed, fennel, cinnamon, and other ingredients. Li Wangyu peeled the boiled edamame and ate it with relish. At the same time, he said to Su Changqing with regret, Changqing, it's a pity that we don't have beer. This edamame with beer and a few skewers would be a perfect match. Su Changqing didn't speak first. She pondered for a while and said with uncertainty, Wangyu, I think I know how to brew beer. But to brew beer, you need hops, and they don't exist in the Tang dynasty now. Su Changqing liked to travel in the future. When she was studying in the United States, she often went to Europe to play. When she was traveling in Germany, she had visited a beer museum and had memorized most of the traditional brewing techniques of beer. However, Su Changqing didn't like to drink, so she never thought of brewing beer after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty. Today, when she heard Li Wangyu complain about not having iced beer, she thought of this matter. However, brewing beer required hops, and hops were introduced to China around the Ming dynasty. Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this, then he slammed the table and stood up. Changqing, you really know how to brew beer? I know about hops. They don't exist in the Tang dynasty, but they do in Europe. As long as we ask those Persian merchants for help, we won't have to worry about not being able to get the hops back. Thus, in order to drink cold beer, Li Wangyu specially went to Chang'anshi city and found several merchants who traveled the Silk Road. He spent a lot of money and asked them to buy hops from Europe for him. Beer was introduced to China at the beginning of the 20th century, but the origin of beer was very ancient. In the 3rd century BC, the Sumerians of Babylon had already brewed beer, and by the 4th century AD, beer had already spread throughout Europe. Therefore, Li Wangyu asking the Persian merchant to help him find hops was not a troublesome matter. However, it was a long journey. It was not until 2 years later that Li Wangyu finally got the hops that he had been longing for from the Persian merchant. With hops, brewing beer wasn't difficult. Hops, wheat, yeast, and water were fermented for more than 10 days before the beer was ready. Originally, Li Wangyu wanted to invite those silk pants to drink cold beer. But now, it was just the right time to satisfy those silk pants' request. When Cheng Chumo asked for the beer, Li Wangyu immediately ordered someone to bring over a large barrel of beer. Self-made beer wasn't like liquor or wine. It wasn't suitable for long-term storage. It needed to be refrigerated and consumed as soon as possible. The fresher the beer, the more refreshing it would be. This was also one of the reasons why there were no merchants who used the Silk Road to transport beer to China. In order to preserve the beer that Li Wangyu brewed, he stored it in the cellar with ice cubes. When the barrel was brought out, it was still emitting cold air. Ziyu, your beer has been chilled. Cheng Chumo asked curiously as he reached out to touch the cold beer barrel. That's right. This beer is called beer, and it's best to drink it chilled. Li Wangyu didn't forget to say a few words. Then, he picked up a huge beer glass, put in ice, and poured a full glass of beer. In order to drink the beer, Li Wangyu ordered the craftsman to make a batch of beer by blowing glass according to the appearance of beer cups in the future. When the beer was poured into the cup, the light golden liquid and the thick layer of white foam on the rim of the cup immediately attracted the attention of the group of silk pants. During the brewing process, malt, hops, yeast and other beer ingredients would produce a special protein which would dissolve in the beer. During the fermentation process, a large amount of carbon dioxide would be produced. Thus, when the beer was poured out, it would produce white foam. Naturally, those silk pants had never seen beer before, so they found it novel. Zio, what kind of beer is this? It's so unique. Give me a cup to try. TSK, TSK. This beer is actually light golden. Why are there so many bubbles? Li Wangyu ignored them and picked up the glass of beer in his hand, tilting his head back to take a sip. That familiar cool and refreshing taste caused Li Wangyu to burp in satisfaction after gulping down half a cup of beer. Only then did he turn his head and smile at the other rich kids. Brothers, the taste of this beer is smooth, sweet, and has a rich aftertaste. It's completely different from the alcohol that you've drunk on a daily basis. The silk pants were already envious of the beer. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, they naturally did not hesitate and rushed forward to grab the glass of beer. They poured the beer out of the barrel and impatiently drank it in big gulps. Li Wangyu did not expect that the silk pants would have such a different reaction when they drank the beer that he thought was refreshing. After Cheng Chumo and the others drank it, they immediately spat it out. They jumped and scolded, "Zio, are you kidding us? You dare to say that such a disgusting beer is delicious?" "Yes. It's so bitter. Are you sure it's not horse urine?" "Zio, what kind of beer is this? It's so bland and tasteless." Cheng Chumo and the others were used to drinking strong alcohol. Now that they suddenly tasted beer, they did not realize the benefits of the beer and were all disgusted. As for Fang Yi, Chai Lingwu and the others, after drinking it in big gulps, they were like Li Wangyu and comfortably burped, "Comfortable. This beer is so refreshing. Good beer. Comfortable." After they finished speaking, they could not help but look at each other with disdain in their eyes. Obviously, they all felt that the other party's taste was too bad. Thus, a civil war over whether the beer tasted good or not immediately broke out. Cheng Chumo and Fang Yi and the others spat at each other, looking like they wanted to wash each other's faces with their own saliva. Li Wangyu was too lazy to participate in the silk pants' internal conflict. He minded his own business and drank his beer and ate his skewers, feeling very comfortable. Niu Zhengping sat next to him and unceremoniously reached out to grab the skewers that Li Wangyu had just barbecued and ate with the beer. Li Wangyu curiously asked, "Brother Zhengping, why don't you argue with Brother Chumo and the others?" Niu Zhengping took a bite of the mutton skewer in his hand and laughed, "I'm not as stupid as them. What's there to argue about? With good food and good beer in front of us, what's the point of talking nonsense? Zio, don't just watch from the sidelines. Let me ask you, now that there's good beer and good food, where's the beauty? Quickly call her over and let me see her." Li Wangyu silently gave Niu Zhengping the middle finger. It seemed that this guy was not arguing because he was thinking about the beauty. "I'll take another day off tomorrow because I have something to do. I'll praise myself while I'm at it. I wrote another chapter. Awesome. If it's not hydrology, where did the 2 million plus words come from? The introduction can be finished with 200 words. Wahahaha. Hydrology is good for a while. Hydrology is good for a while. The ancients did not lie to me." Chapter 984. In fact, Li Wangyu had been waiting for them to ask about the beauty. Ever since the debauchees had made these 3 requests in order to play with him yesterday, he had been busy the entire day waiting to watch a good show. After Niu Zhengping asked the question about the beauty, those who were still quarreling stopped quarreling as they all turned their heads and stared at Li Wangyu with burning eyes. "Yes, Ziyu, where is the beauty?" Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He smiled at Cheng Chumo and said, "Brother Chumo, You haven't said whether my beer passed the test yet. Cheng Chumo hesitated for a moment, then took a big gulp of beer. He had been arguing with Fang Yi and the others just now, so he was a little thirsty. After taking another sip of the cold beer, he realized the beauty of the beer. Although the taste of the beer was a lot lighter than the strong alcohol he was used to, it was quite refreshing. Don't say, this beer is really good for quenching thirst. Yes, this beer passed the test. Speaking of which, Ziyu, why did you give this beer such a weird name? Cheng Chumo took another big gulp of the cold beer and shook his head. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Li Wangyu's naming ability. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with this guy. He naturally knew that the name beer was very strange in the Tang dynasty. After all, beer was just a transliteration of the English word beer. It did not have any meaning. Even the word beer did not appear in the Tang dynasty. It was a word invented by the people of Qingdao in the future. Cheng Chumo and the others had always thought that the beer Li Wangyu was talking about was spleen wine or skin wine. Logically speaking, beer should be called wheat wine, just like sorghum wine and rice wine. It should be named after the ingredients used to brew it, or it should be given another elegant name. However, Li Wangyu was too lazy to think of a new name. Moreover, he was already used to calling it beer. If he changed the name, he would not be used to it. Therefore, Li Wangyu did not care whether the Tang people could accept it or not. He stubbornly used the name beer. After the silk pants got used to the taste of beer, they all accepted this kind of alcohol. After all, beer and barbecue were a perfect match. Naturally, they could taste the beauty of it. Alright, Zio, your brothers admit that today's food and wine are pretty good. You can summon that beauty now. That's right. Let us brothers see what kind of beauty we have never seen before. Haha. If you want to fool us, you can go to the Taiji Palace yourself tomorrow. Wahahaha. Cheng Chumo and the others laughed very happily. They were waiting to make fun of Li Wangyu later. How could Li Wangyu not understand what these bastards were thinking? However, he was already prepared. He only laughed in his heart. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious in the end. Brothers, don't be anxious. I've already sent someone to inform them. Those beauties will be here soon. Come, brothers, have some barbecue. This barbecued lamb kidney is good stuff. Not only is it chewy, it's also a rare tonic. It's best for men's vitality. Brothers, hey, you know. As Li Wangyu spoke, he winked at the silk pants. It wasn't easy for me to find these beauties for you brothers. Brothers, you can all get close to them today. There's no need to be polite. The silk pants were slightly stunned. Then, they came to a sudden realization, and strange smiles appeared on their faces. Hihi, Zio's words are reasonable. As the saying goes, what you eat is what you nourish. Haha, this lamb kidney is very nutritious. Give me 10 skewers, no, 20 skewers. Get lost. You bastard, aren't you afraid of dying? Wahahaha, dying under a peony skirt, I'll still be a romantic ghost. Hihi, Brother Ling Wu's words are reasonable. Give me more lamb kidneys too. The silk pants were hinted at by Li Wangyu's words. They all snatched up the oily lamb kidneys and ate with their mouths full of oil. Everyone chatted as they ate the barbecue and drank beer. The cool breeze blew gently, making them feel very comfortable. Li Wangyu and the others were almost done eating and drinking. He gave Niu Wu a look, indicating that he could go and bring the people over. Niu Wu also revealed a strange smile and immediately left to carry out the order. Not long after, 10 beautiful women, under Niu Wu's lead, swayed their slender waists and smiled sweetly as they arrived at the castle's balcony. When Cheng Chumo, Fang Yi and the others saw so many beautiful women, their eyes immediately widened. Their vulgar gazes wantonly swept over the beauties. Even with the picky eyes of the silk pants, the 10 beautiful women in front of them were of the highest quality. Even in the Peace Square where beauties were as common as clouds, they were at the level of courtesans. However, the silk pants were curious. There were tens of thousands of courtesans in the Peace Square, but there were only about 100 courtesans at the level of courtesans. Which one had they not seen before? The 10 beauties in front of them were the most beautiful women they had never seen before. They couldn't help but be curious as to where Li Wangyu had found these beauties. The silk pants did not stand on ceremony. They directly went forward and each picked a beauty that was pleasing to the eye and pulled them to their side. Since Li Wangyu had already said that these beauties could be intimate, that meant that they would serve them in bed. Naturally, they would not stand on ceremony. What was even more infuriating was that this group of silk pants hugged these beauties and teased them while not forgetting to provoke Li Wangyu with words. Ziyu, although these beauties are beautiful, there is nothing special about them. How can you say that we have not seen them before? You can't fool us like this. Yes, that's the reason. Tomorrow is the Taiji Palace to pick up the bride. Ziyu, you can go by yourself. Forgive us for not accompanying you. Wahahaha, Ziyu, you can't blame us for this. Li Wangyu smiled strangely at the side and continued to drink his beer. Brothers, don't be impatient. This little brother promises that you have definitely not seen these beauties before. Cheng Chumo curled his lips in disdain. Ziyu, don't talk nonsense. They all have the same nose and mouth. What's so special about them? You dare to boast shamelessly that we have never seen such beauties before? Li Wangyu smiled. Brothers, as long as these beauties open their mouths, you will know what's so special about them. When the silk pants heard him say this, they realized in hindsight that these beauties had been here for so long and none of them had opened their mouths to speak. Previously, no matter how they teased them, these beauties only covered their mouths and giggled. They never opened their mouths to speak, as if they were mutes. This made the silk pants all puzzled. They did not understand what this meant. Could it be that Li Wangyu had found them a group of deaf and mute women? Or was there something special about these beauties' voices? Cheng Chumo casually hugged a beauty and asked, Ziyu, don't try to be mysterious. Quickly tell us, what's so special about these little ladies? Li Wangyu asked curiously, what little ladies? Brothers, you asked this little brother to find them. But you have never seen beauties before, so you didn't say anything about little ladies. The silk pants were stunned again and looked at each other. They did not understand the difference between the two. Li Wangyu laughed. Beauties, introduce yourselves to the little dukes. The 10 beauties in palace attire nodded in agreement and introduced themselves to the foppish young masters. It was fine if they did not open their mouths, but once they opened their mouths, the silk pants were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. Ari, there are too many smart people. Old Long's thoughts have all been guessed by you. Fine, I'll lay my cards on the table. It's really a cross-dressing boss. Chapter 985. In the future, there was a group of dangerous creatures that made all straight men's hair stand on end. They were known as cross-dressing bosses. On Baidu Bake, the term cross-dressing boss was explained like this: popular online term, pronounced in Japanese as cross-dressing man, which is a man who wears women's clothes. When this term appeared in the 2D world, it referred to a man who was skilled in cross-dressing. The 10 beauties Li Wangyu called over were not women at all. They were male prostitutes that he spent money to find in Chang and City's beehive. The so-called beehive was another name for the brothel where the male prostitutes worked. Male prostitutes had existed in Huaxia since ancient times. They had always been despised by the mainstream of society, but were not banned. During the Tang and Song dynasties, due to the open culture, they flourished. After all, it was common for the noble women of Tang dynasty to find gigolos. After Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she even set up a crane control bureau to search for beautiful men for Wu Zetian's enjoyment. Li Wangyu didn't have to spend much effort to find 10 handsome men. Then, he asked the maids to put on makeup and put on beautiful palace clothes. After some meticulous makeup, the 10 cross-dressing bosses of the Tang dynasty were born. Although there had been male prostitutes in Huaxia since ancient times, there had never been a cross-dressing boss. Since the Western Han dynasty, the gender confusion between men and women was seen as an ominous sign. Until the Ming dynasty, when the historical record Guo Wen solemnly introduced a strange incident. In the 12th month of the 2nd year of Longqing, Li Liangyu of Taiyuan Jingle transformed into a woman. Naturally, a man would not transform into a woman for no reason. After all, Li Liangyu was not a virgin who would turn into a girl after touching cold water. The only explanation was that a cross-dressing boss had made a grand appearance. This kind of incident was actually recorded in history books like Guo Wen and Ming Dynasty. In the history of Huaxia, the most incredible cross-dressing boss was a playboy named Sang Chong during the Ming Dynasty's Chenghua period. He actually disguised himself as a woman and deceived and raped women in Thatong, Taiyuan, and 45 other prefectures. Until he was accidentally discovered and sent to the officials to be executed by 1,000 cuts. A total of 182 women were harmed. It was really unbelievable. Yesterday, in order to make things difficult for Li Wangyu, the debauchees wanted him to find a beauty that they had never seen before. Thus, he thought of the cross-dresser. In any case, the foppish playboys had said beauties, not women. The silk pants wanted to tease him, so Li Wangyu came up with this despicable move, planning to disgust this group of bastards. The reason why he came up with such a trick to make fun of the playboys was because Li Wangyu's young heart had suffered a great blow because of the cross-dressing boss. In his previous life, Li Wangyu met a long-haired beauty when he went to a nightclub to drink and dance with his friends. Therefore, Li Wangyu mustered up the courage to strike up a conversation. As a result, when the beauty opened her mouth to speak, Li Wangyu was so scared that he almost fell off the stool. She had an extremely beautiful face, but when she opened her mouth, it was a hoarse and rough male voice. This kind of extreme contrast was unbearable for any man. Li Wangyu ran away from the nightclub. Since then, he had been traumatized by the cross-dressing boss. Therefore, when the foppish playboys wanted to make things difficult for him, he immediately thought of a way to counterattack. At this moment, on the balcony, the foppish playboys were shocked when they heard the little ladies in their arms speak. It was no less shocking than the shock that Li Wangyu had received in the nightclub. Replying to the young duke, "This servant is called." Before the cross-dressing boss in Cheng Chumo's arms could finish introducing himself, Cheng Chumo threw him out as if he had been electrocuted. The group of foppish playboys were all shocked by the rough male voice. They were all dumbstruck, their faces full of horror. Zio, she, why are they talking like that? Like a man's voice. Fang Yi's tongue was tied, and he couldn't speak clearly for a long time. Li Wangyu chuckled. "Yi Xiong, what are you saying? They are men, so of course they speak with a male voice. What's so strange about that? Men. The foppish playboys were all petrified. Li Wangyu nodded with certainty. "Of course they are men. My brothers asked me to find beauties, not little ladies." "Why, aren't the beauties that I found beautiful?" Chai Lingwu, who had just been holding the cross-dressing boss, suddenly retched. He turned his head and held the spittoon to vomit violently. The others weren't any better than Chai Lingwu. Their faces were all green, and they looked disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Li Wangyu understood this group of foppish playboys. He knew that they were all steely straight men. They had absolutely no interest in adding men on top of men. It was because of this understanding that he deliberately played tricks on the foppish playboys like this. Including letting the foppish playboys eat roasted kidneys, it was all for the sake of mocking them. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with the foppish playboys' reactions. He asked with a cheeky smile, "My brothers, are you satisfied with the beauties that I have prepared for you? Have you not seen any of them before?" The foppish playboys looked at each other. Chai Lingwu, who had already vomited all the beer and barbecue he had eaten, raised his head and wiped the stain on the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and glared at Li Wangyu. "Beat him up." Chai Lingwu screamed and charged straight at Li Wangyu. Cheng Chumo, Fang Yi and the rest didn't hesitate. They all rolled up their sleeves and followed Chai Lingwu. Li Wangyu saw that the situation wasn't good. He turned and wanted to run, but how could he run? He was grabbed by Fang Yi and pressed down by the group of foppish playboys. Including the lame Niu Zhengping, the 10 foppish playboys all piled on top of Li Wangyu in a human pyramid. They let him see what was really called adding men on top of men. The 3 Cheng brothers, Fang Yi and the Yuchi twins, were all burly men. Being pressed down by the foppish playboys, Li Wangyu almost vomited his dinner from last night. I was wrong. Little brother was really wrong. Brothers, please spare me. Heroes, please spare me. Li Wangyu struggled under the pile of people and weakly begged for mercy. Niu Wu and Lai Hot's troops, as well as the servant girls, didn't go up to help. They just stood on the side and watched the show. The foppish playboys trampled on Li Wangyu for a long time before they stood up and pulled Li Wangyu up. Looking at Li Wangyu again, his hair was messy like a chicken's nest. His clothes were untidy and dirty. He was in a very sorry state. Li Wangyu glared at Niu Wu, who was watching the show with folded arms. Naturally, he was angry that Niu Wu didn't save him. Niu Wu, on the other hand, simply turned his head and pretended that he didn't see his Longjuan's resentful gaze. According to the rules of Jianghu, those who prank others will be pranked by others. You can't blame others. After Li Wangyu sent the crossdressers away, he once again called the house's musicians to play and dance to liven things up. After wiping away the psychological shadow of the foppish playboys, the balcony once again became lively. Today's gathering could be considered Li Wangyu's bachelor farewell party. Although the Tang dynasty didn't have the custom of a bachelor farewell party, using wine to get the groom drunk was a fine tradition of Huaxia. Moreover, the foppish playboys had been greatly provoked by Li Wangyu today, so they wouldn't easily let him go. Cup after cup of wine was forced down Li Wangyu's nose by the foppish playboys. After a while, Li Wangyu was so drunk that he slid under the table like a pile of mud. Cheng Chumo and the others laughed and let him go. They called the Lai Hot's servant girls to help him back to bed. Li Wangyu was in a daze as Aphrodite and Perrin helped him to the bed and fell asleep. Tomorrow, he was going to marry his beautiful boss. After living 2 lives, Li Wangyu was finally going to start a family, get married, and have children. Old Long's reader chat group, Q Group 103, 506, 4474, Fatty Long's Dragon's Gate Formation, welcome to hurt each other. Chapter 986. Time flew by. Li Wangyu, who had been in the western region for 4 years, finally returned to Chang'an City. When he hurried back to Dingju village with Niu Wu and the others, his beautiful superior had already led everyone in the mansion to welcome him at the village entrance. Li Wangyu did not expect that his wife, Su Changqing, was holding a 2-year-old baby in her arms. Without waiting for him to speak, Su Changqing smiled and walked forward with the baby in her arms. Wangyu, you're finally back. Come and see your son. Since he was born, you haven't seen him as his father. Son. Li Wangyu was tongue-tied. Su Changqing nodded affirmatively. Yes, your son is already 2 years old. Look at how much he looks like you. He's so cute. 2 years old, my son? Li Wangyu's head was a little dizzy. He counted with his fingers. He had been in charge of the Western expedition for 4 years. Since he went to the Western region, he had not returned to Chang'an, nor had he seen his wife. But the child in front of him was already 2 years old. Li Wangyu unconsciously thought of an anecdote in the legacy of the heavenly treasure of the First Yuan dynasty. Young Guozhong was sent to Jiangzhou. His wife missed him so much that she fell ill. She suddenly became pregnant with Yang Guozhong in her dream and gave birth to a boy named Yang Guozhong. When Yang Guozhong returned, his wife recounted what happened in her dream. Yang Guozhong said, "This husband and wife miss each other so much." Everyone laughed at that time. Yang Guifei's elder brother, Yang Guozhong, had been an official for many years. His wife, Pei Ru, gave birth to a son for him. She even said that she missed Yang Guozhong too much. In her dream, she had sex with Yang Guozhong and got pregnant. Yang Guozhong actually believed his wife's words and treated the baby as his own flesh and blood. He even named him Yang Guozhong. It was needless to say how Yang Guozhong was mocked by the common people. Li Wangyu was not Yang Guozhong. After he figured out the meaning of this matter, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. But before he could say anything, a series of shouts sounded in his ears, and his body began to shake violently. Lang Jun, wake up. Don't sleep anymore. If you continue sleeping, you'll miss the time. Li Wangyu suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he had been dreaming. 4 years later, he would return home and have a son. That was just a ridiculous dream. Li Wangyu exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat from his forehead, allowing Aphrodite and Perrin to help him up from the bed. How could he have such a horrible dream? Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver when he recalled the events in his dream. Dreams are all opposite, all opposite. He kept comforting himself in his heart. To say that Su Changqing would make him a cuckold, even if he transmigrated again, Li Wangyu wouldn't believe it. But why would he have such a ridiculous dream on the night before the wedding? Li Wangyu couldn't figure it out. Before he could figure out the meaning of his ridiculous dream, Aphrodite and Perrin had already led a group of maidservants to help him wash up and dress up. Perrin was busy wiping Li Wangyu's face with a hot towel while scolding her Langjun. Langjun, Sister Aphrodite and I have been calling you for a long time before you woke up. Today is your big day with Sister Changqing. Langjun, how could you drink so much last night? Fortunately, you didn't pick up the bride until evening, otherwise you would have missed the time. Li Wangyu had indeed been heavily drunk by Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys last night. Now that he was woken up, he still felt his mouth dry and his temples throbbing. After secretly cursing Cheng Chumo and his group of bastards, Li Wangyu asked, Perrin, what time is it? It's almost noon. It's already 9:15. Li Wangyu almost wanted to go back to sleep when he heard that it wasn't even 11 o'clock yet. In the Tang dynasty, picking up the bride didn't require one to leave early in the morning. Picking up the bride at dusk was the custom of the Tang dynasty. It wasn't even 11 o'clock yet. Obviously, Li Wangyu still had a lot of time. Perrin hurriedly grabbed Li Wangyu and said, Langjun, hurry up. The old housekeeper is already very anxious. He's waiting for you to worship the ancestors. Li Wangyu was speechless. He knew that Perrin was right, so he could only get up and let her and the maidservants help him freshen up and change his clothes. According to the custom of the Tang dynasty, before picking up the bride, one must first worship the ancestors and inform them of the marriage. After worshipping the ancestors, he would set off with Sai Xiong to pick up the bride. The ceremony of worshipping the ancestors had always been cumbersome and time-consuming. After freshening up and changing into a brand new red wedding dress, Li Wangyu helplessly followed the old housekeeper Li Heng's instructions. He knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, burning incense and worshipping the ancestors. It wasn't until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the old housekeeper Li Heng finally let go of his Langjun. Only then did the playboys lazily walk out of the room, yawning. Their lazy appearance made Li Wangyu's teeth itch again. Although they had previously proposed various conditions to Li Wangyu, they were actually just joking with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was going to get married, so they were more than willing to be Sai Xiong's bridesmaids. If Li Wangyu dared to find someone else to be Sai Xiong's bridesmaids, Cheng Chumo and the others would probably turn hostile. As for the matter of going to the western regions to eat sand, although they had just learned about it, it was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the playboys. But after careful consideration, the hedonistic sons became eager to give it a try. Chang'an was admittedly a land of warmth and gentleness, but the playboys were not people who would just eat and wait for death. The Tangs were obsessed with killing the enemy, serving the country, and building their career. This could be seen from the more than 2,000 frontier poems in the complete Tang poem. Therefore, the playboys like Cheng Chumo felt their blood boil when they thought of leading an army and trampling the enemy. The bright moon of the Qin and Han dynasties, the long march of thousands of miles has not ended. But with General Long Chengfei here, he will not let the horse pass the Yin Mountains. Li Wangyu copied Wang Changling's Leaving the Frontier poem, which had been silently recited by the playboys countless times. How could they, the sons of dukes, not be eager to build their career? Inheriting their father's title was just sitting and eating. In the Tang dynasty, titles could be inherited, but the inheritor was usually 1 rank lower than the original. For example, Du Ruhui was the Duke of Lai. After his death, his eldest son, Du Gushi, inherited his title, but had to be 1 rank lower to become a duke. Moreover, among the 3 Cheng brothers, only Cheng Chumo could inherit the title of Duke of Lu. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi did not have this qualification. Most of the other playboys also had the same problem. The Yuchi twins, Fang Yi and Du He were all like this. Therefore, if the playboys wanted to be bestowed a title, they had to earn their own merits. Under such circumstances, how could the playboys really refuse to go to the western regions to eat sand? Therefore, The so-called revenge on Li Wangyu was just a harmless joke. After lunch, everyone prepared to set off for Chang'an to pick up the bride. Tonight's wedding required a big banquet. If they were to pick up the bride back to Dingju village, it would be inconvenient for so many guests. Today's wedding was to be held in Chang'an City, in Li Wangyu's house in Kaihua Square. Therefore, the wedding procession was unusually large. In addition to the foppish lords who were prime ministers, the old butler Li Heng also led a group of maids, cooks, and dancers in the mansion. Hundreds of people set off together to Chang'an City to escort the bride. As soon as the wedding procession left the residence, Li Wangyu suddenly pulled on the reins of his horse. After greeting everyone, he turned his horse around and galloped back to his castle with Perrin and Aphrodite in tow. This made the playboys a little confused. They did not understand what was wrong with this guy. Chapter 987. Li Wangyu's departure was sudden, but his return wasn't slow either. When he returned to the wedding procession, the wastrel's eyes were wide open. Li Wangyu, who had always been thin and weak, seemed to have grown muscles in an instant at this moment. His body couldn't help but gain weight. Even the originally loose red groom's robe on his body was bulging. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but go up and pat Li Wangyu's shoulder, but his eyes immediately widened. "Zio, you're too treacherous. How did you think of such a shameless thing?" Cheng Chumo's words stunned the wastrels, who didn't understand why this fellow would say such a thing. When the crowd went up and touched Li Wangyu's body, they couldn't help but laugh and scold him. "Zio, it's really the first time since the beginning of time that you went to the wedding procession like this. Damn it, why didn't I think of this move? Zio, you're shameless too. But I like it, haha. Shameless, too shameless. Bah, I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Zio, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and prepare a set of armor for your brother." Chai Lingwu laughed. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes and gave Chai Lingwu the middle finger to show his disdain. He had hurried back to the residence just now to ask Perrin and Avro to find the Saint Seiya armor and put it on him under the groom's robe. The reason why he had to wear armor when he went to the wedding procession was naturally not because he was afraid of assassination, but because in the Tang dynasty's wedding procession customs, there was a very evil custom of choosing a son-in-law. Even though he was marrying a princess today, the wedding procession process was more or less similar to that of the common folk. Choosing a son-in-law, urging the bride to dress, sitting in a saddle, setting up a wild goose, covering the knees, going around the carriage, and blocking the carriage were all wedding customs of the Tang dynasty. Choosing a son-in-law, also known as playing with a son-in-law, was when the bride's relatives took the son-in-law down a notch. The groom and the bridesmaids would be teased and made difficult by the bride's relatives, and they would be served with wooden sticks. They had to be taught a lesson with a stick before they could proceed to the next stage. Su Changqing was a time traveler. Although she had no relatives in the Tang dynasty, since Pai Lupi had conferred her the title of Princess Yangling, the people in the palace were considered her relatives. In addition, the group of professional women that Su Changqing had personally brought out had set off early to Taiji Palace to support Su Changqing. Even Niu Yong and Niu Wu's daughter-in-law stood on the bride's side today. Therefore, Li Wangyu was very clear that if he wanted to pick up the bride today, he would have to be taught a lesson with a stick. Although those sticks were wrapped in a thick cotton cloth and could not hurt people, they were still very strong. But with so many sticks raining down on him, even if he didn't get hurt, it would still hurt. A few years ago, during the mass wedding of the palace maids, Li Wangyu just hid on the side to watch the fun and did not take the killing stick. But today, he was getting married, so he couldn't hide on the side, right? Therefore, Li Wangyu was very shameless. He simply put on the armor under the auspicious clothes, wanting to use the armor to block the sticks of the female army. The playboys despised Li Wangyu's sneakiness, but at the same time, they did not forget to ask Li Wangyu for armor to protect themselves. Everyone followed Li Wangyu and put on the armor under their clothes. After dressing up, everyone laughed and went on the road again, heading towards Chang'an City. At this time, in the main hall of Taiji Palace in Chang'an City, Su Changqing had already changed into the wedding clothes under the service of the palace maids. She was kneeling in the main hall anxiously, waiting for Li Wangyu's arrival. Empress Zhongsun led a 2- or 3-year-old boy into the main hall and sat opposite Su Changqing with a smile. Qingqiu greets Masteress. The child said in a childish voice and bowed to Su Changqing. He was Pai Lupi's last eldest son, the future third emperor of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji. Li Ji was now 3 years old. Although he had not formally learned from Li Wangyu, he had kowtowed to Li Wangyu under the witness of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to call Su Changqing Masteress. Su Changqing smiled and reached out to pull Li Ji into her arms. She had always liked children, so whether it was Chang'e, Wu Meinyang, or Li Ji, they were all very close to her. Has Qingqiu been obedient recently? Masteress, Qingqiu has always been very obedient. Su Changqing deliberately teased Li Ji. Really? But I heard that Qingqiu has been very naughty recently. Qingqiu is really obedient. If Masteress doesn't believe it, you can ask Mother. Mother, Qingqiu is very obedient, right? Li Ji was afraid that Su Changqing would not believe it, so he quickly pulled his mother to testify for him. Empress Zhongsun and Su Changqing could not help laughing. The two teased Li Ji for a while, and then Empress Zhongsun asked the palace maid to take Li Ji to play. Empress Zhongsun reached out to help Su Changqing tidy up her hair that was messed up by Li Ji. Then she stared at Su Changqing for a long time and said with a chuckle, "Changqing, you won't blame me, will you?" Su Changqing naturally understood the meaning of Empress Zhongsun's words. If it were not for Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun's interference between her and Li Wangyu would have gotten married 2 years ago after he cut off his decline. It was impossible to say that Su Changqing had no complaints in her heart. But she could also understand why Empress Zhongsun would do this. Although she and Li Wangyu were in love, the two of them only traveled through the Tang dynasty and did not wander on an isolated island. The surrounding social environment forced them to compromise on many things. Empress Zhongsun wanted to marry her daughter to Li Wangyu. Although this kind of thing was incredible in the eyes of later generations, it was quite normal in the eyes of the Tangs. Su Changqing slowly shook her head and smiled at Empress Zhongsun. "Aunt, what are you talking about? How can I blame you? Aunt and His Majesty have always treated this little girl well. This little girl does not dare to have any complaints." Her words were also sincere. Except for interfering with her marriage with Li Wangyu, Empress Zhongsun was really good to her. Now that she and Li Wangyu were about to get married, the previous grudge against Empress Zhongsun in her heart naturally disappeared. Empress Zhongsun could see that Su Changqing's words were really sincere, so she was relieved. She turned to look at Li Ji, who was playing hide-and-seek with the palace maids, and then turned to Su Changqing and said with a smile, "Changqing, I see that you like children very much. He is the only son in Zio's family, and there are not many people. After you and Zio get married, you should hurry up and have a few more children." Although Su Changqing was smart and capable, she also became shy when talking about this topic. She just nodded silently. However, Su Changqing's heart also flashed a trace of haze because of this. She and Li Wangyu had already broken through the last window paper. But after so many years, there was still no sign of pregnancy. They did not take any contraceptive measures. After all, there was no small umbrella to use in the Tang dynasty. Previously, she could still comfort herself with the fact that they were not married, but now that she heard Empress Zhongsun's words, she couldn't help but secretly guess in her heart. Could it be that she and Li Wangyu were unable to have children because of time travel? It wasn't just Su Changqing who guessed this. At this moment, Li Wangyu, who was on horseback and listening to the playful banter of the wastrels, was also secretly pondering the meaning of his previous nonsensical dream. "Son." Li Wangyu's face suddenly changed. As if he and Su Changqing had a telepathic connection, the two of them thought of the same thing at the same time. Could it be that because of time travel, he or Changqing were unable to have children? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu was almost ready to turn the horse around and run back to Xianwei village behind Dingju village to find Sun Simiao to treat him. Damn, it can't be that outrageous, right? Could it be that he really couldn't have children in this life? Author's note: this old dragon is very dedicated to his work. Come and praise me. Chapter 988. Li Wangyu was no longer in the mood to play around with the foppish playboys due to the nightmares he had in the morning. All along the way, He was pondering whether or not he could have a son. Not only was Su Changqing not pregnant, but neither was Aphrodite's stomach. This made Li Wangyu even more certain that something was wrong with his body. It seemed that he could only seek out the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, to diagnose what was wrong with his body. If even Sun Simiao could not do anything, then he was done for. At this thought, Li Wangyu could not help but feel vexed. It was only when the wedding procession entered the illustrious Virtue Gate that Li Wangyu rubbed his face hard and suppressed his worries. He did not want to think about these things anymore. He had also thought it through. It was not a big deal if he did not have a son. There were many Dink families in the future, but weren't they still living well? It was also good that no brats would disturb him and Su Changqing. Although Li Wangyu and Su Changqing's wedding was rushed, everyone in Chang'an knew about it. Naturally, the gossip-loving people of Chang'an could not miss the liveliness of Fufeng's wedding. Both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue were already crowded with people who wanted to watch the show. Even the trees by the roadside were occupied by people. The two counties of Chang'an had already sent out a large number of yamen runners to maintain order. When the wedding procession entered Chang'an City, the city was instantly filled with all sorts of blessings and cheers. May the Duke live a long life together and have a son soon. May the Duke and Princess Yangling grow old together. May the Duke's marriage last forever. Li Wangyu was wearing a bright red auspicious robe and riding on the horse that Pai Lupi had lost to him. He was all smiles as he cupped his hands in thanks to the people around him. There were 10 fully loaded four-wheeled carriages in the wedding procession. The old butler, Li Heng, was also smiling until his face was full of wrinkles. He didn't even need Li Wangyu's instructions as he nimbly climbed onto a carriage. He grabbed a large amount of copper coins from the bamboo basket in the carriage and threw them towards the crowd on the side of the road. These carriages were filled with shiny yellow copper coins. So many commoners came to join in the fun. Naturally, it wasn't just for gossip. It was an unwritten rule for rich families to spread the good news when they fetched the bride. It was to share joy with the people and also to get a good omen. With Li Wangyu's wealth, he naturally did not lack this bit of copper coins. Li Heng acted on his own initiative and prepared 10 whole carts of brand new copper coins for splashing. Even so, Li Heng was still nagging along the way. Time was too tight, and they had prepared too few copper coins. After all, the copper coins used for the wedding banknotes were all newly cast Kai Yuan Tong Bao. After 2 or 3 days, Li Heng had only obtained so many copper coins. Li Wangyu could only shake his head and smile bitterly at his smug butler and let him do as he pleased. The Lai Hot's troops, maids, and servants all followed the old butler, Li Heng. They continuously grabbed handfuls of copper coins from the bamboo baskets on the carriages and threw them towards the crowd. Vermilion Bird Avenue became more and more lively. The wedding procession threw copper coins along the way. The crowd's cheers for the wedding banknotes and their congratulations to Li Wangyu resounded through the sky. When they arrived at the Vermilion Bird Gate in the Imperial City, Li Wangyu's facial muscles were stiff from smiling. But when everyone saw the situation in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, everyone, including the group of rich playboys, couldn't help but curse in their hearts. The old butler, Li Heng's face twitched a few times. He suddenly jumped out of the carriage. Lang Jun, this old slave will return to the Kaihua Square to prepare for the evening banquet. Please forgive me. After the old man finished speaking, he didn't give Li Wangyu a chance to speak. He led the group of maids and servants in the residence and turned to leave. Li Wangyu glared at the back of Li Heng's fleeing figure. He was extremely disdainful of this disloyal old butler. Cheng Chumo swallowed his saliva. Zio, I suddenly remembered that there is still soup on the stove in the residence's kitchen. I have to go back. Li Wangyu didn't wait for Cheng Chumo to finish speaking. He gave him a death stare, forcing Cheng Chumo to swallow the rest of his words. Fang Yi and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of battle could kill. In front of everyone's eyes, the Vermilion Bird Gate of the Imperial City opened wide. From the Vermilion Bird Gate to the distant Taiji Palace's Gate of Heaven, it was a distance of over 2 li. At this moment, on both sides of the Imperial City's main road, several thousand palace maids stood in a dense crowd. They all held wooden clubs in their hands, laughing and giggling at Li Wangyu and the other debauchees. Chai Lingwu reached out to touch the armor beneath his clothes. He muttered, "Zio, tell your brothers the truth. What kind of enmity do you have with His Imperial Majesty? To use several thousand palace maids as a son-in-law, I'm afraid that you'll be beaten to death." Li Wangyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had not expected that Pai Lupi would actually create such a large spectacle. In reality, Li Wangyu and the other debauchees had wrongly accused Pai Lupi. This matter was truly not arranged by Pai Lupi. As the eldest princess, Princess Changle was very gentle and considerate. She had always been well liked in the palace. Pai Lupi intended to betroth Princess Changle to Li Wangyu. Everyone in the palace knew of this. Naturally, these female officials and palace maids also knew of this. However, who would have thought that before Princess Changle could marry Li Wangyu, the Commandery Duke of Fufeng would first marry Princess Yangling? This naturally caused all of the female officials and palace maids to be dissatisfied. Although Su Changqing had been conferred the title of Princess Yangling, compared to Princess Changle, who had grown up in the palace maids were naturally closer to Changle. Originally, Empress Zhongsun had planned to find several dozen palace maids as a token of goodwill. However, she did not take this matter seriously, directly handing it over to the female officials to make the arrangements. As for the female official in charge of this matter, she had gathered several thousand palace maids. Armed with clubs, they stood guard within the imperial city, intending to teach Li Wangyu, this heartless man, a lesson and vent Princess Changle's anger. Naturally, Li Wangyu and the others did not know the reason behind this. However, just thinking about being beaten and running across this 1,000-meter-long road made their scalps feel numb. It was no wonder that Li Heng, upon seeing such a formation, would turn and run. With his old arms and legs, how could he endure these clubs? At this time, it was best to flee as quickly as possible. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, ran without any sense of loyalty. However, the debauchees could not run. With a bitter face, Fang Yi asked, "Zio, why don't we come back another day to pick up the bride?" "Brothers." Li Wangyu could not be bothered to listen to his nonsense. What did he mean by coming back another day to pick up the bride? Was this something a human would say? "Brothers, we are about to go to the western regions to conquer the barbarians. We do not fear the sharp swords of the barbarians. How can we fear the flowery fists and impractical footwork of this army of women? Let's go. Brothers, charge with me." Li Wangyu took a deep breath and jumped off his horse. With a strange cry, he covered his head with both hands and charged forward. The debauchees looked at each other helplessly. They could only follow Li Wangyu's example and cover their heads with their hands as they charged toward the gate of heaven influence. The palace maids only wanted to tease Li Wangyu and the others. Naturally, they would not hit them for real. No matter what, Li Wangyu was the prefectural Duke of Fufeng and His Majesty's nephew. They did not dare to be too presumptuous. However, when the palace maids' clubs landed lightly on Li Wangyu and the others' bodies, they made soft clanging sounds. A clever palace maid noticed something fishy about Li Wangyu and the others and immediately shouted, "Sisters, they are wearing armor under their clothes." The prefectural Duke of Fufeng was here to pick up the bride, but he dared to cheat. This made the palace maids, who were already dissatisfied, so angry that their noses were almost crooked. Therefore, the wooden clubs that were originally raised high and gently lowered began to be forceful. Instantly, Li Wangyu and the debauchees wailed and howled miserably. In yesterday's chapter, I was muddle-headed and wrote Li Ji's nickname, Zhenu, as Qing Q wahahaha, very embarrassing. Please forgive me. Old Long has already received his retribution. It was rare for him to be more diligent yesterday. Not only did he watch the second night, he even went out to exercise at night. After competing with his son to see who could jump the furthest, he tragically sprained his old waist. Retribution, this is a lesson. As expected, one cannot be too diligent. Yes, this must be the case. Chapter 989. Even though Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were wearing armor, the places that the armor could not protect were still sore from the thousands of palace maids' attacks. Everyone covered their heads and ran for their lives. After running for more than 2 miles, they finally escaped the encirclement of the thousands of palace maids. Looking at everyone, Their clothes were in a mess and their hair was in a mess. They looked miserable. When Li Wangyu and the other wastrels ran to the gate of sky-bearing, before they could catch their breath, they heard a burst of laughter coming from the palace gate. Wahahaha, Ziyu, why are you in such a sorry state? A group of weak little girls beat you up like this, it's really shameful. Heh, he must have fallen into the land of tenderness and fallen for the honey trap. Jingda, the old man's words are reasonable. Wahahaha, your majesty is still the best. You only used a few palace maids to make the men of Fufeng County run like rats. Your majesty, these bastards actually wore armor under their wedding robes when they came to escort the bride. They are too cunning. Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were stunned. When they looked up, they saw a few people standing on top of the gate of sky-bearing. They were pointing at Li Wangyu and the other wastrels and laughing. It was none other than Pai Lupi, who was led by Cheng Yarojin, Yuchi Jingda, and the rest of the wastrels. Although it was not arranged by Li this matter could not be hidden from Mi Tuor, who was the head of the provincial palace, who was the imperial chamberlain. After receiving Mi Tuor's report, Li laughed heartily. Not only did he not step forward to stop the female officials and palace maids from taking revenge, he even excitedly called Cheng Yarojin and the others to run up to the Gate of Heaven Influence to watch the show. Previously, when Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were surrounded and attacked by the thousands of palace maids, Pai Lupi, Cheng Yarojin, and the rest were very happy to see it. Li Wangyu and the other wastrels were so angry that their noses were almost crooked, but they could not vent their anger. Other people were all swindlers, but Cheng Yarojin, Yuchi Jingda, this group of old ruffians, were very fond of swindlers. The more unlucky Cheng Chumo was, the happier Cheng Yarojin and the others laughed. Li Wangyu couldn't do anything about this group of evil bosses other than secretly cursing them in his heart. Little nephew greets uncle, greets all uncles. Li Wangyu resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Looking at the closed gate of Heaven Influence, he knew that Pai Lupi and the others were up to something again. As expected, Pai Lupi laughed from above the palace gates. Zio, you should recite a make-up poem. Jin will say this first, this poem must be composed by you, no one else can do it for you. If this make-up urging poem is not done well, the Gate of Heaven Influence will not open today. Pai Lupi's words immediately gave Li Wangyu a headache. He naturally knew that today's wedding ceremony required a make-up urging poem, but among the Tang and Song poems that he had memorized, how could there be a make-up urging poem? On the eve of the wedding, the congratulatory poet would compose a poem to urge the bride to dress and make up. There were too few good works. If he had to compose a poem himself, that would really be asking for his life. Li Wangyu originally planned to have Wei Shuyu, do go, and the others help him compose a poem and just fool them. Now that Pai Lupi had interfered and insisted that he compose a poem, and it had to be a good one, this was asking for his life. Uncle, little nephew's mood is not at peace today, and I really don't have the heart to compose a poem. How about little nephew ask Shuyu and the others to do it for me, is that okay? Pai Lupi immediately shook his head, no. Zio, don't be lazy. Jin has not heard you compose a poem for a long time. Today's opportunity is rare, how can I let you go? Li Wangyu was in a predicament. Compose your sister's make-up urging poem? Can't he just use a limerick? As a world-renowned little immortal of poetry, if he could not compose a make-up urging poem, this would probably be the most explosive news in Chang'an City tomorrow, and even in the entire Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, the forehead of the habitual plagiarist was sweating like beans. He racked his brains to recall the poems he had memorized to see if there were any suitable verses that could be used to make up the number. Just as Li Wangyu was about to be driven to despair by Pai Lupi, a few female officials rushed to the Gate of Heaven Influence. Even outside the palace gate, Li Wangyu could hear the loud voices of Pai Lupi, Cheng Yarojin, and the others. What? Is this true? Did you summon Liu Fengyu to confirm? This is a serious matter, you can't joke about it. Pai Lupi's voice came, and Li Wangyu could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Today was his and Su Chongqing's big day. Could it be that there was a noble in the palace who was sick? If that was the case, then he was really unlucky. Before Li Wangyu could figure out the meaning of Pai Lupi's words, he heard Cheng Yaojin's hoarse voice again. Bastard, if this is true, then it's really a coincidence. Your Majesty, this is a joyous occasion. Joyous occasion? Li Wangyu's heart, which had just been raised, could not help but fall back down. Since Pai Lupi ordered people to summon Liu Shenwei, the imperial physician of the Shangyao Bureau, and Cheng Yaojin said that it was a joyous occasion, could it be that a noble in the palace was pregnant? Li Wangyu was still thinking about these messy things when he heard Pai Lupi's orders from above the palace gate. Quickly open the gate of heaven influence and let Zio in. Haha, today is really a double blessing. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but feel happy. This relationship was good. It seemed that he did not need to make that make-up poem anymore. He had managed to get away with it. The gate of heaven influence of the Taiji Palace opened. After Li Wangyu and the other silk pants entered the palace gate, they immediately bowed to Pai Lupi. Congratulations, uncle. Congratulations, uncle. Pai Lupi was slightly taken aback. Zio, what do you mean by this? Where did this emperor's happiness come from? Li Wangyu was confused by Pai Lupi's reaction. He could not help but say, it's not uncle? Could it be His Majesty the Emperor Emeritus? I wonder which noble in the palace is pregnant. Pai Lupi only reacted after a while. He was so angry that he went forward and slapped Li Wangyu on the back of his head. What nonsense are you talking about, you little bastard? What kind of nonsense is this? It's you little bastard, who is going to be a father. Me. Li Wangyu was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands. Uncle, don't scare your nephew. How could your nephew? He subconsciously wanted to deny it. How could he be the father of Pai Lupi's child if a noble in the Taiji Palace was pregnant? What did the women in the harem have to do with him? If someone was pregnant, how could he be blamed for it? Wasn't Pai Lupi trying to frame him for causing chaos in the harem? His head would be chopped off. It was a good thing that Pai Lupi did not know what Li Wangyu was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely turn today's happy occasion into a funeral. After that, Li Wangyu suddenly came to a realization. F***ck, there was indeed a woman in the harem today. Wasn't Su Changqing in the main hall of the harem, waiting for him to marry her? Could it be that Su Changqing was pregnant? Li Wangyu instantly became ecstatic. Uncle, is Changqing is pregnant. Pai Lupi rolled his eyes at him. You're not too stupid. That's right. Just now the female official came to report that Princess Yangling suddenly felt nauseous and vomited. Your aunt hurriedly called Liu Fengyu to treat her. I have already asked the female official. Liu Fengyu checked her pulse and confirmed that Princess Yangling is pregnant. She is already 2 months pregnant. Really? Uncle, you're not lying to me? I am going to be a father. Li Wangyu was so excited that he was incoherent. Pai Lupi smiled and nodded. That's right, this is absolutely true. For Princess Yenling's sake, I will spare you today. Quickly go to the main hall. Li Wangyu did not say anything and did not bother to greet everyone. He turned and ran to the main hall. There was only one thought in his mind. Sure enough, Meng Du was the opposite. Chapter 990. Su Changqing didn't expect that she would suddenly feel nauseous and retch while talking with Empress Zhongsun. This naturally scared Empress Zhongsun and she quickly ordered someone to summon Liu Shenwei. When Liu Shenwei hurried to Li Main Hall and checked Su Changqing's pulse, he smiled. Congratulations, Princess Yangling. Congratulations, Princess Yangling. You are not sick. You are pregnant. You are pregnant. His words stunned Empress Zhongsun and Su Changqing. Shortly after, Empress Zhongsun's face was filled with joy. Liu Fengyu, is this true? Empress, there is absolutely no mistake. This official is certain that Princess Yangling is pregnant and has been pregnant for more than 2 months. Su Changqing was completely dumbfounded. Previously, she had been inwardly depressed, suspecting that she and Li Wangyu couldn't have children. She didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Her period didn't come last month, but because her body didn't have any reaction, she didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just an occasional disorder. Only today did she discover that she was pregnant when she showed signs of pregnancy. Brother Shenwei, you You really diagnosed it clearly? Su Changqing covered his mouth with his hand in disbelief. Of course it's not wrong. If Princess doesn't believe me, you can ask my master to diagnose you again after you return to Ju village. Liu Shenwei twirled his beard and smiled. Su Changqing quickly nodded. I believe. Of course I believe. Brother Shenwei, don't misunderstand. I just. She was momentarily speechless. In her excitement, hot tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Empress Zhongsun knew that she was emotional and hurriedly comforted her. Changqing, this is a happy occasion. Don't cry. You are a married woman today. You should be smiling. Moreover, a woman is pregnant. She wouldn't dare to be so emotional. What if she hurts the child? Hearing this, Su Changqing hurriedly reached out to wipe his tears in a flurry. Then, he smiled through his tears and nodded repeatedly to thank Empress Zhongsun. Fortunately, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing were born in the Tang dynasty. If it were the Ming and Qing dynasties, people like them who got pregnant before marriage would probably be drowned in a pig cage. However, in the Tang dynasty, the people were open-minded and did not value women's chastity before marriage. It was even common for women to lose their chastity and remarry. Like Li Wangyu and Su Changqing, the Tangs would not find it shameful. They would only regard it as a matter of elegance. Therefore, Empress Zhongsun was not surprised by Su Changqing's pregnancy. After confirming that Su Changqing was really pregnant, Empress Zhongsun hurriedly ordered the female official to report to Pai Lupi. In Li Wangyu's line, his father, Li Ju, had passed away long ago. Li Wangyu was Li Ju's only son. For the Tangs, carrying on the family line and spreading the family name was the most important thing. Now that Li Wangyu was about to have a child, it meant that Li Ju's line would have an heir. Pai Lupi originally did not like Li Ju very much. However, because of Li Wangyu, he no longer had any ill feelings towards Li Ju. He even posthumously gave Li Ju the title of head of the Department of Ceremonial Ceremonies, bestowed the posthumous title of Zhen, and sent people to repair Li Ju's grave. As Pai Lupi's nephew, Li Wangyu could have an heir. This was also a big matter for the royal family. Even though Li Ju's and Li Wangyu's names had not yet been re-entered into the imperial register by the imperial clan temple. However, in the hearts of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun, Li Wangyu was a member of the Li Tang imperial clan. There was no doubt about this. Therefore, whether it was Empress Zhongsun or Pai Lupi, when they learned that Su Changqing was pregnant, their first reaction was to be overjoyed. Seeing Li Wangyu's back as he madly ran away, Pai Lupi jokingly scolded, but then he frowned. Su Changqing was pregnant with Li Wangyu's heir. This was naturally a good thing, but it was also a problem that was neither too big nor too small. Pai Lupi understood his nephew very well. He knew that he was a very emotional person. In addition, Li Wangyu valued Lady Su very much. Now that Lady Su was pregnant, this guy might not be willing to go to the western regions. The 150,000 troops of the Western Punitive Expedition were still stationed in Jingju, waiting for the imperial court to send a new general manager. If Li Wangyu did not want to do it, then it would really be a headache for Pai Lupi. After Cheng Yarojin laughed, he also thought of this matter. Your Majesty, now that Princess Yangling is pregnant, I'm afraid that Zio will not be willing to go to the western regions. Pai Lupi nodded and sighed. That's right, I also thought of this matter. Sigh, this is a troublesome matter. He shook his head. Forget it. No matter what, today is Zio's big day. We'll discuss this matter after he gets married. Cheng Yarojin and the others could only silently nod and no longer discuss this matter. After Li Wangyu ran madly to Li Main Hall, he did not wait for the palace maids to inform him. He wanted to rush into the hall, but he almost collided with Empress Zhongsun. Zio, you're going to be a father. Why are you still so impatient? Empress Zhongsun stretched out a slender finger and lightly tapped Li Wangyu's head as she scolded him jokingly. Li Wangyu did not have his usual quick-wittedness. He only grinned foolishly. Yes, Aunt is right. Hehe, Auntie, is Changqing doing well? Empress Zhongsun rolled her eyes at him. Changqing is inside. You should go in. Don't be so careless. Be careful not to hurt the child. Yes, I understand. After getting Empress Zhangxuan's permission, Li Wangyu immediately ran into the hall. Not to mention how happy Li Wangyu and Su Changqing were, and how helpless Li Wangyu was. In short, the bustling wedding was simplified because of Su Changqing's pregnancy. The wedding process of sitting in the saddle, dipping the goose, covering the knees, going around the carriage, and blocking the carriage was just a formality. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun had Li Wangyu carefully help Su Changqing onto the carriage, which could be considered to have completed the bridal escort process. After the bridal escort carriage arrived at Kaihua Square Lai Hot, the old housekeeper Li Heng and the others were wild with joy when they learned that their mistress was pregnant. It was lively again. And on this day of the wedding banquet, Li Wangyu was unsurprisingly drunk by a group of guests who came to congratulate him again. After Li Wangyu and Su Changqing's wedding, it was lively for 2 days. Li Wangyu slowly recovered from his ecstasy. And the first thing that Li Wangyu thought of was the same as Pai Lupi's guess. This guy didn't want to go to the western regions anymore. Su Changqing was now 2 months pregnant. In other words, in 8 months, he would be a father. At this time, asking him to abandon his wife and child and run to the western regions was simply asking for his life. From Chang'an to the western regions, even on a fast horse, it would take 2 months, not to mention that the army moved even slower. In other words, as long as Li Wangyu took over the position of general manager of the Western Punitive Expedition Army, not only would he not be able to see the birth of his child, but it could even be said that when he came back, the child would be old enough to eat soy sauce. But the matter of him being the general manager of the Western Punitive Expedition Army had already been issued an imperial edict. It was a matter that was set in stone. If Li Wangyu disobeyed the order and didn't go, then he would be beheaded. Even if Pai Lupi couldn't bear to behead him, it was impossible for him not to punish him. Li Wangyu was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. On the 3rd day of the wedding, Li Wangyu was secretly pondering about what perfect excuse he should find to dodge this matter. Just then, the old housekeeper Li Heng gently knocked on the door of the study room. Langjun, there is a guest. Chapter 991. Li Wangyu was so upset that he was not in the mood to receive guests. He replied impatiently, "Is it Cheng Chumo and the others? Tell them that I am not feeling well today and cannot receive guests. Tell them to go back." Li Heng also knew what his Langjun was worried about. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Langjun, it is Jukyu who is here to visit. Yu Shenan. If Yu Shenan was looking for him, he should have sent someone to invite him to Yu Shenan's residence in Chang'an. This was the proper etiquette he should have as a junior. This was not a holiday. Why would Yu Shenan come all the way to Dingju village? Li Wangyu was dazed for a moment before he understood Yu Shenan's intentions. It must be that Pai Lupi knew what he was thinking and was afraid that he would play some tricks and refuse to go to the western regions. Therefore, he asked Yu Shenan to persuade him. Li Wangyu could not help but smile bitterly. Yu Shenan was his teacher and friend. He was also an old man whom he respected greatly. If Yu Shenan had asked, he would not have been able to refuse. But since Yu Shenan had come, there was no reason for him to avoid meeting him. Li Wangyu sighed and stood up helplessly. "I will go and welcome Jukyu." After inviting Yu Shenan into the living room and ordering the servants to serve tea and snacks, Yu Shenan looked at Li Wangyu with a smile. "Zio, why do you look so sad? Did this old man take the liberty to come and disturb Zio?" Li Wangyu quickly shook his head. "What are you saying, Jukyu? Don't laugh at me. How can you not know why I am worried? Haha, I didn't expect that Zio would have such sentiments for love." Sure enough, His Majesty was right. With your weary personality, it must be because of Princess Yenling's pregnancy that you are unwilling to take up the post of General Manager of the Western Punitive Expedition. Am I wrong? Li Wangyu nodded silently. He really did not want to go to the western regions at this time. Perhaps in the eyes of the Tangs, wives and concubines were not that important. It was even more impossible for him to give up his official position just because his wife was pregnant. Li Wangyu's way of thinking was indeed somewhat deviant. But for Li Wangyu, it was too irresponsible of him to not be by his wife's side when she was pregnant, even when his child was born. Moreover, This era was different from the later generations. A woman giving birth to a child was tantamount to crossing the gates of hell. Even in the imperial family, with the care of the famous doctors in the Shengyao Bureau, there were still many concubines who died from dystocia. Under such circumstances, how could he be at ease? Even if Su Changqing gave birth successfully, he didn't want to miss his child's growth. These were two completely different worldviews, yet it was difficult to explain to Yu Shenan. Yu Shenan stroked his beard and smiled. Zio, you should know what it means to put personal interests aside for the greater good. Yu the Great conquered the flood 3 times but did not enter the house. Zhuge Kongming gave his all until he died. They are all role models for our generation. The old man took a sip of tea and continued, Ziyu, you are only 20 years old, but His Majesty will not look down on you because of your age. Do you know how important it is to be the general manager of the Western Expedition Army? His Majesty is willing to entrust 150,000 soldiers to you, so how can you put personal interests aside for the greater good? Men are used for those who understand them, women are groomed for those who love them. His Majesty treats me like a national scholar, so I should repay His Majesty like a national scholar. Yu Shenan's eloquence was naturally good. His words left Li Wangyu speechless. Although he didn't agree with Yu Shenan's principles, he couldn't ignore Yu Shenan's words because he was in the Tang dynasty. Master Yu, I understand all these principles, but I am worried about my wife and child. Li Wangyu stuttered as he explained. Zio, you can rest assured. His Majesty has already said that he will send more female officials to take care of Princess Yangling. Liu Fengyu will also stay here to take care of the princess. In addition, Sun Daozhong is nearby. What do you have to worry about? Li Wangyu was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Yu Shenan didn't wait for Li Wangyu to speak and continued, His Majesty has already said that if you are fast enough, Zio. After the Western Expedition Army destroys Gaochang, His Majesty will allow you to return to Chang'an temporarily to visit Princess Yangling and your son. What do you think? Zio, what do you have to worry about? His Majesty has been very kind to you. Li Wangyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Master Yu, is this true? If I destroy Gaochang, His Majesty will allow me to return to Chang'an? Of course. Do you think this old man will deceive you? Good. Since it's like that, I'll leave 7 days from now. Li Wangyu calculated silently in his heart, and then he stopped hesitating and nodded in agreement. He had calculated that destroying Gaochang would be as easy as blowing off dust. As long as the Tang army arrived, Gaochang would have no choice but to surrender. The distance from Jingju to Gaochang was more than 4,000 li. If the army marched quickly, it would take 3 to 4 months. At most, he would have to work a little harder and then rush back to Chang'an. It would only take a little more than a month. He should be able to return before Su Changqing gave birth. Seeing Li Wangyu nod in agreement, Yu Shenan was also very happy. As long as Li Wangyu was willing to go to the western regions, everyone would be happy. After Yu Shenan left, Li Wangyu went to look for Su Changqing. Filled with guilt, he told Su Changqing about Yu Shenan's visit and his promise to go to the western regions. Changqing, I'm sorry. I didn't discuss this with you before agreeing to Yu Shenan's request. But Su Changqing didn't wait for Li Wangyu to finish. He reached out a slender finger and gently pressed it on his lips. Wangyu, you don't need to explain. I understand. Su Changqing shrunk her slender body into Li Wangyu's embrace and pulled his arm around her. She closed her beautiful eyes and leaned her head on Li Wangyu's chest, quietly listening to Li Wangyu's strong heartbeat. After a long time, Su Changqing slowly opened her mouth and said, Wangyu, you and I are husband and wife. There's no need to say sorry. I know that you promised Li Shimen to go to the western regions for me, for our unborn child. As long as you come back safe and sound, that's my greatest wish. Wangyu, promise me that you won't be impulsive for me and our child. We'll wait for you at home. In an instant, Li Wangyu's nose suddenly turned sour and tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. He hugged the beauty in his arms tightly. The two of them didn't speak for a long time. They just stood there in an embrace. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Li Wangyu only felt that his throat was blocked by many, many words, but he didn't know how to say them. After a long time, Li Wangyu, like an injured wolf, began to sing south of the southern mountains in a hoarse voice. You're in the southern sun, snow swirling. I'm in the northern cold night, spring all year round. South of the southern mountains, the northern autumn is sad. South of the southern mountains, there are piles of grain. South of the southern winds, north of the northern sea. North of the northern sea, there are tombstones. Old Dragon listened to the south of the southern mountains. After writing this chapter, I feel like I'm torturing the single dog. Forget it, I'm going to find a wife. Chapter 992. After making up his mind, Li Wangyu tidied up his mood and rushed to Chang and Duke Lu's residence. It wasn't that Li Wangyu had masochistic tendencies and wanted to find excitement. He braced himself to explore the dragon's pool and tiger's den for only one purpose, and that was to ask Cheng Yaojin for advice on how to be a military chief. Although the old hooligan's character wasn't very good, his ability to lead an army and fight was excellent. Among the generals of the Tang dynasty, Cheng Yaojin was one of the top. Otherwise, Pai Lupi wouldn't have listed him as one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyang Pavilion. Although in the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties, Cheng Yaojin was described as a reckless general who only knew 3 axes, but in reality, Cheng Yaojin was a very shrewd person. Whoever treated him as a reckless man would be an idiot. Li Wangyu was just a fan of the army in the future. How could he know anything about arranging troops and how to lead an army to war? Pai Lupi forced him to take the position of the Western Expedition Army's military chief. He could only make a last-minute effort and run to the old hooligan to ask for advice. After all, he was the military chief. If all military affairs were handed over to Niu Jindar, Shui Wanjuan, and the other deputy chiefs, it wouldn't be pleasant to hear. When Cheng Yaojin heard that Li Wangyu actually took the initiative to ask for a beating, he couldn't help but laugh. Wahahaha, Ziyu actually took the initiative to come, that's rare. Since you're here today, don't think about leaving. Come, prepare the banquet. Li Wangyu saw that the old hooligan was about to flip out again and quickly raised his hands in surrender. Uncle Cheng, this nephew came to visit Uncle Cheng today to ask for advice on military matters. Let's forget about this wine. When this nephew returns from the western regions, this nephew will accompany Uncle Cheng to drink until we're drunk, okay? Cheng Yaojin glared at him with dissatisfaction. Scoundrel, what does drinking wine have to do with you asking for advice? Don't be so wishy-washy like a woman. Finished speaking, the old hooligan didn't wait for Li Wangyu to object. He directly grabbed Li Wangyu and strode toward the central room. Li Wangyu immediately regretted it. Damn, if he wanted to ask about military matters, wouldn't it be better for him to look for Li Jing? Wasn't it better to look for Qin Qiong? Why did he have to run over to Cheng Yaojin, this old hooligan? Not waiting for Li Wangyu to finish regretting, the person had already been pushed to the central room of Duke Lu Mansion by Cheng Yaojin. As for the maidservants of the Cheng residence, they quickly served up the food and wine. Li Wangyu looked at the tables that were filled with food and wine. He wanted to ask Cheng Yaojin how the cooks and maids in his mansion were trained. If there was a Guinness Book of World Records in the Tang dynasty, this speed of serving food and wine would definitely be the first. Li Wangyu sighed helplessly as he looked at the tall glass of sorghum wine in front of him. Uncle Cheng, your nephew has brought you a new type of wine today. Please give it a try. In fact, Li Wangyu had already predicted the old hooligan's reaction. Therefore, in order not to be stuffed into a puddle of mud, he specially brought 2 large barrels of beer with him. Oh! But what kind of beer is that? A few days ago, Chumo and the others had already told me that the beer was very bland, but it was cool and refreshing. Since you have the heart to bring it here, then let me try it. Cheng Yaojin loved wine. When he heard that Li Wangyu had brought a new type of wine, he naturally did not mind tasting it. Li Wangyu quickly ordered people to bring the barrels of beer into the central room. He personally poured a cup full of beer for Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin took the glass of beer and gulped it down like a cow. He poured the iced beer into his mouth and burped with satisfaction. What kind of beer is this? It's good to quench thirst. Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips and signaled Li Wangyu to fill his cup again. Li Wangyu took advantage of the time to pour the wine for Cheng Yarojin to quickly speak of his intentions. Uncle Cheng, you have to help your nephew. Whether or not your nephew can rush back to Chang'an before my family's madam gives birth depends on Uncle Cheng's guidance. Cheng Yarojin raised his head and laughed loudly. Zio, I always thought that you knew everything above the heavens and below the earth, but I didn't expect that you would also have a time when you were timid. You brat, do you think that the army is going on an outing? You actually expect to lead 150,000 troops from Jingju to the western regions in 3 months. Isn't this just a dream? Li Wangyu could not help but be stunned. He did not understand what Cheng Yarojin meant. The distance from Jingju to Gaochang was more than 4,000 li. There was no mistake. Although Li Wangyu had never come into contact with the army, he was more or less clear that the ancient armies of Huaxia would march about 30 to 40 kilometers a day. In other words, it would only take about 2 months to complete the journey of over 4,000 miles. He estimated that 3 months was already a lot of time. Why did Cheng Yarojin say that he was dreaming? Please enlighten me, Uncle Cheng. Zio, you brat, do you know what the concept of 150,000 troops is? Let me explain it to you like this. If the 150,000 troops set off in formation, the vanguard would have already reached the destination and started to set up camp, but the rear would have yet to leave the camp. Do you understand? Moreover, the speed of the army's march is based on the speed of the supply wagons. If the army marches for 8 hours a day, with the speed of the supply wagons, they would at most travel 40 to 50 li a day. Moreover, if there is a storm and the army is unable to move, they can only stay in the camp. After marching for many days, the army also needs to rest. Things like this are quite normal. Therefore, it is impossible for the 150,000 troops to rush to Gaochang without at least half a year. Cheng Yaojin's words immediately made Li Wangyu dizzy. As a military fanatic, he knew that Cheng Yarojin was not bluffing him. In the past, the 800,000-strong army of the former Qin was said to have broken the flow by casting the whip. In the end, the vanguard was completely defeated, and the rear was still on the way. This was the wooden barrel principle. The marching speed of the army had to be consistent with the slowest unit in the army. However, Li Wangyu thought that the speed of the logistics of the army should not be so slow. Li Wangyu asked in confusion, Uncle Cheng, ever since I created the 4-wheeled carriages, the speed of the logistics has not been slow. Not to mention 200 li a day, even 100 li a day is not a problem. Cheng Yarojin raised his head and drank another large cup of beer. He glared at him and said, Nonsense. Do you think those 4-wheeled carriages of yours can enter the desert? When Li Wangyu heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. He had indeed forgotten that after the army passed Dunhuang County, they would enter the vast desert. The Tengah Desert was the 4th largest desert in China. It was more than 160 kilometers wide, and the 4-wheeled carriages would not be able to enter it. The Tang dynasty had already established a trade center in Dunhuang County. Large quantities of goods were transported to Dunhuang County by 4-wheeled carriages. This greatly reduced the transportation distance of the Silk Road caravans. However, from Dunhuang County to the western region, the caravans had to change to camel caravans to continue forward. It was the same for the army. To supply the 150,000 troops with supplies, they had to use a large number of camel caravans to meet the needs of the army. As a result, the Tang army's marching speed would not be fast. Moreover, to pass through the desert, the Tang army had to bring sufficient water in addition to provisions and supplies. Under the guidance of a guide, they could pass through the desert. After Li Wangyu understood this point, he could not help but sit down dejectedly. If that was the case, how could he rush back to Chang'an in half a year? Chapter 993. Cheng Yarojin happily chugged down a cup of cold beer, and after letting out another loud burp, he was very satisfied. He then looked at Li Wangyu, who had a conflicted expression on his face, and gave him another heavy blow. Zio, you brat, you probably haven't calculated how much grain is needed to supply an army of 150,000 soldiers, right? Let this old man put it this way, not mentioning the equipment, armor, tents, flags, and drums, just the grain alone is an astronomical figure. When the soldiers of the Tang dynasty set out, they bring 5 days' worth of rations and rely on the rest of the supplies. Each soldier eats 2 liters of rice a day, and for an army of 150,000 soldiers, just this alone requires 3,000 dan of grain. If we calculate that each carriage can carry 30 dan, we need 100 carriages to supply the army for 1 day. Luckily, the Tang dynasty doesn't lack horses and mules, and we also have you to make these carriages. Otherwise, even if His Majesty wanted to attack Gao Changhua, it would be difficult to do so. Just maintaining the army's rations is already a huge problem. But even so, if the army wants to pass through the desert, they still need to use camels, mules, and horses. A camel can carry 3 dan, and a horse can carry 5 dan. Zio, you brat, calculate how many animals are needed to supply the army. And with so many animals, how much horse feed and millet will be needed? Have you calculated it? Also, how much did we lose during the transportation of these rations? Cheng Yaojin's words left Li Wangyu even more speechless. He really didn't know about this, but when he did, he was given a fright. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi only ordered Hu Junji to attack the western regions in the 13th year of Zhongguan. In truth, it was because of the logistical difficulties. Li Wangyu also didn't know that in the 13th year of Zhongguan, the army of 150,000 that attacked the western regions only had 70 to 80,000 soldiers. The rest were in charge of logistics. But things were different now. At the very least, after Li Wangyu made the horseshoes, the Tang dynasty's war horses and horse-drawn horses had rapidly declined. As a result, almost everyone in the army of 150,000 rode horses. Even the infantrymen relied on their horses to travel. They would only dismount to fight on the battlefield. The movement speed of the army could be increased by a lot because of this. However, due to the wooden barrel theory, they would still be dragged down by the resources. Before the troops and horses move, the provisions and fodder must move first. This was a necessary condition for a large army to march to war. Li Wangyu was very depressed by Cheng Yaojin's words. He couldn't help but grab the wine cup and gulp down a big mouthful of wine. He thought that Pai Lupi had found his conscience. However, he did not expect that this unscrupulous Uncle Tsong would actually dig such a big hole for him, and he actually foolishly jumped into it. Li Wangyu might not understand military matters, but how could Pai Lupi not know? Pai Lupi was well aware of how long it would take for an army of 150,000 to reach Gaochang. Even so, Pai Lupi still pretended to ask Yu Shenan to tell him that after destroying Gaochang, he could return to Chang'an for a visit. Bah, this old man is really bad. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the angrier he got. He didn't even need Cheng Yaojin to persuade him to drink. He drank 1 cup after another to drown his sorrows. Cheng Yaojin did not try to persuade Li Wangyu. For an old hooligan, not hitting someone when they were down was already very kind. Zio, don't be so anxious. It's not a big deal for a woman to give birth. Look at me, my wife has given birth to so many children for me, but I've never been as nervous as you. Cheng Yaojin drank big mouthfuls of wine as he made fun of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He really couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this old hooligan. Cheng Yaojin pointed at a plate of food that the maidservant had just brought over and said, "Come, Zio, try the bacon made by the chef in my residence. It's perfect to go with wine. I'm not bragging, but there's no place in Chang'an that makes better bacon than the one in my residence. Even the food bureau in His Majesty's palace can't compare." Cheng Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu's eyes light up. Bacon? Then, he suddenly slapped his head. He had been muddle-headed recently. How could he have forgotten about the military rations? The military rations of the Tang dynasty mainly consisted of various kinds of millet and livestock. These unprocessed millet and livestock were not only difficult to transport, but also not easy to eat. Due to the problems of transportation and productivity, ordinary soldiers could at most guarantee staple foods like millet. As for non-staple foods, they could only eat soy sauce and pickles. In fact, since ancient times, Huaxia also had military rations that were easy to carry around. For example, the rations that the Han army brought were called chow. The so-called chow was fried rice noodles. After the 5 grains were fried, They were crushed so that they could be carried. It was equivalent to the fried rice and fried noodles of the modern era. When eating, one would grab a handful and put it into one's mouth and send it underwater. Soy sauce, salted fish, salted meat, and various kinds of pickles were the salt that the soldiers needed every day. There were also fast food such as rice balls and noodles. However, in most cases, the military still cooked millet into rice or porridge to eat. The range of military rations in the modern era was very wide. Li Wangyu had invented an air pump for his hemispherical experiment and could use vacuum packaging to preserve food. After cooking the food, it could be sealed in bamboo tubes or earthen jars to preserve it for a long time. In addition, food such as luncheon meat and instant noodles were not difficult to make. Li Wangyu could even learn from Qi Jiguang's military rations, light biscuits. These military rations could not only be made in Chang'an, but they could also be made from local materials for the Western Expedition Army. Making millet and livestock directly into military rations that were easy to store and transport could greatly reduce the amount of grain transported. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu almost wanted to get up and leave. He wanted to return to Zhu village to discuss with Su Changqing and immediately start the production of military rations. Anyways, no matter what, Li Wangyu needed to think of a way to reduce the pressure on the logistics of the army. Only then could he increase the speed of the army so that he could rush back to Chang'an within 8 months. However, it was not enough to just make military rations that were easy to store. If the army wanted to pass through the Tang Desert, they had to give up on the four-wheeled carriages and change to camel teams and horses. From Dunhuang Prefecture to Gaochang Country, there were still 2,000 miles. If they only relied on camel teams, it would slow down the speed of the army. When Li Wangyu traveled in the modern era, he had also ridden camels in the desert. Although camels had good stamina, their speed was not much different from an adult walking. If they relied on camel teams to transport supplies and slowly walked 2,000 miles to Gaochang Country, it would be too late. Li Wangyu definitely could not rush back to Chang'an before his beautiful boss gave birth. Thinking about this, Li Wangyu felt even more anxious. He secretly wondered if there was a way to let four-wheeled carriages pass through the desert. Li Wangyu naturally understood that four-wheeled carriages could not pass through the desert because the wheels were too narrow and the pressure was too high. The solution was simple, and that was to widen the wheels to increase the surface area of the wheels and reduce the pressure. However, there was no rubber in the Tang dynasty, much less rubber tires. If he used wood to make such a wide wheel, just the weight alone would make it impossible for horses to drag it, let alone pass through the desert. As for tracks, that was even more out of the question. The technical difficulty was even more complicated than rubber tires, and it was not something Li Wangyu could do. Moreover, with the weight of iron tracks, even horses and camels would not be able to pull them. The Tang Desert had become a stumbling block. Chapter 994. Li Wangyu thought about it, but he could not think of a way to get the four-wheeled carriage through the desert. Actually, the best way was to get rubber out of it. However, rubber trees were far away in South America, so where would the Tang dynasty find them? Of course, apart from the rubber trees in South America, China also had a plant that could replace rubber, and that was rubber grass. The rubber grass that originated in Xinjiang could also be used to extract rubber. Li Wangyu remembered that the rubber grass in the future could be used to extract 70 kilograms of rubber per mu. On the other hand, the rubber trees could only extract 80 kilograms per mu. However, the rubber grass was far away in the western regions, and distant water could not quench the present thirst. Furthermore, Li Wangyu did not know how to extract rubber from the rubber grass. Now that the army was about to set off, where would he find the time to experiment? On the other hand, after he led the army to conquer the western regions and established the Anchi Protectorate, he should order people to plant rubber grass. Even if the production was low, as long as he could get rubber out of it, it would be worth it. However, it was useless to talk about all this now. It would not be of any help to him in getting the four-wheeled carriage through the desert. Seeing Li Wangyu frown, Cheng Yaojin laughed even more happily. Zio, don't let your thoughts run wild. Just lead the army to conquer the western regions. If you want women, just bring your concubine. If not, there are plenty of beautiful women in the western regions. A real man shouldn't be so bashful over a woman. Li Wangyu was so angry that he had nothing to say. Cheng Yarojin, this old hooligan, should be caught and drowned in a pig cage. However, since things had already reached this point, even if he was unwilling, he had no other choice. Even after returning to Dingju village, Li Wangyu did not dare to tell Su Changqing about his conversation with Cheng Yarojin. If Su Changqing knew that he could not return to Chang'an in 8 months, how disappointed and upset would he be? Although his beautiful boss was only 2 months pregnant, Li Wangyu didn't dare to take the risk and make her sad because of him. Li Wangyu only had Niu Wu select a few quick-witted troops from the manor and teach them how to make vacuum-packed food, luncheon meat, instant noodles, and other things. He then had them set out in advance, bringing along the command of his military chief, and quickly rushing to Jingju. He had the Western Punitive Expedition Army immediately begin preparing military rations according to the methods he taught them. As for the subsequent production of military rations, Li Wangyu taught it to Yang Liban and asked him to pass it on to the Ministry of War. In the later stages of the Western expedition, all the rations and supplies needed to be replaced with these military rations. The reason why Li Wangyu didn't report such an important matter to Pai Lupi directly was because he was angry. He was angry that Pai Lupi had deliberately set him up. He was angry that Pai Lupi had caused him to not be able to accompany Su Changqing. Therefore, Pai Lupi had deliberately ordered someone to pass on a message, but he had avoided meeting Pai Lupi. However, how could Pai Lupi not pay attention to such an important matter? After the Ministry of War produced a batch of military rations according to Li Wangyu's method, they immediately presented it to Pai Lupi. After tasting these delicacies, Pai Lupi was naturally overjoyed. On the same day, he led a group of dukes to Dingju village. Even though Li Wangyu felt uncomfortable with the arrival of Pai Lupi, he could only obediently go out of the manor to welcome him. Your subject Li Wangyu, Prefectural Duke of Fufeng, greets your majesty. This fellow was also angry and didn't even refer to himself as nephew. He followed the etiquette of a subject greeting the king and greeted Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi looked at him in surprise, but immediately understood Li Wangyu's intentions. Haha, are you angry with me? Your subject doesn't dare. Don't dare. Pai Lupi suddenly knocked Li Wangyu's head with a chestnut. I don't see how you don't dare. You still dare to give me that look. Do you believe that I will immediately order people to send you to Li Main Hall and let the Empress teach you a lesson? Li Wangyu's expression became even more bitter when he heard this, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Your Majesty. Oh, no, Uncle, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. A wise man submits to circumstances. When it's time to admit defeat, it's best to admit defeat for safety. If Empress Zhongsun was long-winded, it would be quite torturous. Li Wangyu would rather go to the prison of the censorate than listen to Empress Zhongsuan's long-winded nagging. If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. Lead the way to your castle's balcony. Today, I also want to eat skewers and drink iced beer. Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn, as expected, this group of foppish young masters had big mouths. He guessed that the whole Chang'an city knew about eating skewers and drinking iced beer, right? In fact, his guess was not wrong at all. There were even some clever merchants in Chang'an city who had already learned how to barbecue skewers, and many restaurants had launched barbecue dishes. Other than beer that no one knew how to brew and could not be supplied for a while, barbecue quickly became popular in Chang'an city, and had even begun to spread to the surrounding provinces and counties. Cheng Yarojin was even more big-mouthed. When he heard this, he immediately laughed and said proudly, Your Majesty, a few days ago, you came to my residence and brought me a few barrels of beer. Although the beer is bland, it's quite refreshing to drink after being chilled. Your Majesty and all the officials should drink a few more cups today. His words were full of smugness. Obviously, he was showing off that Pai Lupi, Yuchi Jingda, and the others didn't drink beer. Li Wangyu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Damn, the beer that was sent to Duke Lu's residence should have been poured out and fed to the dog. Wasn't this blatantly trying to make him look bad? As expected, when Pai Lupi heard Cheng Yaojin's words, his face immediately became unhappy. Ziyu, why didn't you send me some beer into the palace? Why? Don't you have any idea in your heart? If you didn't force me to eat sand in the western region, would I not send you beer? Li Wangyu was rolling his eyes in his heart, but he could only show an expression of fear and trepidation. Uncle, you've wronged me. This beer has just been brewed not long ago. I have to find someone to try it first and see if I'll have any hysteria after drinking it. Uncle's health is more important. How can I casually offer you beer? Haha, Ziyu's words are reasonable. Pai Lupi was very happy when he heard this. He turned his head and glanced at Cheng Yaojin, who was showing off. Some old man's skin is rough and his flesh is thick. It's best to use him to test the beer. The group of dukes who didn't get to drink the beer also laughed. Each of them began to use words to ridicule Cheng Yaojin, this old hooligan. Cheng Yaojin, who was just proud of himself, was so angry that his face immediately turned black. Ziyu, you brat, come over here. Today, I'll have a good time with you. Cheng Yaojin rubbed his fists and looked at Li Wangyu, ready to take action to vent his anger. Li Wangyu naturally had long been prepared for this old hooligan to flip out. He quickly hid behind Pai Lupi, causing everyone to burst into laughter again. After laughing and joking, the little bit of awkwardness between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi dissipated. Li Wangyu invited everyone to the castle's balcony to take a seat and ordered people to bring barbecue and iced beer. Everyone ate and drank until they were drunk. Only then did Pai Lupi bring up the matter of the army rations again. Chapter 995. Zio, I have personally tasted the military rations that you ordered your men to produce. If it can really be preserved for a long time like you said, the combat strength of the Tang dynasty's cavalry will increase by 30%. I will remember all of these merits. When the Western Expedition Army returns victorious, I will not be stingy with your rewards. Pai Lupi's words were not exaggerated at all. Whether or not the soldiers could eat well would actually affect their combat strength. There were many examples in history of winning wars because of improved food. It was not that Pai Lupi was unwilling to provide better rations for the army. It was just that he was limited by the transportation capacity and how to cook them on the battlefield. In fact, ever since Li Wangyu accidentally discovered the high-yield potato crop and popularized it throughout the Tang dynasty, food was no longer the main factor that restricted the logistics of the Tang army. Transportation, storage, and cooking were the key factors. The production methods that Li Wangyu came up with perfectly solved the logistical problems of the army. For example, rice that was steamed with corn, potatoes, and bacon could be sealed in a clay jar and vacuumed. It could be easily stored for about a month. Luncheon meat was just a mixture of pork, seasoning, and starch, and then steaming it in a pot. After vacuuming it, it was quite convenient to eat it. Moreover, after Pai Lupi and the other dukes tasted the luncheon meat, they were full of praise and felt that it was a rare delicacy. The fact that military rations could be made so delicious and could be stored for a long time was a huge surprise to the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty. As for instant noodles, it was even simpler. After rolling out the noodles, they were steamed in a pot and then deep-fried until they were thoroughly fried. Although Li Wangyu could not come up with the various flavors of instant noodles, even the plain boiled noodles were enough for Pai Lupi and the other dukes to their heart's content. After tasting the military rations for the first time, Pai Lupi and the other dukes could not believe that such delicious food was actually meant for the army. More importantly, the cost of producing these rations was not high. Pai Lupi had even ordered the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to calculate that because the new military rations were easier to transport and store, if the loss of millet and livestock was included, after the army changed to the new military rations, the amount of food consumed would be even less than the original millet. Eating better and spending less money, Pai Lupi was naturally overjoyed. He immediately rushed to Dingju village and praised Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu secretly pursed his lips. In his opinion, no reward was as good as letting him go home and accompany his wife. Of course, Li Wangyu also knew that his words were useless. Now, Pai Lupi would definitely not let him go. Therefore, in response to Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu only smiled and did not say anything. Pai Lupi raised his beer cup and drank it in one gulp. He glanced at Li Wangyu and said, "Zio, are you complaining about me? I wouldn't dare. H, even if you don't say it, I know. You bastard, You have no future at all. You only revolve around a woman every day. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu angrily and continued, actually, I am not lying to you. It is not difficult for the army to reach Gaochang in 3 to 4 months. Pai Lupi's words stunned Li Wangyu. Then, he was overjoyed and quickly asked, Uncle, don't lie to me. I asked Uncle Cheng if it is more than 2,000 li from Dunhuang County to Gaochang. The army relies on camel caravans to transport supplies and it will take at least 2 to 3 months. Haha, Zio, you are really stupid. Let me ask you, can't you use 4-wheeled carriages to transport? It can travel 200 li in a day. In less than 10 days, the army can travel 2,000 li. What's so difficult about that? Li Wangyu stammered, but 4-wheeled carriages can't pass through the desert. Pai Lupi laughed even more happily, but he purposely didn't answer to whet Li Wangyu's appetite. This time, not only was Li Wangyu dumbfounded, but the group of dukes and bigwigs, including Cheng Yaojin, were also dumbfounded. They didn't understand the meaning behind Pai Lupi's words. Yuqi Jingda and the others all thought that Cheng Yaojin's words were correct. From Jingju to Dunhuang County, the army could rely on 4-wheeled carriages to transport supplies. But after that, they could only rely on camel caravans. This was definitely not wrong. Why would Pai Lupi still vow to let Li Wangyu continue to use 4-wheeled carriages to transport supplies? Li Wangyu was even more anxious. He repeatedly bowed to Pai Lupi, Uncle, I am wrong. I am stupid, please enlighten me. He really couldn't think of a way to let the carriages pass through the desert. He even made a special trip to Shi City to find a few merchants who had been using the Silk Road for a long time to ask them about a solution. After a series of inquiries and understanding, Li Wangyu even gave up on the idea of using carriages to transport supplies. This was because he had thought too simply. In the future, when Li Wangyu was traveling in the desert, he had taken a desert car and surfed the sand dunes. It was very exciting. Thus, he thought that as long as he could come up with rubber tires or some other alternative method, he could let the carriages pass through the Tengah Desert. But this was not the case. When the camel caravan passed through the desert, they didn't travel in a straight line. Instead, they had to follow the winding paths of the various sand dunes. Traveling in this way was first and foremost for safety. The weather in the desert was unpredictable, and sandstorms could appear at any time. Once a sandstorm appeared, the caravan would have to face the wind and have the camels sit down to avoid the wind. If they walked at the bottom of the sand dunes, they would be buried by the sand dunes if they weren't careful. In this way, even if there were rubber tires, the carriages couldn't be used. Camels couldn't pull the carriages, so it was simply unrealistic to walk at the top of the sand dunes. It was precisely after he understood this point that Li Wangyu completely gave up. Now that Pai Lupi said that he had a way, Li Wangyu was naturally surprised and happy. Pai Lupi was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's attitude and even a little proud. His nephew had given him too many surprises. His wit was almost demonic, and it often made Pai Lupi doubt his own intelligence. Now that he could finally beat Li Wangyu for once, there was no need to explain the pride in Pai Lupi's heart. He coughed lightly and said slowly, Zio, let me ask you. Is it easy to build the 4-wheeled carriage? Li Wangyu was stunned again, as if he had thought of something. Uncle, other than the wheels, beams, and steering mechanism of the carriage, the other parts are not difficult. The skilled craftsmen of the Tang dynasty also made Li Wangyu gasp in amazement. The 4-wheeled carriages of today were no longer the simple carriages that Carpenter Liu had built to deal with the task of transporting grain in the spring. Right now, the main beam and steering mechanism of the carriage were made from metal by the Ministry of Works and the craftsmen of the General Works Supervisor after many experiments. The changes brought about by this were that the 4-wheeled carriage could carry more weight, and the steering was easier and smoother. As for the other parts of the carriage, a normal carriage used to transport goods was simple, and it was basically made of wood. Pai Lupi laughed when he heard this. If that's the case, Zio, why can't you dismantle the carriages in Dunhuang County and reassemble them after the army passes through the desert? Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu completely petrified. Damn, why didn't he think of such a simple logic before? Chapter 996. Pai Lupi's words left Li Wangyu speechless. It was such a simple principle, yet he had completely ignored it. His brain was at a dead end, and he kept thinking about how to make the four-wheeled carriage travel in the desert. He was not the only one. No one, including Cheng Yarojin and the others, had thought of such a simple method. Since carriages could not travel through the desert, they could use camel caravans to transport resources. The Tanga Desert was only 200 li wide, so the camel caravans did not travel in a straight line. Instead, they had to travel along the sand dunes and oases. Even so, if everything went smoothly, it would take at most half a month for the camel caravans to pass through the desert. It would not take up too much of the army's time. The main components of a four-wheeled carriage were the wheels, axles, and steering mechanism. These could be dismantled and transported across the desert by camel caravans. After passing through the desert, the craftsmen in the army would cut down trees and make a new four-wheeled carriage. It wouldn't be much of a hassle. In this way, the logistics of the Western Expedition Army would be easily ensured. After the military rations were produced, the four-wheeled carriages would transport them to Dunhuang Prefecture, taking 10 days. They would then be transported to the other side of the desert by camel caravans before the four-wheeled carriages took over. Under the fastest circumstances, a batch of resources could be transported from Chang and to the various countries in the western regions in 30 days. Even if there were storms and sandstorms along the way, it would take at least 2 months. Li Wangyu could even imagine how much benefit this transportation route would bring to the Tang dynasty after the army conquered the western regions and established the Anxi Protectorate. The caravans traveling the Silk Road could all transport their goods in this way, greatly reducing the cost and time. And the Great Tang would benefit immeasurably from this. Even without the economic benefits, the connection between the western regions and the Central Plains would be closer after this communication line was opened. In history, Pai Lupi established the Anxi Protectorate in the 14th year of Zhengguan, bringing the western regions under the rule of the central government. He set up farms, collected taxes, and stationed troops, declaring the sovereignty of the Tang dynasty. But that was all. The Tang dynasty ruled the western region for no more than 100 years. It wasn't until the Qing dynasty that the western region was reintegrated into the territory of China. The fundamental reason was that the relationship between the western region and the central government was too distant, making it difficult for them to maintain their rule. Once the Western Punitive Expedition Army opened up this line of communication, the western regions would become one with the Central Plains. The Great Tang's rule over the western regions would no longer be as short-lived as it had been in history, vanishing without a trace. Li Wangyu had to admit that Pai Lupi's imagination was simply genius. Cheng Yarojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other dukes also flattered Pai Lupi's genius ideas for quite a while. After Li Wangyu understood all of this, he suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Uncle is really talented and wise. This nephew admires you greatly. This nephew will order someone to pass on the message and have the Ministry of Works and the General Works Bureau make early preparations." Pai Lupi snorted proudly and said, "There's no need. This emperor has already ordered the Ministry of Works and the General Works Bureau to make the parts for 1,000 carriages. I've already ordered people to send them to Dunhuang County in advance." Li Wangyu finally understood that Pai Lupi had already thought of a solution. It was just that he wanted to make him suffer because of his bad taste. However, even if he was played by Pai Lupi didn't fool him. As a result, it would be very easy for him to go back and forth to Chang'an within 8 months after conquering Gaochang. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Thank you, uncle. This nephew is grateful to the point of shedding tears. This nephew was very willful in the past. Uncle, please be magnanimous and forgive this one. That's enough. From now on, it's more important to concentrate on your work. Don't throw a tantrum anymore. You're going to be a father soon, and you're also a county duke. You can't be so reckless. If this emperor doesn't force you to go to the western regions, I'm afraid that I don't know when you'll be willing to take out the new military rations." Yes. You're right, uncle." Pai Lupi had solved a huge problem for him. Now, no matter what Pai Lupi lectured him, Li Wangyu could only listen obediently. Pai Lupi was very pleased with himself after teaching Li Wangyu a lesson. Only then did he let him go. Li Wangyu set aside his worries and continued to flatter Pai Lupi with the other dukes. This emperor of the ages laughed heartily and downed cup after cup of beer like it was water. After Pai Lupi and the other dukes had their fill, Li Wangyu heaved a long sigh of relief as they were carefully escorted back to Chang'an by the guards. Several days later, it was finally time for them to set off. Li Wangyu put on the glittering silver armor with the help of Aphrodite and Perrin. At the moment of departure, he hugged Su Changqing tightly, who was already in tears, and gently stroked her hair. He whispered in Su Changqing's ear, "Changqing, wait for me at home." Su Changqing rubbed her teary eyes and only clutched Li Wangyu's clothes tightly while nodding desperately. In fact, if it were in the past, the two of them wouldn't be so sad as if they were about to part forever. It was just that Su Changqing was coincidentally pregnant, and the strong woman in the past had melted into tenderness. After appeasing his beautiful superior with great difficulty, he repeatedly instructed the old steward Li Heng and Perrin to take good care of her. Only then did Li Wangyu reluctantly get on the imperial horse that Pai Lupi had given him. Suppressing the reluctance in his heart, Li Wangyu didn't dare to look back and directly urged the horse to gallop out of the mansion. Niu Wu immediately led a group of Lai hot troops and urged their horses to follow closely behind. Perrin and all the maidservants in the mansion all bowed respectfully. "We hope that the Duke will plough the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph." Niu Yong was unable to accompany Li Wangyu on an expedition because of the disability of his arm, so he remained in the mansion and led the remaining troops to guard the Li family's home. At this moment, he raised his only arm and beat a war drum, making a majestic sound that shook the heavens as he marched for his Langjun. Outside Lai Hot, the villagers of Dingju village had already gathered on both sides of the village road under the leadership of the old village chief. When they saw Li Wangyu appear with the crowd, they all bowed down. "We hope that the Duke will plough the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph." "We hope that the Duke will plough the courtyard and sweep the acupoints, and return in triumph." Li Wangyu only felt a lump in his throat, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He could only salute the villagers with cupped fists and urged his horse to leave. He didn't go directly to Jingju, but had to go to Chang'an first. When the soldiers of the Tang dynasty went to war and returned in triumph, the ceremony would be held outside the Gate of Heaven Influence in the imperial city. When Li Wangyu led the troops to Chang'an, a group of foppish young masters were already waiting outside the Gate of Mingda in military attire. When they saw Li Wangyu appear, even the foppish young masters who usually didn't behave properly knelt on one knee in front of Li Wangyu. They then hit their chest armor with their right fist and saluted Li Wangyu properly. From today onwards, they were all Li Wangyu's subordinates, and the ceremony couldn't be ignored. After the ceremony, the foppish young masters got on their horses and surrounded Li Wangyu. They rode their horses up the Vermilion Bird Avenue and toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. The two sides of the Gate of Heaven Influence in the imperial city were already filled with valiant imperial guards in bright armor and fluttering flags. These 2,000 or so Yi Wei Xiao cavalry were ordered by Li Erxia to guard Li Wangyu's left and right. They were the officers and soldiers who followed him to the western region. After 3 cannon shots, the Gate of Heaven Influence opened. Pai Lupi, who was also dressed in military attire, rode out of the palace. Li Wangyu immediately got off his horse and led the foppish young masters and the soldiers to bow 3 times and kneel 9 times. When the army went to war, there was a strict ceremony. Worship the heavens, worship the earth, worship the temple, worship the god of war.